There is a huge demand for front-end developers as organizations are looking for ways to enhance their applications with rich visuals and powerful interactions of the app. Hello everyone and welcome to this session. You're currently watching an Edureka's front-end full course video. Well, by the end of this video, you will have a thorough understanding about front-end development all the way from theory to practical applications. Now, if you love watching videos like these, then subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and click the bell button to never miss out any updates from us. Also, if you want to learn more about front-end development after watching this session or wish to obtain Edureka's front-end development certification course, then please see the link in the description below. Now let's begin with our agenda, where we'll have a brief overview of what we will cover in this front-end full course video. Well, we will start with the HTML basics, where we will learn what HTML is and why should we learn it, and we'll also cover the very basics that you must and should know about it. Then we will move ahead and learn about CSS, that is nothing but cascading style sheets. Now it's time to delve deep into the concepts. Well, we'll start with the JavaScript. We will also cover some of the basic concepts of Angular, after which we will then learn about React. At last, we will also cover some of the important concepts in Git and GitHub. So stick till the end. Now let's get started with our first topic.
So the idea behind HTML was a modest one. When Tim Berners-Lee was putting together his first elementary browsing and authoring system for the web, he created a quick little hypertext language that would serve his purposes. He imagined dozens or even hundreds of hypertext formats in the future and smart clients that could easily negotiate and translate documents from servers all across the internet. Now HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it is the standard markup language for creating web pages and web applications. It is used to describe the structure of the web pages using a process called markup. Now HTML mostly constitutes of elements, and these elements are the building blocks of any HTML page and are represented by tags. Now let me just give you a brief introduction to the structure of HTML. Now this is also called an HTML boilerplate. So firstly, an HTML boilerplate begins with the HTML tags, which tells the browser that this is an HTML page and this is where it begins from. Next comes the head tag, which contains most of the meta information about the document. The head tag normally also contains the link to the styling sheets, the fonts that you might be using on your web page, and even the JavaScript that you might be using. Now, the head tag also has the title element, which specifies the title for the document and can be seen as a text on the tab that you open on a browser. Now, next comes the body tag, which mostly contains the content that is visible to the viewer of your page. And these contains elements like h1 tags or paragraph tags, which are known by p tags, and they make up the mass of your content. Now, to create an HTML page, there are a few steps. So firstly, you need to open any sort of text editor. It could be Notepad++, Notepad, Sublime Text, or even Visual Studio Code. You have the freedom to use whatever text editor you want. Next, you have to write up some HTML code that you want to show on your web page, and then you just save your file as a .html. And to open the file, all you have to do is just view it on your browser. Now let me just give you a quick demonstration on how that is actually done if you've still not understood that. So let us create a folder first. So let's call this folder HTML demo, and now we're just gonna use Sublime Text because that's my favorite text editor. Out here, all you have to do is create a new file, and I'm going to be saying that it's a HTML type. Then you just fit in your HTML boilerplate. I'm going to tell my title is going to be my first web page, and that is the title of our web page. Now let's put in some content into this. So it's going to have an h1 which says this is just some text. Let's save this. This is going to be saved into our HTML demo. So let's open it. Let's save it as index.html. Now once you've saved it, all you have to do to view it is go into your folder and just open it on your browser. So as you guys can see, the title is written out here on the tab, and this is our h1 that we just created. Okay, so that's how you basically create an HTML page. So let's move on. Now there are some elements that I want to tell you all about, which is very important. So first is the doc type element. So the doc type declaration represents that the file you're working is a document type and helps the browser to display web pages correctly. and it only appears once at the top of the page before any HTML tag, and the doc type declaration is not case sensitive. Okay, so this is what HTML actually looks like. Now before we move further with some HTML coding, I want to make you all aware that a web page is fundamentally made up of three constituents. The first is HTML, the second is CSS or cascading style sheets, and the third is JavaScript. Now HTML will only give the structure of the web page. It has nothing to do with the styling, while CSS is completely responsible for how beautiful your web page looks, what colors you're using as the background, how your images are actually lined up, and all those sorts of things. To learn more about CSS, you can always refer to our CSS tutorial on the same page of Edureka. And thirdly, JavaScript is for making your page much more dynamic. If you're clicking on a button, your posts are being actually submitted. That's all being done by JavaScript. And if you all want to learn about JavaScript, we also have tutorials for that, and you can surely check them out. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create some elements and see how they look like on an HTML page. So let's go back to our HTML page. So this is what an H1 looks like. So let me just copy this down now. And let me show you all the types of headings that HTML provides us. It's actually H1 through H6, so H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. Let's also change them here. H6, H5, H4, H3, 2. Now let's save it. Let's go ahead and reload our page. So this is how the different types of headings look like. This is H1 being the biggest and H6 being the smallest. Okay, so that was about headings. Now we have some other tags also that I want to make you all aware of. So there's the P tag first. So P normally stands for paragraph. Now paragraph is basically what it looks like, and it normally contains random text or paragraphs of your web page. And this is what they look like. So this is what a paragraph looks like. Okay, so that was all about adding a paragraph. So how do you add images? So you can simply add image with the image tag, and all you have to say is a source. Now I already have a beautiful picture of a Pokemon that I really loved as a kid. So let me just copy that down into the folder. Okay, so now that we've copied down our image into our folder, all you have to do is give the source. Now this can be ninetales.png. That's the name of our image. Let's go back to our page. Let's reload it. Okay. Now you can also put in attributes like height, and you could say the height is going to be 7 or 500 pixels, and then you can also put in an attribute called width and say that's also going to be 500 pixels. Yeah, so that changes the height and width of your image. You can also make it smaller by saying something like 100 pixels. So let me just show you that. Save it, let's reload it, and yeah, now we have a much smaller Ninetales out there. Now suppose you don't have a picture, you can also put an alt tag. So this will say there was supposed to be an image here. So let's save that. Now you will not be able to see the alt tag because our image is working, but suppose I misspelled the name of my image, and now you'll see something like that out there. So there was supposed to be an image out here, so it's showing the alternate thing. Right, we can also have line breaks in our HTML. So you do that simply by saying /br, and then there will be a line break between this word 𝐿𝐴MCO and laborious. So let's save that. Let's cancel this out. Okay, so now 𝐿𝐴MCO and laborious are on different lines. We can also make stuff bold. So suppose you want to make this first word bold, so you can go B/B, and that'll make it bold. Yep, now lorem is bold. You can also, for making things bold, you can use a strong tag, and now let's say this is also bold, and now this is also bold, comes up right there. Then you can change the size of text. So let's just create some other text so that it doesn't get cluttered up. So we have tags like big, and we also have tags like small. So let me just show you the difference. This text is big, while this is small. Let's do that. So this text is big while this is small. So let me just put a line break here. Save that. Let's also put a line break here, and now let's put back our image. Yeah, this text is big while this is small. Now you can also put in horizontal lines inside your HTML. All you have to say is HR, and that'll put in horizontal line out there, right, like that. You can also put the width and height out here. So width, there's no reason to put a height because it's not there, and width is going to be something like 70%. You could say 70%, and you have a line that goes 70% through the screen. Next, we can also put in links into our HTML. So suppose you want to go to a site. So let's say you want to go to Edureka. Now we can put some text like, say, this is a link to a website. Let's save that. Let's put it here. And now this will take us to edureka.co. Yep, so that's how it works. You can also put links on images. So suppose we were to remove this text out here, copy this image from here, and just put it out here. Now if we were to click on the image, it'll take us to edureka.co. Okay. You can also add lists into your HTML page. So there are two types of lists. One is an ordered list. So ordered lists are numbered lists, and you can put in list items like this. So let's put in a bunch of list items. Okay, so let's type in some text. So this is a random list. So list items are actually going to be the things that you're going to list out. So these could be anything that you're listing out. You could list out your favorite dogs, you could list out your favorite chocolates, or anything like that. Let me just show you what that looks like. Let's go back to our page, and this is what it looks like. So as you guys can see, we have a list out here which says this is a random list, this is a random list, and just to make it a little more creative, let's go and put in some stuff like that. So firstly, let's put an H2 out here. These are some of my favorite dogs. Let's say I love Samoyeds. I also love corgis. I love huskies, and I also love golden retrievers. So now we'll have an actually good list out here. So these are some of my favorite dogs. Now if I were to just make this an unordered list, so we could also have unordered lists. So this is how you create an unordered list. You just go UL and then you put in your list items. So I'm going to say, so let's put in H2 again, and these are some of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. So list item, this is going to be, let's see, I really love playing Shadow Fiend. Then let's put in some other heroes like Storm Spirit, Invoker, and let's say Templar Assassin. Let's save that, and let's see. So these are some of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. Now if you see, our H2 is kind of indented. That is because we have put it inside our list. Now if you were to just cut it out and put it outside, let's reindent my lines, and let's see. So now it's properly showing. So these are some of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. You can also put in images in these list items. So suppose we were to put in some images of Shadow Fiend, Storm Spirit, you would just put an image out here and you would put the source. Now I don't really have images, but you can also put in the URL of images. So let me just show you how to do that. So let's say Shadow Fiend. Let's go into the images. Let's find something small, like let's say 300 x 300. Okay, so this looks like a nice cartoonish figure. So we open this image in a new tab and we copy down this link. So you can say the source is this link. Let's save it. Let's see if it shows up. Yep, and now this thing shows up just outside Shadow Fiend. You can also put in some styling or some attributes, like you'd say width is going to be 100 pixels and height is going to be 100 pixels. So let's save that now, and now it's a much smaller image of Shadow Fiend. Now we have other types of tags also. So these are called div tags. So div tag stands for division. So to divide your page into separate parts, you could say this will contain the footer. So footer tags are normally coming in the end. Now you could also have a div tag in the beginning, and this could contain the header. So these tags will contain the header. This is, so let me just put in some header. So this is the header and this is the footer. So this is the header, headers always come on top, and this is the footer. Now you can also create forms using HTML. So let's go ahead and create one. So our form is going to be called a registration form. Okay, so now let's put our form in a div first of all. So let's give our div an ID. So IDs and classes are actually used to select stuff on an HTML page when you're styling. So to understand more about IDs, check out our CSS tutorial. So let's give this ID form, or registration form rather. Then let's go into our div and create a form. Our form will always stay inside our form tags. Now that we have done that, let's understand the elements of a form. Firstly, we need an input. So first input will be of type text. Let's say its name is going to be first name, and we'll have a placeholder that sounds like this, say aria, and we will always be requiring it. So if you say required, that means somebody will, if he's actually inputting stuff into the form, this is a mandatory field. Okay, so let's save that and see. So now we have a registration form called aria. Okay, so we also need labels. So let's go ahead and create one. So label, so for first name, and this is going to say first name, and it's going to have a colon. So now there's a label called first name. Now we can do this for last name also. So let's Control C, Control V. So it's going to be last, this is going to be last, and this is also going to be last, and we want to put a placeholder for Paul, and this is also a required field. So now we have a last name with this placeholder. We can submit stuff into that. Now form also takes in two important attributes I forgot to mention. So one is the action and the other is the method. Now action is something that will happen when you submit this form, so you can run a script, something like script.php, but for now that's for another session. Okay, now there are other types of inputs. So let's see, let's create another div. Now suppose you want to input the gender also. So let's see, let's first create a label, and let's also create an input type. So input will be type of radio, and this is going to be called gender male, and let's also give us a value of choice 1. Save it. Now you want a label and you want to give it the attribute for, and you want to give it the name out here. So let's put in that. So gender male, save that, and let's write male out here. So let's save that now and let's see what it looks like. So now we have this thing called male. We can check it and we can uncheck it. Now let's create for female also, and others. So let's see, let's call this female, and this is going to be of type choice 2. Now we have male, we have female, but if you see, we can actually select both of them or all of them, so that's not something we want, right? So let's make this choice 3, let's make this other. Okay, now we have a gender submission going on, so male, or it's female, or it's other. Now we can't really select everything, so how do we actually solve that? So let's give them all the same name. So we can call it gender choice, save it. Now you either go male, or you go female, or you go other. You can't really select the same thing. So that's how you make that happen. Okay, now let's look into some other types of input types we can take in. So let's create another div. Suppose you want to take in the email address. So let's go ahead and copy that. Let's put it out here. Let's say, so label for, let's see, first of all we need to change this type to email, and we will also give this a name of email. Let's put in a placeholder instead of a value, and it's going to be something like, let's put xyz@email.com. Okay, now we have this thing going on, so let's change this label to email, and let's change this label to email too. Now we have this thing going, and we can type in our email, and we'll also need to type in a password for registrations. Let's call this password. Let's also make this password. The type is going to be password, and let's remove a placeholder because passwords don't really have placeholders. Save that. And now you see, when you type in a password, you can't really see anything. That's how you make a form that inputs a password. Okay, so that was how you take in emails and passwords in a form. Now there are some other stuff that I want to show you, so let's dive right into that. So let's create another div. Okay, so first of all we need a select tag. So select tags are used for making selections. So let me show you how that works. So firstly, let's give this a name and let's call this birthday, or let's call this the month. Now we'll also need a label for this. Let's create a label. So our label is for month. Let's call it birthday. Now our select can have various options. So you're basically going to put in a bunch of options out here. Let's see, option. Now we need 12 options actually. That's 3, that's 6, that's 9, that's 12. Delete these out. Just read in my lines. Now our options are gonna have values. So our value will be something like, fine, so let's say Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. And you could say January out here, February. So let me just create this quickly. March. Let's save this. Now let's see what this looks like. So we have this birthday thing, and it has all the months in there. Okay, now out here, if you see, it already comes with the default value of January. Now you can also mitigate that by putting in another option called default. So let's put another option, or so now that we have an option, let's give this a value 0, and let's say selected disabled. Now if you reload this, there's nothing, but you get all these different values. Now instead of just making it blank, you could say that this could say month. So now this says month, and you could create something similar for days also. So for days you need to create 30 of these, and I hope you get the logic of creating this thing. Now our form also needs a button to submit, so let's go and create that. Also, let me show you another type of input. So let's say input, and the type will be check box, and the name will be agree. And let's put a label for this, a for agree, and I agree to all the conditions of the form. Now we will have this thing going, and we have a checkbox. We could check it, we could uncheck it, something like that. Then all we need is an input. Not an input, we rather need a button. Say button, and you say submit, and you also have to give this a type. So this is going to be of type submit. So once that's done, we see this button and we can submit it. So if you go and submit, you'll see please fill out this field because it's a required field. And that's all that is there, the forms. So that's how you create a form in HTML. You can also create tables in HTML, so let me show you how to do that. Let's reload and make this blank, save it. Yeah. So our tables are created with table tags. Your table, and tables have table datas. Okay, so we can also create tables in HTML. For that we need the table tag. Now table comes with the table header first of all. So this will contain all your table headers. So suppose you are creating a table for dogs and the breed. So th dog, and you can say the dog also has a name and breed. So this has created a table header now. So let me just show you what that looks like. So now we have the dog name and breed. Now we can just simply go in and put in some table rows. So for the row you say tr, and in every row you will have to put in some table data. So for that you use the table data tag, so td. So let's say our dog is called So let's make this rather dog owner name. Right. So I had a dog and my dog's name was Stoner. Let's call him Stoner. And Stoner was a street dog. So let's just keep the breed as street. Okay, so that was one table row. Save it. Now we'll be needing multiple table rows. So let's just copy that, paste it multiple times. So let's say my friend Shubham, he has a dog called Goldie and it's a retriever. And then I also have this friend called Ayushman. He has a dog called Duke and it's husky. And then there's this guy called Ishan. He has a dog called Monster, but it's a pug. Yeah, so now we have successfully created a table, and you guys can see dog owners are Arya, Shubham, Ayushman, and Ishan. Their name of their respective dogs are Stoner, Goldie, Duke, and Monster, and the breeds are Street, Retriever, Husky, and Pug. So that's how you create a table. Now with CSS you can add a border to this table. So let me just show you how that's done with a little bit of CSS. So let's say style. Let's say text/CSS. Now out here you could just do some little styling. Let's give our table a border of 1px solid black. Now our table will have a border, and we can also give TDs a border, and they're gonna have 1px solid black too. So now everything has a border and our table looks much neater. Yep, so that's how you create a table in HTML. Okay guys, so now it's time I actually show you how HTML can be really polished sometimes. So let's go ahead and create a blog. So for this blog I've already created the CSS out here. So I'm not really going to be explaining the styling part, but we are going to be creating our blog. So let's go ahead and see how that looks like. So first of all, let's delete everything. Let's create a page now. So let's call this blog. Now we'll be linking our style sheet out here. So for linking our style sheet, all you have to say is something like this, and then we go ahead and copy my style sheets. The desktop, we're doing our stuff in HTML demo. Let's copy this here. Right. Now our blog.css is going to be here. Now let's go and start creating our blog. So firstly, let's put everything inside a div. Now this is going to have a class called post because I've used the class to actually style some stuff. Now that's done, so let's have another div. So this is going to have a class called date, and we're going to be putting in the date. So let's say our date is going to be October 24th 2018. Now let's say we have a heading. So let's say Vancouver, my favorite city. Then let's put in some paragraphs because every article needs a paragraph. So for paragraphs you're just going to be filling it with some lorem ipsum. Now a paragraph will have a class called quote. Okay, now let's reload and see what is being made. Okay, so if you guys can see, our blog post is coming up. Now we can also add some images to our blog post. So let's add a link first. So we link to https www.edureka.co. Now we are going to use an image for actually making it clickable. So we already have an image. It's called image1.jpg. So that's there. Let's also put an alt tag out here just in case this doesn't load up. So alt and say Vancouver image. Now let's put in some another paragraphs. So another lorem ipsum and some more paragraphs, I guess, because this is a blog. So let's make it look like a blog. Save that, and let's also give it a horizontal line to make it look neat. Save this. Let's load it. Okay, so we have this nice looking article and it has this image. If we click on this image, it'll take us to Edureka's site. So we go to Edureka if we click that image. Let's add another article into this just to make it a little longer. So let's copy down this div. So let's change the date first because let's say we posted on the next day. Let's change the title. So my second blog post. Save it. Let's remove the image from this one to make it a little different. Yeah. So now if you see, we have this nice looking blog post going on. It has this horizontal line. We have some quote out here. And that's how you can do stuff with HTML. So what exactly is CSS? Well, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets and is generally used to control how HTML tags and elements are displayed on your screen. So this means basic styling of your web page is controlled by CSS. Now, CSS was actually made to solve problems that were introduced in HTML 3.2. Now, HTML 3.2 got in some new attributes like font color, background color, which generally was pertaining to styling of an element on a web page. Now, while this did add some very needed functionality into HTML 3.2, it cluttered up your code as a developer and made your life pretty miserable. So to keep the structure of your web page, which is the HTML, and to make the styling a different aspect, CSS was made by W3C. So W3C stands for the World Wide Web Consortium, and CSS till date is still being maintained by the W3C developers. Okay, so that was a general introduction to CSS. Now let's move ahead. So this is the basic syntax of CSS. You basically have selectors, which selects or targets the place that you want to attach your styling to. Then you have basic properties and value pairs. Now you can include your CSS into your HTML with a link tag while putting the href attribute as the file name. Or you can do some inline CSS, but that's not actually recommended because that's the problem that we are actually trying to mitigate by putting CSS as a different file. Also, if you don't want to create another CSS file, you can do some internal CSS by putting in some style tags in your head tag and just writing some normal CSS to it. Okay, so now let's see the different types of CSS selectors. So these are all the different types of CSS selectors, and basically a selector is a way of targeting an element on a web page. So the star selector selects all the elements and applies the CSS that you would apply to it. And then if you would say div, then it would apply your CSS to all the divs. Now div comma p will apply to all the divs and paragraphs. Div space p will put your styling to all the paragraphs inside divs. Now going through all the CSS selectors is a pretty cumbersome job, so I recommend that you go through this page on W3 Schools, which has all the different types of selectors and the different types of pseudo selectors all listed out. So this will very much help you when you're doing your own CSS, so always keep this page open. Now just for basic sake, let me just tell you about pseudo selectors. So we also have pseudo selectors, which is defined something like this. So pseudo selectors include stuff like hover, active, visited, and stuff like that. Now suppose you were hovering over an A tag, so you can say there is supposed to be some specific styling when you're hovering over it. So how would you do that? You would just say A:hover, and then you would actually specify the styling that you want. Now you can also find all these types of pseudo selectors out here, and it's all listed out here. So A visited, like select all visited links, something like that. Now I also want to make you all aware of the box model that is very much used in CSS. Now box model has four things: the content, padding, border, and margin. So content is the basic content of the web page that you want to show to your general audience. Then the padding is the space between your border and the content itself. The border is a line that can be of any size, color, and width. And then there's a margin, which is the distance from the edge of the screen to the border. Okay. And now the box model looks something like this. So the content comes in between, then comes the padding, which is between the border and the content, and then there's the margin, which is between the screen and the border itself, the screen edge and the border, right? So that's how the box model works. Now the last bit of basics is the CSS units. So there are four kinds of units. Firstly, we have the pixel. So pixel represents any pixel on a device. So you could say something like font size is equals to 25 pixels, so it'll make it actually 25 pixels. Then there's also points, which is mostly used in print media. And all you need to remember to use points correctly, that 72 points equals 1 inch. Now the last two types of units are relative units. Now these are relative to your current font size. So 1 em or 100% is actually equals to your current font size. So if you want something to be double your font size, all you have to say is 2 em. So these are how relative units work in CSS. Okay, so that was all the basics of CSS and how you select stuff and all the units. Now let's get ahead and code some of our own CSS. So for this time, I've actually created a bunch of HTML pages. And we're going to style these HTML pages by adding some CSS into them, and this will stand as good practice for CSS alone. Okay, so for the first page we have this page called page1.html, and it's a pretty basic page. Let me just open it up and show it to you guys. So this is what it looks like without any sort of CSS being attached to it. Now we're going to create some CSS and we're going to try and practice, first of all, selecting stuff in different ways possible. Okay, so firstly, let's do some very random CSS. Okay, firstly, let's target all the divs in this HTML. So how would you actually do that? Well, you'd say div by going selectors, and let's actually save this as a CSS file first so that our syntax is colored properly. Okay, so that's a div. So that's how you select any element in CSS. Now suppose we were to say background color, or rather just background, it'll be purple, and the text or the color of the text will be white. So now everything inside a div will look like that. So now let's just save this as page1. As it's saved as page1.css, let's reload our page. And everything that is inside the div now has a white text, and it also has a purple background. Okay, now let's see how we actually select IDs. So we select IDs with the hash. So we have an ID called quote out here if you go and see. So where is that thing gone? Okay, so this paragraph out here that you see has the ID called quote. So we're going to select that and put in some of our own CSS. So let's see. Now that we've selected our ID, we can say, suppose we want to change the font family. So we could say font family is Verdana, and you could also put in alternate font families just in case Verdana doesn't exist in your system, like 𝐂𝐝𝐿 Sans. Fine. So that's how you set up your font family. Let's also set the color to be black. Let's see what changes now. So this is the code that I was talking about. So that font should change now. Let's reload. Oh yes, now the font has become Verdana, and that's what we exactly wanted. And the text is also black now. Okay, so how do we select classes now? So if you go here and see, we should have a class called movies. Right. So all these have a class called movie, all these A tags. So let's select them. First of all, to select a class, you say dot and then you say the class name. Now we could put in some random CSS into this again. So let's make the color, let's keep it white, and let's make the background steel blue. Let's see. So where are our movies? Let's see where the movies actually exist. Oh yeah, Dota, Splinter Cell, and God of War. These are the movies, so these should now change. Let's save it. And now they have a background color of steel blue and they have a text color of white. And that's exactly what we defined out here. Fine. Now let's try out some other kinds of selectors. So suppose in the span out here, we have this ID called author. So what if we only want to target that? What would we say? So we could say span and hashtag author. Now you could put any type of CSS. So let's say text transform. So this is how you transform any sort of text, and you could say uppercase. Now the author will be changed to uppercase out here, and this is the author, the Pope Alexander part. Now watch that. Now it's just uppercase, and we have selected it with this selector called span and hashtag author. We can also do some other kinds of selecting. Let me just show it to you. So we could select the LIs of the unordered list or the ordered list. So our skills is the ID. This is the ID of skills. So let's select them now. So we have skills, and we could go the ordered list and then the LI. And what we want to say out here is the color will be purple. We can do the same thing for the unordered list too. Let me just copy that down, put this here, say unordered list, and let's say we change the text color to white. Save that. Let's reload our page. So wait, first of all, let me uncomment this. Now let's save it again, reload our page and see the differences. Now since we had given it a purple color, it's now all purple, and let me just put a background of white so that you can see it. Yeah, now these are purple and these are background white. We can do the same for the unordered list too. Let me just uncomment that. Let me also give it a background of purple, or actually let it be like that. Let's just make it blue. Now Sass and Hamel have turned into blue, as you see out here. This is the blue thing. Fine. Now that was selectors. Okay, now let's go ahead and select some other stuff. So what if we want to select all the paragraphs that are after the h3 tag? So if you remember, we can do that by saying h3 plus p, and let's say we want a background of black and some text color that is white. So color white. Not being very creative with my CSS at this moment because this is just about selecting. So let's see how that reloads. Yep, now we have a color of white and a background of black. And that only selected the paragraph just after the h3, which is my favorite video games. Okay, we can also select every paragraph that has a class by just saying something like p and class. We don't even need to specify the color, or I mean the class name. So you go background, let's say we want to give a gray background. Let's see all the paragraphs of the class. So this is the only paragraph with the class. Now you can do the same thing for IDs, just say ID out here, and let's see all the paragraphs with an ID. So this is the only paragraph with an ID. Okay, so now that we're done with selecting stuff, let's go and actually see how text can be transformed with the use of CSS. Fine. So first of all, I already have a page created for that. So this is going to be our page that we are going to use to see how text is transformed. If you see, I have an ordered list with all the types of text transformations or the text stylings that I want to show. And we also have a paragraph out here which will show the basics box elements like the borders, margins, and padding. So I'm going to demonstrate that through this PID out here. Right, so let's get started. First of all, let's create our CSS file, and in the CSS file we're going to save it and we're going to call it page2.css. Right. Then yeah, it's connected as page 2. So let's get started. So first of all, let's target this ID with lorem. So lorem ipsum is just some Latin paragraph that is normally used in web development to fill in spaces with text, where you can always come back and delete that text and fill it with something more meaningful. So for now, we are going to be using this lorem ipsum thing. So it's in a paragraph tag with an ID of lorem. So let's go ahead and select it. So we're going to select it with the help of the ID, call it lorem. Now, first of all, let me just show you what the page looks like without any CSS attached to it. So this is what the page looks like, right? So this is the part that we are going to target right now. First of all, let's give it a background of black. Let's make the color of the text white. Let me show you what that looks like. Okay, right? Now let's give it some borders and padding. So first of all, to give a border, we could say we use the border at property, then we give 3 parameters. The type of the border, the size of the border, and then the color. And you do it something like this, 3px solid red. Now, apart from solid, there are a lot of types of borders, and those include dashed, dotted, rigged, and many more. These are the ones that are just from the top of my head. So you can try them out, and you can find other types of CSS border just by going to Google and saying CSS border types. So these are all the types of borders that you get, and you can definitely check them out. It's impossible to show everything in one video like that, so let me just show you the solid type. So let's save it and let's see what kind of border we actually get. Let's close this down. Yeah, now we have this neat little border of 3 pixels in size and red in color. Now let me just show you how dotted would look like. So this is what dotted looks like, and this is what dashed looks like. Fine. And this is what dashed is. Okay. Now let's also give this thing some padding. Now padding exists between the content and the border. So I just explained the box model when we were discussing the basics of CSS. So I hope you remember that. So for padding, there are 4 parameters actually. The right, top, left, and bottom. So you can define your padding something like this. You could go 13 pixels, 13 pixels, 13 pixels, and 20 pixels. Now these are just very arbitrary numbers. But what I want to explain is that this first part will mean that there's 13 pixels of padding from the top, and then we move in a clockwise fashion. So this is on the right, this is in the bottom, so 13 pixels of padding in the bottom, and 20 pixels of padding on the left. Now you could also say this really easily if you want to give equal amounts of padding, suppose. Now this means that there will be 13 pixels of padding on the top and bottom, and this second part would mean that there's 13 pixels of padding on the left and the right. And if you just put one digit, that means there's 13 pixels of padding all around it. Now let's go and put these different paddings around lorem ipsum. Now it looks much neater. We can also put a margin, so let's put a margin, and the margin also works in the same way. So suppose you were to say 5 pixels, that means it would give a 5 pixel margin all around your content. If you were to put, say, 10 pixels and 20 pixels, this means that 10 pixels of margin on the top and bottom and 20 pixels of margin on the left and right. And there's also another keyword that I want to make you aware of, and that is auto. So what auto does is it gives equal amounts of margin however you specify it. So out here it'll give 10 pixels of margin on the top and bottom and equal amounts of margin on the left and right. So let's see how that works. Yep, so that's how it changed it. Now that was all about the box modeling. So let me just remove this part from the HTML, and let's remove this part from the CSS. Now as you guys can see, I have this ordered list out here. First of all, let me reload the page. Now I have this ordered list out here which shows us all the types of styles and weights and sizes that I'm going to be showing right now, and this will include a lot of the units that we discussed, like ems, points, pixels and percentages. So let's move ahead. So to select these, I'll be using these IDs. So let me just remember the first 4 IDs is normal, italic, oblique and small cap. So let's go ahead and create them. So firstly, let's select our normal ID and say what are we going to try and show here is font style. So all you have to say is font style is normal. So normal basically means that the font style will be normal instead of something bolded. Then I think we had italic, so you go font style italic. Then we also had oblique, so we go font style oblique, and we also had small caps. So let me just see that again. Yep, it's small cap. So you go small cap, and what are we trying to show in small cap is the font variant. So font variant small caps. So let me just reload and see how that changed stuff. Okay, so font style normal just stays normal, while italic and oblique are almost similar. Then in font variant small caps, this is how it would look like, where the first letter has a bigger font size and the rest have a smaller font size, but everything is in capital. And next is the font weight. So let's see the IDs. It's normal, bold, bolder. So let's go with that now. So firstly we have normal. So font size is the size, or weight, it's weight. So font weight will be normal. Next part is bold, bolder, lighter. Okay, so we select bolder like that. We go font weight is bolder, and we can say again, let's what's after bolder, it's bold. Okay, so W bold, and you go font weight is bold. Let's see how that changes stuff. So yeah, bold is bold, and font weight bolder is slightly more bolder, while font weight normal is absolutely normal. Right, time for some more. So the next is the font size, which goes from extra large, large, medium, small, extra, extra small. So let's do that. So first is extra, extra large, and this is the font size that we're talking about. So it's extra, extra large. There's also extra large. So extra, extra large looks something like this, while only extra large looks something like this. Fine. Then we also have large. So font size will be large. So that's font size large. Next we have medium, small and extra, extra small. So medium, small and extra, extra small. So this is going to be font size medium, this is going to be font size small, and this is going to be font size extra, extra small. So let's see how that changes stuff. So this is extra, extra small, this is small, and this is medium. Now the next thing that we're going to see is how points work. So our size is going to be 25 points. So instead of just doing that, let me just change extra, extra small. And let's say it's 25 points. You should remember that 1 point is around 2 inches. So that's how font size extra, extra small would look like if it was 25 points. Then we could also say the font size is 150%. So that shows us how percentages works, where 100% means the current font size. Look at it change, and that's how 150% means. The next thing that we want to show is line height. So let's say, what is the ID? Let me just check the ID. So the line height IDs are line normal, height 25 points. So let's just select one, line normal, and this is going to have a line height of normal. Let's put a semicolon, save it up, and that's how line height normal is. That is the normal line height. Now you could say your line height is 25 points, and that's how it would change. Also, you could say your line height is around 25 EM or just 5 EM, let's say that. And that's how it would change even more with EM, with 1 EM being the constant font size that we are using. Or you could say line height is 200%. That is basically twice of what our line height or font is. So that's how it would change, right? So that was all about text styling. Now let's move ahead and see how positioning and stuff takes place in CSS. So for positioning, I have again gone ahead and created this page3.html. So in here we will be including a CSS page called page3.css. So let's go ahead and create that. First of all, we have to set this to CSS, save it as page3. And let's get started. So first of all, we have three types of positioning in CSS: absolute, fixed, and relative. So first of all, I'm going to show absolute positioning to you guys. Now before I show absolute positioning, let me just show you guys how text and stuff can be centered first of all. So let's start doing some random CSS. So first of all, we are going to target this ID called container. So let's go hashtag container. And let's go to background, some random color. So for color picker, we just go color picker. Let's give us this background. Go OK. That's the background we chose. Let's also give it some borders. Border will be 2 pixels, solid and black. We can also set up a border radius. So border radius gives you a curved border. So you could say border radius is around 5 pixels, let's say. Now let me just open up the HTML file that is concerned at this moment. So this is page 3. Okay, so this is with some CSS. Now let me just uncomment that CSS first. So this is what our page would look like without any sort of CSS. Now this is what it looks like with the CSS that we just included. Now to make you aware of how box radius works, let me just uncomment that first. Let's comment it out. So box radius should not work, and we should get, yeah, now if you see, let's zoom in out here. You see that this border is pointed. Suppose we don't want that to happen. Let's remove that first, and let's uncomment this, save it, let's reload, and now we have this slight little curved border which looks much neater. Okay, now we can also center stuff. So a neat way to do that is, let me just show it to you. Let's take this part called centered. Now to center it, let me just give it a first background to make it look different. So this background will be, let's say, 89 CFF0. So that's our color. Let's see what our color looks like. So that is the color that we are gonna center. Now let's say our width is gonna be, we can set the width of elements like this. So you say width is 50%. And then you go margin is going to be auto. So what does auto do? It'll put an equal margin on all sides. Let's reload our page. Yep, and now it's centered. We can also center without actually centering the element. We can just center the text by just saying text, align, and center. Fine. Now that will remove the background and just keep the text out here. So that's exactly what we wanted, and that's how you align your text. Okay, now let's move ahead with absolute positioning. Now, absolute positioning means positioning based on the document itself, which means this whole web browser. So a browser is basically the document that you are actually manipulating. So it's called document object manipulation, if you've heard of that term. So let's go ahead and let me just show you how absolute positioning works. So first of all, we have this element called top left, and we're going to try and put it on the top left. So let's select that first. So you go top left. Now let's give it a background. Okay, that'll going to be the background. Let's also give it a border. So let the border be 1 pixel, solid and black. Let's say now to position something with absolute positioning, all you have to say is position is absolute. Now let's also keep the width around 200 pixels and the height also around 200 pixels. Let's save it. Let's see how stuff changes. Let me just zoom out. Yeah, so that is our element. So this is what top left and bottom right is going to look like. Now we are going to try and select this element and put it in the bottom right of this parent. So let me just show you how that is done. So to select that, I've already created an ID for it and it's called bottom right. Let me give it a background of white, and you say the position is absolute. Now we want to change the position to actually inside the element, so we have to say it's going to be 0 pixels from the bottom and also 0 pixels from the right. So since it has absolute positioning, it's going to position this inside of this. So first of all, let's give it a background of white and also make the color black. Right. And now we have this right where we want it. Now there's also something called the Z index. So Z index is what comes first on your screen basically. So if you have multiple things that are stacked on top of each other with absolute positioning, the one with the most Z index will be the one that is shown on top. So you could set a Z index like this and say the Z index is 5. So anything with a Z index of 4 will actually come underneath this thing, right? So that was all about absolute positioning. Now let's go ahead and do some fixed positioning. So for fixed positioning, we have this ID called fixed, which contains a paragraph saying I'm staying right here. So let's select that first. Let me just remove all this stuff so that it's not cluttered anymore. Let me reload the page, save it, reload it, and that's how. So I'm staying here. First of all, this is what is going to change. Fixed positioning, right? Is that what we called it? Fixed position, okay. Now first of all you have to say is position is going to be fixed. Now let's make it more prominent by giving it a background of black and a text color of white. So let's see, this has become black and position is fixed. Whatever I do, if I'm scrolling, it just stays there. It doesn't really matter what I do to this thing. Okay, so that was all about fixed positioning. Now the next thing that we're going to see is relative positioning. So for that I already have 2 elements created. So let's say these are the divs, which says this is going to be relative. So relative positioning, as I was just saying, is positioning based on the relative position of the element. So let me just show you. So relative 1. Now let's give it a background first. So let's just select some color. Let's make this green out here. Okay, that's gonna be our color. Let's give it a border of 1 pixel, solid black, and let's say the height is going to be around 100 pixels. Now we're going to select another element and position it relative to this element. Okay, so that is this element right out here is going to be relative to. So to set something with the position of relative, all we have to say that the position is relative, and the rest of the CSS is just arbitrary. So let's say left, not padding left. So you want to position it somewhere left of it, and the positioning is going to be relative. So 20 pixels from the original positions, 20 pixels to the left from the original position, I mean. And you could say from the top it would be around 30 pixels. You could also say negative 30 pixels to move it the other way around. Let's give it a background. I'm already given it the background. Okay, let's give it a background of yellow. So you say background equals yellow, and you could also give it a border and say 1px solid blue. Let's get a blue background. Okay, so this relative layout is going to be positioned relative to this thing. Fine, let's just reload and see. Yep, and that's how relative positioning works. Now this might just not look neat at this moment, but I'm trying to drive a point home. Fine. Okay, now let me just see if I have dog.jpg. Okay, there's a PNG file called Edureka. So let me just show you something cool. First of all, let me just remove everything from here. Okay, so now that our things are less cluttered, and me just rename this now to the image that is already there. So edureka.png and edureka.png. Fine, let's save this. Let's see what our page looks like now. So this is what it looks like. Now you can float stuff like images to the left and right. So let's just select the image tag, and suppose you say float them to the right. These will float everything to the right. Now that's how you position stuff or images with the float tag. So I guess that was all about positioning of stuff. Now let's move ahead. Okay, so in this part we are going to be learning about overflows. So for overflows, what we can do, let's go back to page2.html, and we have this text out here, or this unordered list, and this list is pretty big. Right, first of all, let's open up a new page, or rather let's open up okay, wait, let me just close these out. So let's save this as page2.css, or rather let's just call it something new. First of all, let's set this to CSS. Right, let's save it, and let's call it overflow. Now what I want to show you guys is something really cool. So let's select the ordered list. So that's what we're going to select. Let's say it has width of around 100 pixels. It has some padding from the top, right, so let's get some padding of 10 pixels and 10 pixels all around rather. Let's give it a margin of 100 pixels and auto, so I'll bring it right to the center. Let's see, so it was page 2 that we're fiddling around with. So this is page2.html. Now let me just replace this with overflow.css. Let's see now. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. Now if you see, to scroll through this list is quite cumbersome because you have to actually scroll like this. Let's give it a background also. Background is going to be black, as I just love black, and the color of our font is going to be white. See how that changed? Yep, so this is what it looks like. Now what if you do and say max height is equals to 500, or rather only 200 pixels. Yeah, so that doesn't really do much. So if you say overflow is auto, you get a scrolling bar. Or you could say overflow is scroll. Let's remove this max height. Now you see we have these little scroll bars out here, and that's what exactly overflow does. It's basically shows us the items and you can scroll through them. Yeah, basically like that. So if you were to say that the width is only suppose 50 pixels, let's say, make this even smaller. Yeah, so that's how now you have this little scroll bar that lets you scroll through stuff. So that's how overflow works. Okay, now let's look at some pseudo selectors or some pseudo classes that we can select and style. So first of all, let me open up the page that is going to be responsible for that. So we have this page out here that I've created. Now it also has some new tags that you might be seeing. These are some HTML5 tags. So header tag, nav tags, and then the main tag. These are just some new tags that you see in HTML5, and you can also target them through CSS3. So targeting them is pretty easy, but what I want to show is something pretty cool. Let's save it first. Let's create a new page. Let's call it CSS. Right, so let's save this first as page5.css. Okay, so now it's time to practice some more CSS, and we'll be doing it on this page that I've created. So this page is kind of a big page, to be honest. It has quite a lot of paragraphs, quite a lot of links, a few images also, I guess. And they use a lot of the HTML5 tags that have been newly introduced, like the header tag, the nav ID, or the nav tag, the main tag. We have section tags, and a lot of other tags like these. Now these tags can also be selected with the help of, let's say, CSS3. That's what we are learning. Okay, now let me just remove this part because we won't be needing that. Now let's go ahead and save our content, and let me just show you what this actually looks like on the web page. So let's go ahead and open up page 5, and this is what it looks like on a web browser rather, without any CSS attached to it. So let's transform this thing with the help of some CSS. So firstly, we've created this page called page5.css, and we've already attached it to this page out here with the link tag and the href attribute. Now let's get started. So first of all, let me just actually make use of some pseudo selectors. So we have already discussed pseudo selectors while going over the basics. Now let me just show you how they work. So a hover is going to target all the A links while we are hovering over them. Now when we are hovering over them, we want the background to become black and text to become white. Right, so let's save it, let's reload. Now if we hover over these, the background becomes black and the text becomes white. Right, now the same thing can be done with a lot of other selectors, like this is active. So when you click on a link, that means it's going to turn like that. So let's save it, let's reload our page first of all. Now you see when we hover, nothing happens, but once we click it, it becomes that black and white kind of thing. Right, we can also do this for visited, and that will actually change the link once it's been visited. So if we go and do this, open link in new tab, well, it's not working out here, but if there was actually a database connected, you would actually see this to them. Now suppose we want to select our body. Let's give it a background first of all. Get out the color picker. Let's give it a nice green background. Okay, and that's going to be our background for the body. Now we also have a div with the ID of wrapper. So let's go ahead and select that first. So we say wrapper. Now let's give it some CSS. So we're going to say margin is going to be 0 and auto. Now whenever you say 0, you do not need to actually specify the units. So we can just do that. We'll give it a background color of white. Then we'll give it a width of around 800 pixels. We'll give it a height of around 1000 pixels. Okay, now let's save that and let's see what it looks like now. So this is what it has turned to. Now we can also do some more stuff. So let's select some HTML5 elements like the header tag, and let me just show you that CSS still works as we want it to. So let's give it some simple padding, around 0 pixels on the top, 0 pixels on the right, and we want to give some 10 pixels on the bottom and 0 pixels on the left too. See what changes. Now we got that little change. We can also select stuff like with the IDs as I just showed you. Now let's select the navigation, which has the ID of horse nav. Let me just check if I'm right. Yep, it's called horse nav with the N being capital. Now we can say stuff like, so there's also the display attribute. This shows how elements will be displayed. Now they can be blocked or inline block, which means it'll be converted into an inline element. Now we could say display is blocked. And you could just give it some background just to make it more apparent. So let's give it a background color of black and make the color white. Let's see. Yep, that's how it's selected. Now you can also give pseudo tags like this one out here, like visited, to IDs too. So let's say once we're hovering over the nav bar, we want this to happen. So let's save it. Now if we only hover over it, will the change happen? So that's how that works. Now let's go over and see some word spacing. Now word spacing is used for mostly specifying the words. So let me just remove some stuff from here. First of all, let's remove all this. Right, let's remove the header tags, and we just need this part where we have all these paragraphs. So I'll be targeting the first paragraph to show you all word spacing. So it's going to be this one out here, right here. Fine, let's save it. Go ahead here, reload the page. Now this is what it looks like. Let's remove everything that we have already created, and let's just select para 1. I hope that's what it was called out here. So it is called para 1 indeed. Now we can go word spacing and just say, let's give it 10 pixels between the words. Right, so the spacing between these words in this paragraph should change now. Now that we've saved it, let's go ahead and reload. So yeah, now you can see that the word spacing for this out here is much more different. Now we can also do letter spacing the same way. So let's select paragraph 2 for that. So for letter spacing, all we have to say is letter spacing, and then we could say something like 10 pixels. Now this will specify the letters and how they're spaced. Now you can see it looks, this horrible thing is having 10 pixels of letter spacing. It also put some word spacing into this, so let's see how that looks like. Let's put word spacing of 20 pixels and make this even more ugly. Yep, so that's what it would look like with word spacing and letter spacing. So that was just for experimentation purposes, and you can use that whenever you feel free to. Okay, so another property that I want to make you all aware of that is in CSS is the clear property. So the clear property makes sure that nothing actually appears before it. So in this case, the footer tag, which is right about here, which says only the copyright part. Now it is shown here. This is the footer tag that we are talking about. So we want to say something like, let's say, so you can say clear and both. So that's how you specify clears. Okay, so let's give it a background color of black. Let's also say the color of the text will be white, just to make it a bit more prominent. Yeah, so nothing actually appears before that. So that's how you use clear now. So there's also style types, also list style types. So let me just see. We have these lists out here, first of all, which says random 1, 2, 3, random 1, 2, 3. Now let's say, first of all, let's convert this into an unordered list. So find all, let's gonna replace that with unordered list. Right, I just want to show it with unordered list first. So let's say, let's select all the ULs and let's say list style is gonna be none. Now if you see out here, we have these bullet points and now we don't. Okay, so you can also do these with ordered lists. So let's go back and let's do control and UL, find all. Let's select them, let's make them OLs, ordered lists. Let's see. Now OL doesn't work with list type none, if you just realized. Now we can do something like alpha, lower alpha. So let's see that, how that works. Okay, so for lower alpha, we have to say list style type. Please remember that, that was my mistake right now. Okay, if you have to select the OLs again. Now you see that we have these list types that is saying with small caps. Now there are other stuff like lower Latin, there's also lower Latin, so let me just show you what that looks like. Save it. Okay, that doesn't really change because I don't think I have Latin installed, but we can also go Greek. There's a bunch of stuff that you can do. It's pretty fun. So I have Greek installed, now it goes alpha, beta, gamma instead of ABC. And that's how you can change stuff. You can also change the position of the list style. So list style position, you could say outside. So let's see what that means. And doesn't really change much out here, but that's one of the properties that I just wanted to show. Okay, now you can also place contents before an element. So let me just show you how to do that. Let's clear all of these things now. So let's say we want to select par1 and say, so this is going to be a pseudo selector again. So you say after, you say content, and your content is gonna be, let's say, at the rate. So all these at the rates are gonna be before this little thing out here. So let me just show you the change. Yep, so since we said after, it has all these at the rates after, but if we say before, this is how it'll change. So now it's all before them. Right. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how we can use the nth child element. So for that, we're going to select our UL again. Actually, let me go ahead and delete everything first of all. Okay, so let me create another HTML boilerplate, and this is going to be called list. First of all, let's say we have an unordered list with a bunch of list items. So LIs all around. Let me just copy that down and paste it a few times. Right, so now we have all these list items here. Let's just fill them up with some random text. Okay, so let's just say something random like cats. So let's save this, let's go out here. Now we have these things called cats. Okay, so what if we want them to have alternate paragraphs? I mean alternate background colors. So first of all, let's go ahead and select the LIs and give them a background. Let's say this gray color that I have selected, F7, F7, F7. Now you see we have, okay, this doesn't seem to be working. LIs. Looks like I've deleted my link tag, that's why the CSS was not working. So let's see. Now we have that. Okay, so first of all, let's go back and change this to F7, 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 right? This will give it this gray color that you see out here. Let's also give it the width of around 360 pixels, so that'll bring it there. Let's also give it a margin of 100 pixels from the top and equal on the side. Let's bring it to the center. Right, now suppose you want to say li nth child, and you could say something like 2n. So this will select all the even childs, and you could say they have a background color of white. So let's see how that changes things for us. Now you see that all these things out here have an alternating background color where it's gray, white, gray, white, gray, white, and that's how you select all the even childs. Now you can also select the first child by saying first child. For that we do not really need this to_n counter, and now only the first is black. You could also say last child, and now the last will be white. And that's how stuff changes with CSS. Okay. Now you can also change the first line, so let's go ahead and change our HTML up a bit. So let's create a paragraph, and it's gonna have some lorem ipsum in it. So let me just show you something really cool. Let's delete all of this stuff. Let's select our paragraph, and we're gonna say the pseudo selector called first line, and let's say text transform uppercase. So let's reload that. First of all, let me just comment this out just to show you what the page looks like without any CSS. So this is our page without any CSS, and let me uncomment this now, save it, and there you go. The first line has been completely made uppercase. Now instead of first line, you could also say last line, and that will transform the last line to uppercase. You could also say something like first letter. And okay, so just to show you that it does indeed work, let me just reload this without any CSS first. Okay, now you see that the lorem ipsum begins with a lowercase l. Now let me just uncomment this out, save it, and now you see that the first thing is a capital. You could also change it to say stuff like text size, or rather font size, and say around 100 pixels. Now the first letter will be 100 pixel big, and that's how you can do stuff like that. Okay, so another thing is you can also change the pointer or the cursor. So let's see, when you're hovering over a paragraph, let's say P and hover, first of all we want the background to become black, we also want the color to become white, and we want the cursor to become pointer. So let's see, so when you're hovering over it, it becomes this hand-like thing, and when you go out, it comes back to normal. So that's how you can change the cursor also. Now let me show you all something called a box shadow first of all. So let's remove this cursor part. So without the cursor, it looks something like this. Let's remove the hover tag so that's always there. Right. Okay, now let's also change this to that gray color that I really like, and let's also change this to black. So this is what it looks like now. Let's give it a width of around 400 pixels. So this is what it looks like. Now let's also center it so that I can show you some cool stuff. So margin, let's say 0 and auto. So this is going to center it from the top of the screen. Now that it's centered, okay, so this is what our thing looks like. Now suppose we were to give it a border. So borders are really neat. So 2px solid black. So this is what a border looks like. But there are other stuff also, like a box shadow. So this is how box shadow works. Takes 3 parameters, so one is z, x, and y axis, and not really in that order, it's x, y, and z axis, and then it also takes a color. So let me just show you how that happens. So suppose we say 0x, 0y, and let's say 3 pixels on the z axis, rather 5 pixels to make it more prominent, and then it takes an RGBA of 0. We want to make it really invisible, so 0.5. So that gives it a half opacity. Now you can see this really neat little shadow going all across our content. So that is what box shadow does. It's a neat little trick for when you don't want to use a border or something like that. Now other than borders, there's also outline. Let's say an outline is black in color. So outline completely negates our box shadow, and you could also say outline equals none. So let's remove that now because box shadow looks really neat. Yep. Okay, so now let's talk about text decorations. So since we have some text already going up, let's decorate it. Now there are a few kinds of text decoration that I want to show. So the text decoration, let's say, so first say is line through. Just put a line through all of the content, so now it's all strike through. You could also say something like overline or underline. So let's see that underline will underline our text. Yep. and overline, as you might have guessed. Well, overline our text. Now everything has a line on top of it. Fine. Now we can also set the visibility of our text, or any other tag, to be honest. Visibility. So let's check out all the other visibilities that are there. So to do that, always go on Google and type visibility and CSS, and let's see the visibility property and how it goes. So you must understand that knowing everything in CSS is kind of impossible, so you should always have a go-to or a backup. So my backup is normally W3 School, and they have everything regarding CSS and its properties. These are all the properties that you want to go through, and I'm mostly going through the most important ones in this tutorial that you may use in your day-to-day projects and topics. But sometimes you might need the rare ones like counter reset, empty cells, flex spaces, and all these stuff. And you can always go back to W3 Schools and go through them. Now you can say visibility is visible or something like that, and it should make it visible. Yeah, right. So that was all about the miscellaneous types of CSS that we were handling. Now let's go ahead and see some gradients and how we can create some beautiful gradients using CSS. Okay. Now before we move on to gradients, let me just show you some white spaces or some more text transformations. Right. So I already showed you all these text transformations. There's capitalize, there's lowercase, there's overline, line through, uppercase, and underline. Now capitalize will just capitalize it, so I don't think I'm going to show that to you guys. Now let's close these two pages out here. Let's create our new CSS file, and first of all let's set this to CSS. Let's save it, and let's say it's going to be page6.css. Now out here, if you see, we have a bunch of white spaces, right? Now let's see how you can handle white spaces using CSS. So there is this thing called the ID called whitespace pre. I think that's exactly what it's called, whitespace pre. Yep. Let's select that, and you could say whitespace is pre. Let's see how that changes stuff. So first of all, let me load up page 6 for you guys. Right, let's remove the CSS, save it, let's reload it again, and what we are actually targeting is this part. White space will be preserved. Right, so white space will be preserved. Now go ahead, uncomment that, save it, and let's reload. Now see, the white spaces that are in the HTML is preserved. Now white spaces can also be handled in other ways, so there are two things that I want to show. So let's select this thing called never wrap, right, and we say that the white space is going to be no wrap. So let's see how that works. So first of all, this is what we are actually targeting, this lorem ipsum part out here, and it's somewhat like this, and let's see how it changes now. And now you see that it goes completely out to here, so no wrap, it doesn't wrap it around. So you also have pre-wrap. So let me just show you how that works. So I'm going to be targeting this part out here with these weird kind of white spacing. So let's see, preserve wrap. So with preserve wrap we go pre-wrap out here, and that's the property. So let's see, yep, lorem ipsum and the wrap has been preserved. Okay, now you can also set up the direction. So let me just show you how that's done. So we're going to select these two things out here, left, right, and right, left. So hash left, right, and also control C, and let's make this right, left. Fine, let's remove all this stuff for now, and let's remove everything before right, left too. Now that we've removed that, let's remove this. Let's save it. Let's see. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now, and all you have to say is direction is L to R, so that means left to right. Now here you say direction is RTL. Let's see how that changes stuff. So I prefer right to left, and I prefer left to right, so that's how it's working. Fine. So that was all about white spacing and directions. Now let's move on to gradients and animations. So this is going to be the last part and the most interesting part in my opinion. So gradients are those beautiful backgrounds you see on most websites, and to generate your gradient you can always use this thing called a gradient generator. So this gradient generator out here is a really nice gradient generator. You have to select the direction and you select the ending colors. So I've already selected a gradient out here. It's going to create this gradient. Now let's see. Go to page 7. Right. Now let's select the body tag. Let's close this off. Let's close this off. I want to save this. And let's create a new page first of all. And this is going to be our CSS. So we'll save it and say page 7. Right. Now we select our body and just paste in. So let me just explain how this happens. So there's a linear gradient and there's also another thing called radial gradient. So I'll just show you that. Now this takes in a few parameters. The first is to the right, that's the direction, and this is how the colors will change. So let's just see how that works. So first of all, let me comment this out. Let me just open page 7 for you. Now if you see, it's going to be a blank page. Okay, this is the gradient. I'm sorry. Let me save that. Right, so this is what it looks without a gradient, and you already saw what it looks with a gradient, but let me just show it to you again. This is what it looks with a gradient. Now you can also set the background with other stuff like image. So for that you go URL and you can paste in the URL. So let's go and search for a beautiful image. I really like Dragon Ball Z, so Goku Super Saiyan 3. So that should be a good image to save as a background. So let's see, this looks like a really nice image. So you go here. Let me just save this image as. So this is going to be Goku, and it's going to be saved in desktop and in CSS tutorial. It's going to be goku.jpeg. Right, so you could say goku.jpeg. Right, now that's saved, let's go back to our page and it should have a picture of Goku. Okay, so that didn't work. I think I got something wrong. Let's go and analyze that. So open up our CSS tutorial. Okay, so it's a JPG file and not JPEG, so that was our mistake. Small mistake, nonetheless. And now we have this picture of Goku. Now you can also set the background repeat. Let's close this off. Say background repeat, and you could say no repeat, and it will not repeat the background anymore. Or you could say background repeat is gonna be. Let's check out all the background repeats that are actually available. Now background and repeat. So if you go into background repeat and see the properties, you can just try it yourself. So you can repeat it according to the y-axis, you can repeat it according to the x-axis. So let's see how that works. So repeat x. So if we say that, I think it should repeat it on the x-axis like it was, or you could repeat it on the y-axis. I don't think that'll show up out here, but let's see. Yep, it's now repeating on the y-axis. So that's how background repeat also works. So we've covered that too. Now we've also covered the gradients. Now it's time we do some radial gradient. Now if you remember, let me just go back to the gradient part. So if you have a radial gradient, all you have to say is that it's a radial gradient out here. And a radial gradient doesn't really need direction because it's going to be radial. Save it. Page, and let's reload it. Okay, now we have a radial gradient. Now you see all these lines going in, but if I just zoom out, you can see that it starts from the center and it spreads out where it's white on the sides and white on the sides. So that's how radial gradients work. Okay, so now that we've covered the gradients, let's go into animation. So I think animation is the most interesting thing that you can do with CSS. So we have selected the div. So first of all, let's give the div a border. So this border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and black. Now let's give it a background to begin with. Let's say it's going to be of red. Now this is how you do animations in CSS. Okay, so before animations actually, let me show you how you can move this thing around. Fine, so there are some stuff that I want to show you guys. So let this be. Let me just show you what this looks like. So let me give this a width. First, it's going to be around 100 pixels, or rather 200 pixels. And the height will also be 200 pixels. Now let's see. Okay, we have this div out here. Let's make it a little bigger. Give it 500 and 500. Save it. Yep. Let's also make this much more prominent. Let's give it a 10 pixel background. I mean a 10 pixel border. And now you see we have a really prominent square out there. Now let's try some really interesting stuff. So let's say div, and when we hover over the div, you want to scale this. So scale, and let's say we want to scale. Okay, so that's not how you scale. First you say transform, and how do you want to transform? You want to scale it, and you want to scale it twice. So when we hover over it, it should scale twice. Let's reload, and as you see, it's scaling twice. Now we can also transform some other stuff like this. So we can rotate. So we can say rotate 45 degrees. Let's see. When I hover, it's rotating 45 degrees. You can also skew it. So skewing is how it works. Let's see. You can skew it 20 degrees to the x-axis and 10 degrees to the y-axis. Save it, and this is how it gets skewed. This is how skewing works. You can also translate stuff. So let me show you how translation works. So translate, and let's say you want to translate at 20 pixels and 20 pixels. So let's see. Hover over it and it translates a little. Let's translate it around 120 pixels just to make it more clear. 120 and 120. Let's save that. Let's reload this, and you see that now it's translating so much, right? So that's how translate works. Okay, now that I've showed you scale, rotation, skewing, and translate, let's see, we can also set up the transitions. So with transitions you can set up a lot of stuff. So now that we're done with transitions, let's go ahead and see some animation. So for animation, I'm going to be actually targeting this div out here. So let's actually style this div. I've given it the width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels, and a background of red, and a border of 3 pixels, solid and black, let's say, right? Let's see what that looks like. Now that's what it looks like. Fine. Let's zoom in a bit. Now all we need to do is actually set up some keyframes. So we do that by saying keyframes. Now we name our keyframes. Let's call it anime, and we have to set up actually what it will look like at different points in time. So we do that by saying 0%, and it'll have, let's say, a background color of red, and then it'll move. So we want to move it in the square. So let's say it'll be not padding, rather there'll be 0 pixels from the left, and from the top it's going to be 0 pixels. Let's save that, copy that down. Let's paste that a bunch of times. Now what I want to say is this is going to be 25, this is going to be 50, it's going to be 75, and this is going to be 100. Let's save that. Let's change their colors. So this is going to be yellow first, then changes to green, some pretty basic colors, blue then, and in the end we'll change it to red. So that brings us back to the original position. Let's first also move it by 300 pixels, then let's move it 300 pixels both ways. Now it's only going to move 300 pixels this way, and in the end it comes back to the original position. Now to use this keyframes animation, we have to give this animation name. It's going to be using the animation with the keyframes name anime. Now we can say the animation delay is going to be 2 seconds. You can also say how many times it's going to be iterating. So you can say that by 100. Let's save that. Okay, so our animation is not working because we haven't set the positioning. So now let us just save this, and let's say our position is going to be relative. Let's save that. Let's uncomment our animation. Now you see that our animation will work as we intended it to. So after 2 seconds our animation starts working, and this will just keep going on and on. Now if you want to actually repeat that animation, there's a way you can do that, and that is with the animation iteration count. Let's say you want to iterate it 100 times. Let's reload, let's wait for 2 seconds, and voila, our animation will keep going on and on and on. So that's how you animate stuff with CSS, guys.
So what is JavaScript? Now the first thing that pops into your head is probably it is Java. So guys, let me tell you that JavaScript has absolutely nothing to do with Java. So why was it named JavaScript? Well, it was sort of a marketing strategy. When JavaScript was first released, it was called Mocha. It was later renamed to LiveScript and then to JavaScript when Netscape and Sun did a license agreement. Now let's not get into the details of that. Now what is JavaScript? In simple terms, JavaScript is a language of the web. So basically every browser, PC and mobile phone understands JavaScript. It's like a universal language. So what is JavaScript used for? It is used to make web pages more interactive. Let me tell you that majority of websites use JavaScript, and all major web browsers have a JavaScript engine to execute it. Another feature is that it's an interpreted language, which means that it doesn't have to be compiled like languages such as C and Java. This makes it a lot easier for us because we can just run our code and we don't have to run it through a compiler. Now, another important feature of JavaScript is that it is mainly a client-side scripting language. Thanks to JavaScript frameworks, you can now run JavaScript even on the server side. So let me tell you a few more things about JavaScript. So where does JavaScript run? JavaScript runs on a browser. So all you need to do is open up your Google Chrome or your Internet Explorer and start running your JavaScript. All right. So how do these browsers run JavaScript? So these browsers have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. Now this engine will just convert your JavaScript into machine language and then run the code. All right. Moving on, we all know that there are hundreds of programming languages, and new languages are being created every single day. And among these, there are very few powerful programming languages that bring about big changes in the market. And let me tell you that JavaScript is definitely one of them. JavaScript has always been in the list of popular programming languages, and developers are falling in love with this language. They practically use it everywhere. They use it on the web, mobile servers, applications, and even in IoT. Now, this is probably why it's the most popular language in the world. According to Stack Overflow, for the 6th year in a row, JavaScript has remained the most popular and commonly used programming language. Now let's look at a few common applications of JavaScript. So what can JavaScript do? JavaScript is known mainly for creating beautiful web pages and web applications. An example of this is Google Maps. So if you want to explore a region or a specific area in Google Maps, all you have to do is click and drag with the mouse. And what sort of language could do that? You guessed it, it's JavaScript. Next, JavaScript is also used in smartwatches. An example of this is the popular smartwatch maker called Pebble. Pebble has created Pebble.js, which is a small JavaScript framework which allows a developer to create an application for the Pebble line of watches in JavaScript. So a lot of developers have actually built smartwatch applications, features, and such things using the JavaScript. Up next, we have websites. Now, let me tell you that most of the popular websites like Google, Facebook, Netflix, and Amazon make use of JavaScript to build their websites. I think that's enough proof for why you should be learning JavaScript. Now, among other things like mobile applications, digital art, web servers, and server applications, JavaScript is also used to make games. Isn't that amazing? Now, we're all aware that the browser has not been a traditional games platform, but recently it has become a robust host for games. A lot of developers are building small-scale games and applications using JavaScript, and I'm sure all of you can do it too. It's quite simple. Now let's talk about some popular JavaScript frameworks, which are the most favored platforms for developers and business in today's time. AngularJS is Google's web development framework that has exploded with popularity in recent years. AngularJS provides a set of modern development and design features for rapid application development. Let me tell you that a lot of developers swear by this framework because it has a rapid development pace. Another top JavaScript framework is the ReactJs. It stands behind the user interface of Facebook and Instagram, showing off its efficiency in maintaining such high traffic applications. Despite the fact that React has a higher learning curve, it makes application development straightforward and easy to understand. It also performs very good in search engine optimization. So guys, by now all of you are aware that JavaScript is used as a universal scripting language in browsers, mainly on the client side. Using it on the back end to save time and build expertise is one of the major ideas behind the Meteor. So finally, front-end developers can also work on the back end comfortably with Meteor without switching context between Java, Python, PHP, and whatnot. So it basically gives the flexibility to use one language everywhere. I'm sure you all have heard of jQuery before. Whenever someone wants to extend their website or their application and make it more attractive and interactive, they make use of jQuery. Now, this library transforms the whole web into an entertaining experience. A fun fact about jQuery is that over 70% of the world's leading websites have something to do with jQuery. Companies like WordPress, Google, and IBM rely on jQuery to provide a one-of-a-kind web browsing experience. Now, anybody who's heard of JavaScript knows that it has something to do with HTML and CSS. So what is this relationship between these three? Now, let me put it down to you in simple words. Now, think of HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language, as a skeleton of the web. So basically, HTML is used for displaying the web. Next, CSS is like our clothes. We put on fashionable clothes to look better. Similarly, the web is quite stylish. It uses CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets, to look better or for styling purpose. Then there is JavaScript. Now, JavaScript puts life into a web page. Just like how kids move around using a skateboard, the web also motions with the help of JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically for interacting with the web. Now, before getting into the advantages of JavaScript, let's look at a few common websites that are built using the JavaScript and JavaScript frameworks. So we have Amazon, which is an e-commerce website. I'm sure all of you have shopped from here. Then there's PayPal, there is YouTube. We all are addicted to YouTube. There's eBay, Netflix, and Reddit. So guys, this is enough proof that JavaScript is a very important language. When such reputed companies and brands make use of JavaScript, it means that it has something really nice about it or something very advantageous about it. With this in mind, let's look at a few benefits of JavaScript. Now, it's quite easy to learn. In fact, it's one of the simplest programming languages. It does not have a strict syntax and it's totally readable. You don't have to be some hardcore programmer to learn JavaScript. Let me tell you that it is a weak type language, unlike the strong type programming languages like Java and C++, which have strict rules for coding. Now, the next feature is speed. Guys, it's all about being faster in today's world. And since JavaScript is mainly a client-side programming language, it is very fast because any code functions can run immediately instead of having to contact the server, send a request, get an acknowledgement, and then wait for an answer. All right. Now, JavaScript comes with a rich set of frameworks like Node.js, AngularJS, React, and there are hundreds of such frameworks. Earlier in the session, I discussed about how efficiently these frameworks are used to build web applications, server applications, and perform different tasks. JavaScript framework is one of the major reasons behind the popularity of JavaScript. Now, the next advantage is that it makes web pages more interactive. So guys, we are all attracted to beautifully designed and interactive websites, and JavaScript is the reason behind such attractive websites. Building such interactive websites not only makes the web prettier, it also attracts leads and customers to e-commerce websites. So like I mentioned earlier, JavaScript is an interpreted language that does not require a compiler because the browser interprets the JavaScript. So all you need is a browser to run JavaScript, and you can do all sorts of stuff in your browser without the pain of setting up environments, code editors, downloading compilers, and then learning how to use them. So instead of all of this, you can just open up your browser and start running JavaScript. So among many other advantages is the fact that JavaScript is platform independent. JavaScript is supported by all browsers like Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, Safari, etc. So any JavaScript enabled browser can understand and interpret JavaScript code, so you can run it on any platform. All right, so now that you have a good idea about what JavaScript is and how it works, let's get on with the coding part. I'm going to cover a few basic programming concepts of JavaScript, and these concepts are quite similar to the C language. So let's get started. So guys, let me tell you that every browser has a JavaScript engine, and we can easily write JavaScript code over here without any editors or tools. So this practice is not meant for real world applications, but I'll just quickly show it to you. All right. Open up your browser, Internet Explorer or Google Chrome will also do, and right click on the page, click on inspect. So this will open up the Chrome's developer page. All right. Now go to console. This is basically the JavaScript console. Now let's see how to run JavaScript on the browser itself. So let me just type a statement and then I'll explain what it does. Now basically this is a statement in JavaScript. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to log this message, hello world, onto the console. All right. So I'm going to log hello world onto the console. That's what this function does. Okay. Now this hello world is enclosed within brackets and within quotation marks. And in JavaScript, we always practice to terminate our statements with a semicolon. Now let's press enter. So here you can see that it's displaying hello world. All right. So this means that JavaScript works on a console. So this is how browsers are embedded with JavaScript engine so that they can run JavaScript code. Now to write JavaScript code, you require a code editor. You can choose from a variety of options like Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, and so on. But for today's demo, I'll be using the Visual Studio Code, but feel free to use whichever editor you want. Visual Studio Code is basically a simple, lightweighted editor. And guys, I'll leave a link in the description box. If you want to download the Visual Studio Code, you can go ahead and check the description box. All right, so I've already downloaded the Visual Studio Code. Now let's create a folder. Okay, we'll create a new folder to store the code that we'll be executing. So create a new folder. You can name it whatever you like. Now just drag this folder and drop it over here. All right. So here you can see the folder is created. Now we've got the folder open. Let's add a new file index.html to this folder. Now you don't need to know HTML to follow this tutorial. I'm just pasting a basic HTML code here. You don't have to care about this code. It's just for creating a simple web page. All right. Now over here, I'm just using a header in order to display JavaScript tutorial. And then within paragraph tags, I'm just displaying with Edureka. All right. You don't need to have a knowledge about HTML for this tutorial. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use this HTML page as a host for our JavaScript code. All right. Now make sure to save the changes. Now open up extensions tab over here. This is the extensions tab. Now search for live server. So guys, I've already installed the live server, but make sure you go ahead and install this right away. Live server is basically a lightweight web server that we're going to use to serve our web application. All right. Install this and restart your Visual Studio Code. Once you open Visual Studio Code, go to your index.html file. Okay. And right click on this, and now you can see this option open with live server. You're going to get this option only after you install live server, so make sure you do that first. So open with live server. Yeah, you can see this page, the HTML page is over here. Now you can even check the console from here. This is the JavaScript console. All right. So this will just open up your default browser and direct it to this address. All right. Now this address is where our application is served from. Okay, so here you can see the console as well. Now let's write our first JavaScript code. So go back to Visual Studio. Okay. Now guys, let me tell you that there are two ways of adding your JavaScript code in the HTML file. First of all, you need to know that your JavaScript code is always written in the HTML file, or it is at least linked to the HTML file. Okay. So like I said, there are two ways of adding your JavaScript code in the HTML file. Now the first is to use script tags in the body section and type your JavaScript code within this script tag. So let me show you how that's done. Now this is the body section. The body section starts here and it ends here. Okay. So you have to make sure that your script tags are within the body section. Now let's open script tags. Now in the first method, you're going to type your entire JavaScript over here. So within the script tags, you're going to type your entire JavaScript. So let's just type a simple line. So we executed this earlier. Let's just do that. Let's log a message to our console. All right. So let it be hello. We'll see if this works. Guys, don't forget to terminate a statement with a semicolon. All right. Now save the file and open up your browser. Here you can see that it's displayed hello. All right. This means it works. Now let's go and try the second method. Now in real world application, the JavaScript code will have hundreds and thousands of lines, and it is not a good practice to type your entire code over here. All right. So what we can do is we can open up a new file from the Explorer window. All right. Let's go here, open up a new file. Let's name it hello.js. All right. It's a JavaScript file. Now what we'll do is we'll copy this code and let's paste it over here. Now you have to reference this hello.js file in your HTML file. So how do you do that? Okay. So let's add an attribute over here. This attribute is src. All right. src stands for source. Now src equal to, within the quotation marks, we're going to write down the name of the JavaScript file. So hello.js is the name of my JavaScript file. Let's close the tags. Okay, wait, this is opened up again. Okay, yeah, let's close the tags. And this is the second way. So we're basically referencing hello.js from the HTML file. Okay, now let's save the changes here. And now let's check our browser. Yeah, you can see that it's printing hello. So both the methods work. So I hope you understood that there are two ways of adding your JavaScript code to your HTML file. The first way is to write the entire code within script tags. And the second way is to reference a JavaScript file in your HTML file. So guys, I hope you have a brief idea about how JavaScript works and how you can use your browser to run JavaScript. Okay, so now let's get on with our JavaScript fundamentals. I'm going to discuss variables, constants, and a few other concepts over here. Okay, so what are variables? Variable is a name given to a memory location which acts as a container for storing data. Now, what does this mean? Let's say that I want to define a variable called name and I want to store a name in it. Let's say the name is Edureka. Okay, so I'm going to declare a variable called name and I'm going to store Edureka in that variable. So name is the name of the variable and Edureka is the value of this variable. Okay, so what's happening here is a temporary memory location is assigned to the name variable and this name variable is going to contain a value which is Edureka. Okay, now let's perform this practically so that you understand it better, which is constants. So what are constants? Constants are fixed values that do not change during execution time. Now, there are times when we don't want the value of a variable to change because it might disrupt the whole workflow. In such situations, we make use of constants instead of variables. Okay. Now here you can see the syntax of constants. Now in order to declare a constant, you use the keyword const. All right, you use this keyword. Now let's practically do this and see how it works. All right, so I'm going to create a new file to do this. I'll name it constant. Okay. Now let's declare a variable. So for declaring a constant variable, make sure that you use const keyword. Okay. So I'm declaring a constant variable here. Now let's say it's pi. Okay, I'm going to assign a value to pi 3.14. Now what happens if you try to change the value of a constant variable? Let's try to do that. Okay, we change the value. Now let's log this to the console. Save the changes and make sure you change the path in the HTML file. So here it's still linked to variable.js. Change it to constant.js if you're creating a new file, that is. All right, now save the changes here as well. Now open up your browser. Here you can see type error assignment to constant variable. All right, this error is because we tried to change the value of the constant variable. It was declared as constant using the value 3.14 and then we try to change it to 3.12. That's why we have the error. So guys, you use constant variables only when you want to keep the value of a certain variable fixed. All right, it cannot change. So that's when you use constants. Okay, I hope you all are clear. Let's get on with our next topic. Okay, primitive data type. Now guys, there are different types of values that you can assign to a variable. All right, now in JavaScript we have two categories of data types. One is primitive data type and the other is reference data types. Now primitive data types include numbers, strings, boolean, null and undefined. Reference data type on the other hand includes objects, arrays and functions. All right, so now let's look at these primitive data types from Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to create a new file again. Give it any name you like. All right, so for this you'll have to define a variable. Now to define a variable you use the let keyword. This is the name of my variable. Now in this I'm going to store the value Harry Potter. All right, terminated with a semicolon. So guys, here it's a string because we are using quotation marks. We're enclosing the value within quotation marks. So the computer is going to consider this as a string. So even if I had, let's say if I have something like this, what do you think this is? Do you think this is a string or do you think it is a number? Okay, let's check. All right, now let's log this on our console and see. Let's log age as well as let's log name. Save the changes. Make sure you change the reference over here. All right, so it's constant. Let's change it to primitive. Save the changes here as well. Open up your browser. So it's displaying the two values. Okay, now let's check the type of these variables. type of age. It's a string. Even though it is 1 over here, it's still a string. Why is that? That is because we enclose this 1 within quotations. So whatever is enclosed within quotations is going to be considered as a string. All right, so we discussed numbers and strings so far. Let's look at Boolean. Let's define a variable called option. Okay. So basically, guys, a Boolean is used whenever there is a logical situation or a logic code that needs to be executed. So if a particular condition is met or if a particular condition is true, then the following code will be executed. In such situations, you make use of Boolean. And Boolean can have only two values, true or false. So this is a Boolean. Now the next type of data type is undefined. Now what is undefined? I'll show you. Let's define a variable height. Now let's log both of these variables and we'll see the type of these variables. Okay, so option, then let's also log height. Save your changes, open up your browser. Here you can see true and you can see undefined. Instead of printing anything, it says undefined. Why do you think that is? It's because we've defined height without initializing it at all. So we have not set it to any number or any value. That's why it's undefined. So this is an undefined data type. So if you don't initialize a data type, it's called undefined. Okay. Now the last one is null. Now let me show you an example. All right. So here I'm just defining a variable called iColor and I'm setting it to null. Now we use null whenever we want to explicitly clear the value of a variable. Okay, that's when we use null. So I hope you guys are clear with the primitive data types. Now let's move on to our next topic, arrays. So what are arrays? Arrays are basically used to store multiple values in a single variable. So if you have a list of items, let's say that you went shopping for some art supplies and you got a paintbrush, you got a canvas, you got some palette, you got pencils, and you got spray paint. Now you want to list these down in one variable. Now to understand this better, let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's execute some code. So add a new file called array. I'm going to define an array called shopping. All right. Now in order to define a variable, you'll have to use the let keyword and you'll have to use this square brackets over here. This is how you define an array. Okay. Now square brackets are because you have to store multiple values in an array. So an array is basically used to store multiple values of a single variable. Okay, so shopping is a variable. It has multiple values. Now let's define the values in the shopping variable. So the first value, let's say it's paintbrush. Now I'm going to add a comma and add another value. A comma is needed to separate two values. Okay, let's add color palette and canvas. Okay. So we have 3 items in our shopping list. Now let's just log this on the console. Save your changes. Make sure you change the path in the HTML file. Array. All right. Save it. Open up your browser. Now here you can see that it's displaying the entire array. Now guys, let me tell you that arrays are numbered from 0. So 0 is the first element, 1 is the second element, 2 is the third element. Even though there are 3 elements in the array, the number of the last element is 2. That's because you start numbering an array from 0. Okay. So guys, now how do you access an array element? Let's say you want to access color palette. You want to display color palette. How are you going to do that? Now, in order to do that, you are going to write the name of the array. And within square brackets, you're going to put the number of the array element. So if you want to display color palette, the number of color palette is 1. So you're going to type 1 over here. Okay. Close the parenthesis, semicolon, enter. See, it displays color palette. So this is how you access array elements. Okay. So if you want to access only one element, then just mention the number of that element and that element will get displayed. Now let's just play a little bit with arrays. Let's define a few other arrays. Let's see what else arrays can do. So let me show you another example. Now I'm defining an array called numbers. So guys, this is how you declare an array. You use the let keyword, name of the array equal to square brackets, and you terminate it with a semicolon. Okay. Now let's add array elements. So I'm going to randomly add some numbers. All right. These are my array elements. Now let's add two numbers and display them on the console. Okay, so how do you do that? So let's add one. Let's add this element and this element. All right. So how do you access this element? You just have to write the name of the array, open square brackets, and write the number of the array. 0 plus numbers at position 1. So you're basically adding 1 and 3. All right. Save the changes. Go to your browser. Here you can see the answer is 4. All right. Now let's try some other thing. Let's try to sort these elements. For that, you use a function called sort. Now sort is a predefined function. So this sort function is going to sort this array. All right. Save your changes. Let's look at the log. Yeah. So it's sorting this array in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Now we know that 6 is missing here. So let's add an element to the array. So how do you add an element to the array? So first you type the name of the array dot push. All right. Now push is a function which pushes an element to the array. All right. Now which element you want to push is going to be written within these parentheses. So 6, let's push. Okay. Now let's check the array. Save your changes, go to your browser. Now there are 7 elements. All right. So you can see 6 over here. Now guys, let me show you another example. Now with arrays in JavaScript, you can have variables with different data types in one array itself. So a single array can have variables with different data types. Let me explain this with an example. So I'm declaring an array called mix. All right. Now let's list out the elements of mix. So first I'm going to list out a string. Okay. Then a number. Then again a string. Okay, now let's log this to our console and see what happens. Okay, so this is the mix array. So here you can see that it has 4 elements. Let's check the type of the first element. How do you do that? So you write the name of the array and you open up brackets and you write the number of the array, which is 0. So this is a string, correct? Now similarly, let's check the type of the second element. This is a number. So now we know that within an array we can have variables of different data types. Okay. All right guys, with this we are done with arrays. Now let's look at our next topic. Now our next topic is objects. Now what is an object? An object in JavaScript is a lot like an object in real life. For example, let's consider a girl. Okay. Now this girl has a name, she has an age, she has eye color. Let's say her name is Emily, her age is 15 years old and she has brown eyes. So what did I just do? I basically declared an object, which was a girl, and I list down her properties, which is her name, her age, and her eye color. So girl is the object, name, age, eye color are her properties. So this is how an object works. Okay. Now what are objects? Objects are variables too, but they contain many values or many properties. Okay. And each property will have some value. Now let's look at this with an example. So guys, I'm going to create a new file called objects. Now how do you declare an object? So I'm going to declare an object called pen equal to, you're going to use curly brackets to define an object. Okay. As soon as you use these curly brackets, it means that you're creating an object called pen. Okay. And this object can store a lot of properties and each property will have some type. It's like key value pairs where key is a property, value is the value of that property. So let's say that this pen has, the first property of the pen is a type. Okay. So I'm going to write ballpoint. Now you separate different properties with a comma. Okay. Now the second property is probably the color, black. All right. Now let's define another property called cost. Now note that over here I haven't enclosed 10 in quotation marks because this is a number, it's not a string. Okay guys, remember that. So guys, also terminate this with a semicolon. Now what did I do here? I created an object called pen. This pen has 3 properties. Okay, the 3 properties are type, color, and cost. Now the property type has the value ballpoint. Similarly, the property color has the value black and the cost is 10. Okay. So this is how you define an object. So the object is a pen. It has 3 properties and values. What if I wanted to display the cost of this pen? I just want the cost of this pen, not the entire object. Okay, so how do you access an object? Now this is the syntax for accessing an object. Object name dot property name. Okay, now there is another way of accessing. This is known as the dot notation, and the other way is like this. Object name, you use square brackets within which you write the property name. All right, this is the other way. Now I honestly prefer the dot notation because I feel it's simpler. Okay, so now let's try to display the cost of the pen. Okay, so how do you do that? First you write the object name, which is pen, dot the property name, which is color. Sorry, then the property name, which is cost. Okay, now I want to display this, so I'm going to put this in the console.log function. I'm going to put this in the console.log statement. All right, now save the file. Make sure you change the reference in the index.html. So change this to objects. Save this. Open up your browser. Here you can see it's displaying 10. Okay, so that's how you access object properties. Okay, now let me show you another example of objects. Okay, so now let's define an object called Emily. Okay, now this object has a few properties. So properties and the value of those properties. Because it's a number, I'm not putting it in quotation marks. Then let's define cool, which is another property. Say she goes to DPS. Then there is class, let's say 10th standard. All right, now the next property is subjects. Now I have more than one subject. That means I have more than one value to this variable. Now how do I store more than one value in this variable? So guys, do you remember I spoke about arrays? Arrays are used to store multiple values of the same variable. So let's define this as an array. So this is how we define an array. Let's add physics. Now add comma after every value. So physics, then chemistry. Let's add biology. Let's add maths. So don't forget to terminate this over here. Now, I've typed out the wrong spelling for physics. Okay. So guys, let's say I want to display chemistry. How would I do that? So how would I do this? So like I said, first you're going to write the object name dot the name of the property. Name of the property is subjects. Now this is an array element. So in subjects, we're going to access the second element. All right, the number of the second element would be 1. Okay, now in order to display this, let's put it in this statement. Now save your file, open up Chrome. All right, there is an error. What exactly is the error? Okay guys, so the error is over here. I forgot to put a comma. So after every property, you're supposed to put a comma. So I forgot to put a comma here, and that was the error. Now let's save the file and let's open up our Chrome. So here you can see that it's displaying chemistry. Okay, so that's how it works. With this, we're done with the objects. Let's move on to our next topic. Now the next topic is functions. Functions are basic building blocks in JavaScript. It is basically a set of statements that perform some task. Now let's see this with a few examples. Let's go to our Visual Studio Code. Now let's add a new file. I'm going to name it function.js. So how do you define or declare a function? So in order to declare a function, you have to use the keyword function, space the name of the function. So let's say hello. All right. Now after this, you need to add parentheses. All right. And then curly braces. And within the curly braces, you're going to define the body of the function. Now let's just say that this is just logging some message on the console like hello. All right. Now I've created a function for this. Now let's call this function. So how do you do that? You write the name of the function with the parentheses and then you end it with a semicolon. Okay. Now save the changes. Make sure you add function over here in the HTML file. Save the changes here as well. Now here on the browser, you can see that it's printed hello. Okay. Now, what's the point of this function? Let's do something better. Okay, let's make a better function. Let's say we'll create a function for multiplying two variables. Okay, so let's say that we'll create a function for finding the product of two numbers. Okay, so for that you use a keyword function. I'm going to name my function product. Now within these parentheses, I'm going to declare two variables. Okay, now these variables are called parameters. So I'm going to pass two parameters to my function. Now let me get on with it. You'll understand it better. Now what this function is going to return is the product of A and B. So A star B. All right. Now let's call this function. So how do you call a function? Name of the function. And over here, you're going to pass the value to these variables. Now, these variables have not been given any value. Here, I just define these variables and they're just known as parameters. These variables are known as parameters. Okay. Now, let's pass some value to these variables. Let's pass 2 and 6. Okay. End it with a semicolon. Now, these values are known as arguments. Okay. So, when you call a function, you pass arguments to that function. But when you define a function, you pass parameters to that function. Okay, let's save this and let's open our console. Wait a second. Yeah, I forgot to print it. Now let's store the product in some variable. Let's define a variable, let's say X. Okay, so I'm storing my product in a variable called X. Now let's log this variable on my console. Save the changes, go to your browser. Here you can see 12. All right. So this is how you pass functions with different parameters. Okay. Next, we have conditional statements. Now, condition statements are used to perform different actions on different conditions. So if is used to execute a block of code only if the condition is true. Okay. So basically, if a condition is met, then the statements within this block will get executed. This is the syntax of the if statement. So basically, if is a keyword. And within brackets, you're going to define the condition. Now, if this condition is met, then this statement is executed or a set of statement is executed. Okay. So this is how it works in the program. When you start the program and when the execution comes to a condition, if the condition is true, the code within the if block gets executed. All right. And it ends there. But if the condition is false, you just exit from the if block. All right. Let's look at this practically. So let's create a new file called if. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to define an array. Now let's add numbers into the array. So randomly you want to add some numbers. Now let's add some condition over here. Now if here I'm going to define the condition, which is number and 0 is equal to number at place 2. Then just display some statement. All right. So let's say correct. Okay, so what is happening here? Now I'm basically defining a condition within the if statement over here, and this is a statement that's going to get executed if this condition is met. So the condition is that the number at location 0, which is this number, if this number is equal to number at location 2, which is this number. So if these two numbers are equal, then it's going to print out correct. All right. Now these equal to sign is used for comparison. So it's used to check the value of this variable and value of this variable. If these two values are the same, then the condition is met. All right. Now let's save the changes we made here. Also remember to go to your HTML file, change the reference to if.js. Okay. Save the changes, go to your browser. Here you can see that it's displaying correct. Now this was the if conditional statement. Now where do I use the else statement? Now else is used to execute a block of code if the same condition is false. Okay, so this is the syntax of if else. So if there's some condition there, if that condition is met, then this statement is executed. Now if this condition is not met, then if you want to do something else, you use the else statement. So when this is false, this will happen. Okay, so instead of exiting, you're going to perform another operation. Let's look at the flow chart. When you're executing the condition, and if the condition is true, you're going to execute the block of code within the if block. Okay. Now, if the condition is false, you're not going to exit. Instead, you're going to execute another block of code, which is in the else if block. Okay. Now let's look at this practically. Now within the same file itself, I'm going to show you how this is done. Now let's define a condition if numbers at this place is equal to, then it's going to print correct. Otherwise, now if this condition is false, then it's going to print this console.log wrong, try again. All right, that's simple. Let's see if this works. Okay, save your file, open up your browser. Okay, there is some problem over here. Let's go back to the code. Okay, my mistake. Save the file, open the browser. Now it should work. Let's just comment this out, otherwise you'll get confused. I'll just write here, this is the if else block, if else example. All right, let me save it. Open your browser. See, it says wrong, try again. So this is how the else statement works. All right, now you can even play around with a few other examples. Let me show you a few other examples. Okay, now let's give two conditions within the if block. Okay, now let this be the first condition. So how do you add another condition? You just use the AND operator. Okay, let's add another condition over here. Okay, I'm making a mistake here. The array name is numbers. So I've added two conditions over here. Now only if both of these conditions are met, this statement is going to be executed. Okay, else we are going to, now let's save this. Okay, we'll just comment this out so that you don't get confused. All right, so save the changes, open up your console. Okay, there is some error. So it's basically something I did while naming. So this is an error because I forgot to add an S everywhere. Okay, now I'm saving the changes. This should work. Okay, so it says wrong, try again. Now this is wrong because both of these conditions weren't met. I'm using the AND operator here, so it's compulsory that this condition is true and this condition is true. Okay, so if you use the OR operator here instead, this is the OR operator. Okay, if you use the OR operator here instead, this should work. See, it displays correct. Okay, OR means that even if one of these statements or one of these conditions is true, then this is correct. Okay, so guys, with that we are done with if else statements. Now let's move on to loops. So what are loops? Loops are basically used when you want to run the same code over again each time with a different value. So that's when loops are used. Now loops are of three kinds. There is for loop, there is while loop, and there is do while loop. Okay, now let's look at each loop one by one. So first we have the while loop. Now what happens here is while basically loops through a block of code as long as the specified condition is true. Okay, so while this condition is true, this loop code is executed. When you execute the condition, and if the condition is true, the conditional code will get executed. Otherwise, if the condition is false, you're just going to end or you're going to exit from the loop. Okay, now let's look at a practical example of this. So create a new file called while.js. So guys, before moving on to an example, let's discuss the do while loops also. Basically, do while is just a variant of the while loop. Now this loop will execute the code block once before checking if the condition is true. Then it will repeat the loop as long as the condition is true. Okay, so over here you can see the syntax. Within the do loop, you have some code. Now this code is executed once and only after that the condition is checked. Now if the condition is true, then you're going to execute it again. But if the condition is false, you're not going to execute it. But this code is definitely executed at least once. Okay, that's the difference between do while and while. So the loop code is executed at least once in the do while loop. Okay, now let's do this practically. Now let's define a variable I and initialize it to 0. Okay, now within my while loop, I'm going to define a condition which is while I is less than 5, it has to do this. Now the statement here is it has to display this. The number is, and it has to display I. Okay, so plus I. and let's increment the value of I. Okay, now let's save this. Now let's look at the while loop. Now within the while loop, I've defined a condition which says while I is less than 5, it has to perform the following code. First, I've set I to 0. So then I is less than 5, meaning 0 is less than 5. Now this is true, so it's going to execute these two statements. So it's just going to print the number is 0, and then it's going to increment the value of I. So now I will become 1 over here. It'll go back to this loop and it'll check if 1 is less than 5, which is true. So it'll execute these two commands. Similarly, it'll keep going till I is equal to 4. I is equal to 4, it'll execute this. But when I becomes 5, 5 is not less than 5. So this will not be executed. Okay. Now let's just save this and let's change our path in the index.html to while. Save this as well. Open up your browser. See, it prints till number 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It does not print number 5 because 5 is not less than 5. Okay. Now let's do the same thing using the do while loop. Now for the do while loop, first you're going to define the do block. Now over here, let's copy paste this code over here. Okay. Now after the do loop, you're going to put the while condition. Okay. So let's give the condition as I greater than 5. Let's see what happens. Okay. So what is going to happen here is first it's going to execute these two statements. Okay. It's going to print the number is 0 over here because we've initialized I to 0 over here. Okay. Then it's going to increment I to 1. Okay. Then it's going to come out of the loop and then it's going to check the condition. Is 1 greater than 5? Now that is false. So it's going to end over here itself. Okay. Now let's just comment this out so that you don't get confused. Okay. We'll comment this whole thing out. Now save the changes, open up your browser. See, the number is 0. It's printed only once. Okay. Now that's the difference between while and do while loop. Now next we have for loop. Let's look at for loop. So what is for loop? So for loop basically repeatedly executes the loop code while a given condition is true. So it tests the conditions before executing the loop body. Now here you can see the syntax of for loop. Within the for loop, there is a condition which is begin separated with a semicolon. Then there is condition, semicolon, and this step. And then there is loop code. Okay. Now this begin statement is executed one time before the execution of this code block. Okay. So before this loop code is executed, this condition will be executed once. Okay. Now let's look at the syntax for the for loop. Now this for loop has 3 statements within the parentheses. Okay. Now begin is executed one time before the execution of this code. Okay. Now this condition defines a condition for executing this loop code. The next is the step. This is executed every time after the code block has been executed. Okay. So after this is being executed, this is executed. So guys, I know this is sort of confusing. Let's practically do this. You'll understand it better. So now I'm going to create a new file called for. Now let's declare a for loop. So use the keyword for and then you put the first statement or the first condition, which is I is equal to 0. Okay. Now the next one is I is less than 5. Next one is I plus plus. Make sure you separate these conditions or these statements with a semicolon. Okay. You have to put a semicolon over here. Now open up your loop code. Now within the loop code, just let's perform the same thing that we did in the while loop. All right. So the number is, oh, we've actually forgotten to declare I over here. So let's declare I first. Let I. So yeah, I've declared I over here. So guys, you don't have to declare it over here specifically. You can do that, of course, but you can just declare I over here itself. Let I is equal to 0. You're initializing I and you're declaring it. Okay. So what happens here is first I is equal to 0. You're defining a variable I and you're initializing it to 0. Once you initialize I to 0, it's going to execute this statement once. Okay, so it's going to execute this statement once. After that, it'll go to this condition. Is I less than 5? Is 0 less than 5? Which is true. So it's going to execute this statement. Okay. Now, after this is executed, it's going to execute this third statement, which is I plus plus. Okay. So the value of I is going to become 1. And the same thing is going to happen again and again. Let me explain this one more time. So first you're initializing I to 0. When you execute the first statement, this code block is executed once. All right. After this, it checks this condition. Is I less than 5? If the condition and only if the condition is true, this statement will get executed. Now, after this statement is executed, this third statement over here will get executed. All right. I hope that is clear. Let's save the changes and let's also change the reference over here. All right. Save the changes here as well. Yeah, here you can see that it's displaying it 5 times. Okay, so that is how for loop works. Okay, now you can do a lot of things with for loop. So let's say that your teacher has punished you because you talk too much in class and she's asked you to write I'm sorry 50 times. So can you use for loop to do that? Well, you can definitely use for loop to do that. Let's try and see how that works. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing, set I to 0. Then I is less than 50. Well, only if your teacher is kind enough, she'll ask you to write it 50 times. Otherwise, 100 times is the minimum. All right. Now, within the code block, let's log this message. Okay. So first we're going to, I'm sorry, and let's put a smiley as well. Okay. So I made a mistake over here. Okay. So this is how it works. Let's save this code and let's comment this out. Okay, now let's check our browser. So you can see that I'm sorry is displayed so many times. So guys, that's a simple hack. With this we complete our for loop. Now the last topic of discussion is switch cases. So switch statements are used to perform different actions based on different conditions. Okay, now how does switch statement work? Now here you can see that this is a syntax. Now after the switch there is an expression and there are few cases, case 1, case 2, case 3 and default and so on. Okay, whenever case 1 is true, the code block 1 will get executed. Similarly, if case 2 is true, code block 3 will get executed. Now how does this work? Now what happens is the expression within this switch statement is executed once. Okay, after that the value of the expression is compared with the value of each of these cases. Okay, so this is the value of the cases. This expression is compared with the value of the cases. So if there is a match, this block will get executed. So basically the value of the expression is compared with the value of the cases. So if there is a match, then the associated block will be executed. So if the value of this expression and the value of this case is the same, then this code block will be executed. Okay, let's try this with an example. So let's create a new file called switch. Okay, let me type out the code and then you'll understand what I'm saying. Okay, okay, so that's a long code, but this is very simple. Now what I've done here is I've defined a variable called games and the value of that variable is football. Okay, now I'm passing this variable into the switch statement. So basically the value of games is football over here. Now if the value of this expression matches with any case, then that block will get executed. Now here the value of games is football, correct? So you're going to look for football. Now the case over here is football. So basically this is going to get executed. Okay, now let's just save and let's run the code. You'll understand what I'm talking about. So guys, make sure to change the reference over here, save it, and let's check the logs. See, it prints I love football. So why did it do this exactly? Now it did this because the value of this expression matched with this case. Okay, because it matched with this case, the statement within that case got executed. Okay, now if I change the value to foosball, okay, let's see what happens. We'll save it. It says I like other games. Now this was the default statement. Now this default statement is executed whenever this expression does not match with any case. Okay, because I'm not given foosball anywhere over here, it executes the default statement. So this is how the switch statement works. Now, before I move on, I wanted to tell you that I'll be making use of Visual Studio Code, which is basically a code editor, to run code snippets that I'll be explaining in this session. So if you don't have Visual Studio Code, y'all can go ahead and download it or use any other editor of your choice. Now guys, before I start off with the session, let me show you how Visual Studio Code looks. So I'm just going to open up this editor. Now guys, this is a very simple editor, and I think it's my most favorite editor. You can use Sublime Text or any other editor that you are comfortable with. Alright, so this is how it looks. Now what I've done is I've already copied a folder called Jquery. All you have to do is create a folder on your desktop and then drag it and paste it over here. Okay, so I've already created a folder because I think it's a good practice to have a folder that contains all your code snippets. Alright, now guys, if you downloaded Visual Studio Code, you need to make sure that you have installed an extension called Live Server. Alright, so I've already installed this Live Server. Now this will basically host our web page. So whatever we type out or whatever code we have over here, it'll get hosted using this Live Server. So make sure you install the Live Server in order to host your web page or whatever you create. Okay, so that's about Visual Studio Code. Now, without any further ado, let's get started with our first topic. So what is JavaScript? Now, in simple words, JavaScript is a universal language of the web which every PC, every mobile phone and browser understands. Now, JavaScript is mainly used to make a web page or an application look more alive and interactive. So every time you see a really cool web page with a lot of motions and graphics, it's because JavaScript was used to design it. Now, another important feature of JavaScript is that it is an interpreted language, unlike the high-level languages such as C, C++, and Java. Now, these high-level languages require a compiler. Now, when it comes to JavaScript, you don't need a compiler because JavaScript runs on the web, and most of the web browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox already have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. Apart from that, JavaScript is mainly a client-side scripting language. So guys, I hope with this you're clear with what is JavaScript. I hope you have a brief idea about JavaScript. Now, if you want to learn more about JavaScript, I'm going to leave a link in the description. You can check out our content on JavaScript so you can learn more about it. Alright, so why use jQuery? Now, we all know that there are hundreds of JavaScript frameworks and libraries out there, but why must you use jQuery? Well, for starters, jQuery makes it extremely easy to manipulate the DOM. Now, DOM basically stands for Document Object Model. Guys, don't get intimidated by the name. I know it sounds like it's a very complex concept, but it's very easy. Alright, I'll be explaining the DOM in the further slides, so stay tuned. Now, DOM is basically like a tree structure of the HTML elements. Now, in order to make a web page interactive, web developers manipulate the DOM, and jQuery makes it extremely easy to do that. Now, apart from that, the community of its contributors is more diverse and bigger than any other JavaScript library. It has detailed and comprehensive documentation which gets better every day. Now, another bonus point is that jQuery has thousands of plugins available for free and they can easily be added to our projects. So these plugins add value by enhancing user experience. Now, one such example is the Ajax technology, which develops a responsive and feature-rich site. Okay, moving on, jQuery also provides cross-browser support. So basically, every time you write a code on your local machine and you want to run it on a browser like Google Chrome, Safari, and all of that, you don't have to worry about whether your code will run on different browsers because jQuery takes care of the dependency issues. Now, this is because it supports almost all the commonly used browsers. Alright. Now, guys, I hope all of you are clear with why we should use jQuery. Now, let's look at what is jQuery. Now, jQuery is basically a fast, concise JavaScript library with a nice motto which says, write less and do more. Now, that is very apt because its entire functionality revolves around simplifying each and every line of code. It simplifies the DOM manipulation, event handling, and basically every other thing. Now, jQuery offers a very effective way to capture a wide variety of events, such as a user clicking on a link without the need to clutter the HTML code. jQuery takes care of all the complex things in between. Also, an add-on is that jQuery is a lightweight library of about 19 kilobytes in size after compression. So this makes it faster to load the library and also takes up minimal resources. Now, jQuery also comes with hundreds of built-in animation effects which you can use in your website to make it more interactive. Alright, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with what is jQuery. Now let's move on to installing jQuery. Now, there is no installation per se. This is just downloading jQuery. Now, let me tell you that there are two ways of doing this. All right, the first is a local installation, wherein you copy the jQuery library on your local machine and you include it in your HTML code. And the other one is linked to a CDN. Now, CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. So you can include jQuery library into your HTML code directly from the CDN. So basically, this is like a link to your jQuery library. Okay, now let me show you how you can do this. All right, so this is how the official website of jQuery looks like. Now here you can go on download. So over here you can see download the compressed production jQuery 3.3.1. So this is probably the latest version of jQuery. So what you can do is you can either click on this and you can copy this entire library. This is basically the jQuery library. You can copy this entire library and you can paste it within a file over here. Okay, so I'm going to paste it within this jQuery folder that I created. Okay, you can paste it in a file. Let's name it jQuery. So what you can do is you can copy that entire code and paste it in this file. But this is not something that we're going to do, because let me tell you that if you copy this entire thing and you paste it in your folder, you can easily go and edit it by mistake. Let's say by accident, you click on something and a small line gets deleted or a small element gets deleted. So your entire code is going to get messed up because your jQuery library was tinkered with. Okay. All right. So we're not going to follow the first method. Instead, we're going to do the link to a CDN method. Now I've created an index.html file within which I have the link copied over here. Now this is basically the jQuery library. You can see the version is 3.3.1. And also I have another link which is for the UI, jQuery UI. All right. Now guys, this integrity and cross origin is just so that nobody manipulates the contents of these libraries. All right, so I've copied this link from somewhere on the web. I don't remember, but I'm just going to paste this link in my description box so y'all can go ahead and use this. Otherwise, if you find a better link, then y'all can use that as well. Okay, so this is basically my HTML file. So guys, I'm now going to obviously discuss the basics of HTML and CSS because that's not under the scope of this session. So I hope all of you have a basic understanding. If you all don't have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, like I said earlier, I'll leave a link in the description box. You all can go and check out that video and then come back to this video. All right. So guys, that's how you download jQuery. It's not like an installation. It's basically downloading the jQuery. Okay. So now let's look at the document object model. Now the document object model is a tree structure of the various elements of HTML. Here you can see that it begins with document. This is basically this. This document is basically the ancestor of every other element in this file. And this HTML again is the ancestor of all of these other elements. Okay. Now the head and the body elements are children of the HTML element. So this is basically like a tree structure. So basically title is a descendant of head. Similarly, H1 and the P tags are children of body. Okay. So they are just descendants. Now guys, this is a simple tree structure and this is what document object model is. It's not any complex concept. It's a very simple structure of your HTML file. Now let's move on to jQuery selectors. Now the first thing we're going to learn in jQuery is the selectors. Now why do we need selectors? These selectors allow you to select and then manipulate the HTML elements or the DOM elements. Now all that a web developer has to do in order to make a web page more interactive or just create a web page for that matter is to make sure that the DOM is easily manipulated. Only when you add effects into the DOM, you can make any changes on your web. So that's why we use selectors. So basically selectors will select a particular HTML element and then you can use other functions on this HTML element and manipulate that element. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll look at examples. We'll type out codes and we'll look at examples. So don't get too confused. Okay. So I'm going to open up my file. So let's open a body tag. Now within the body tag, I'll have a header. I'm going to have a h1 tag, which will basically say jQuery tutorial. Okay guys, the Q is always caps in jQuery. So we'll have a header which says jQuery tutorial and let's have a simple paragraph by Edureka. All right. In order to make things a little more interesting, I'm going to create an unordered list. Now within which I'm going to have a few elements in the list tag. So let's say I'm going to list my favorite dogs. I know there are no favorites when it comes to dogs because all dogs are really cute. But if I had to list down 3 favorites, I would definitely go with these 3. Okay, golden retriever. I'm quite old-fashioned when it comes to dogs. I really like golden retriever, even though there are new breeds right now, but I think this one's really cute. And then Siberian Husky. So guys, you can make it interesting and put in a list of whatever you'd like. Like you can put in a list of your favorite fruits or your favorite colors, anything like that. Okay. And let's say boxer. Close the HTML tag. So I'm just going to save this file, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal an explorer. So basically this is how our web page looks. Now, like I mentioned earlier, most of the browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer have a JavaScript engine embedded into them. So this is a Google Chrome browser, like y'all can see. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on anywhere on the page, and I'm going to click on inspect over here. Okay, so this opens up my JavaScript engine. Now this is basically the file. All right, 1 second. Okay, there was a small error because I had opened up a CSS file which I had linked. Okay guys, just ignore that error. So now what I did here was I opened up the JavaScript engine. We have a JavaScript console over here. It says JavaScript context. Now what you can do is you can manipulate the DOM elements through this console. So basically you can run different commands over here. You can type something and you can run it. Now, just like in the vanilla JavaScript, we need to select things and manipulate them. In jQuery, we can select anything we want by using this $sign. All right, so this is the $sign or the dollar function that you can use to select anything. Now, in regular JavaScript, we have functions like document.getElementById, query selector all, then there is getElementByClass, getElementByTag, and there are hundreds of such functions. But when it comes to jQuery, the dollar function basically replaces all of these other functions. Okay. Now let's look at an example. So let's say I want to select this header one. This is h1 tag, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type the $sign first. We'll open up brackets, and within quotation marks, we're going to type whatever we want to select. All right. So what I'm doing over here is I've used this selector function, and within the quotation marks, I mentioned h1. So what this does is it will basically select the h1 tag for me. Okay, so let's click on enter. Now when I click on h1, you can see that it highlights my header1 tag. Okay, it also shows me the dimensions of the tag, and this is how the selector basically works. Now let's try selecting the body. Now that I've selected the body, you can see that it highlights the entire body and it shows me the dimensions of the body as well. Okay, so guys, this is how the selector works. Now let's make things a little more interesting. Okay, let's just go back to our Visual Studio Code. Now what I'm going to do here is within my first list element, I'm going to add an anchor tag. Okay, let's say we randomly add an anchor tag, and we're basically directing this to google.com, and let's call it Google. So guys, I hope you all understand basic HTML, because I'm not going to explain the HTML. It's going to be a very lengthy video if I sit and explain HTML to y'all. So for that, I told y'all that I'm going to leave a link in the description. Y'all can refer that link and y'all can understand HTML. So I saved the file. Now I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so here you can see the anchor tag, which is Google. Now let's say that I wanted to select this anchor tag. Okay, now we previously saw how to select the h1 tag. We saw how to select the body. Okay, but what if I want to select this particular anchor tag? So what I can do is I'm first going to type out unordered list. You have to type out the path to your anchor tag. Now in order to specify the anchor tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify that the anchor tag is within a list, li, and in turn this list is within an unordered list. Okay, so it's basically like specifying the path to this anchor tag. Now because there's only one anchor tag in this entire list, it's going to select this anchor tag only. So let's see how that's done. So you simply type out ul, li, and a. So this is your unordered list, this is your list item, and this is your anchor tag. Now let's click on enter. So when I click on A, you can see that it highlights my anchor tag. It also gives me the dimensions along with it. So guys, this is how it works. Now let's make it a little more interesting. Now let me just type out this code first, and then I'll explain what it's doing. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to select the header, okay, h1 tag, and then I'm going to apply a method to this. I'll just type it out first, and then y'all can understand what I'm saying. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting the h1 tag using this $ function. After that, to this h1 tag, I'm going to apply this method, .css method. Now within this method, I've passed a parameter and a value to that parameter. So the parameter is color, or the property is color, and the value of the property is red. So what this line is going to do is it's going to change the color of the h1 tag to red. Okay, let's see if that works. All right, you saw that this turned to red. So guys, this is how you can play with a selector. It basically manipulates the DOM. Okay, so this is what I meant when I say manipulating the DOM. Now let's make it a little more fun, and let's say we change the background color also. Okay, we change the background color to black. So here you can see the result. So guys, basically the selector is just to select a DOM element and then manipulate it in whichever way you want. Okay, so this is the most basic concept of jQuery. Understanding the selector is very important because you're going to use selector at every line of jQuery. So with that, we're done with our selectors. Now let's look at our next topic. Now we're going to discuss a few jQuery methods. Now one of the methods that I already discussed is the CSS method. I just showed you all how CSS is used to style a particular header. Okay, but we'll come back to this later on. Now similar to that, we have other jQuery methods like the before method, after method. Now what does a before method do? Now this method inserts a specified content before the selected element. Now this is the selected element. Now before the selected element, it's going to add this content. So whatever content you want to add before a particular element, you mention that content within these parentheses. Okay. Now let's look at it practically. I'm going to open up my browser. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my unordered list. And before my unordered list, I want to add something before my unordered list. So how I can do that is I'm just going to mention whatever I want to do. So within h2 tags, I want, let's say, my favorite dogs. And let's close the h2 tag. So what I did here was I basically selected my unordered list first. And on my unordered list, I'm going to perform this function. Now what this does is it adds whatever I type within these quotation marks before my unordered list. Okay, let's just see how it works. So here you can see that right before my unordered list, I have my favorite dogs. Now similar to this is the after method. Okay, let's go back to the slides. Now the jQuery after method inserts a specified content after the selected elements. Okay, so this is the selected elements, and after the selected elements, it's going to enter this content. Okay, let's look at how this works. We'll look at the same example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to after. Okay, and let's say I type are adorable. Enter. Okay, so you saw that it says my favorite dogs, blah, 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 are adorable. Okay, so guys, this is how before and after functions work. So these are just simple examples of how before and after work. So up next, we have text. Now a text function is used to set or return the text contents of the selected element. So let's say we have a selected element over here, and if we pass this text method on that selected element, it's just going to return the text of this element. You can also set or replace the text of a particular element by using the text function. Okay, let's not get too confused. I'll just open up my browser and show you how this is done. Let me just refresh my page. Okay, let's look at an example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a selector and I'm going to select the list of elements within the unordered list. So I've selected li and I'm going to use a text function over here. Okay, let's see what this returns. Okay, so over here you can see that it's returned golden retriever, Google, Siberian husky, and boxer. Okay, let's do one thing first. Let's remove this anchor tag because it does not make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to save my file and let's open up the browser, refresh, and let's run this command. Okay, so here you saw that it returned golden retriever, Siberian husky, and boxer. Okay, similarly, let's say I just want to return the first element of my list. Then I would do something like this. So what I did here was I selected list, and in that I mentioned first. Okay, so I basically mentioned the first element of the list. Now this returned only the golden retriever to me, which is exactly the first element of my list. Here you can see that golden retriever. Now let's say that I want to replace some content. Okay, let's say I want to replace this by Edureka with something else. Okay, let me just refresh. All right, so how I'm going to do this is first always start off with the selector. So I'm selecting my P, which is my paragraph tag. Now since I have only one paragraph within this entire HTML file, it knows that it's this paragraph. Okay, so let's say there was another paragraph over here. Then what you would do is you would mention paragraph colon first and you'd perform an action on it. Okay, so yeah, let's coming back to this. I'm going to say text, welcome to this fun tutorial. So what I've done here is I've selected the paragraph tag and then I've applied the dot text function on this tag. Now let's see what this does. Okay, let's click on enter. What happened here was by Edureka was replaced by welcome to this fun jQuery tutorial. So this is how you use the text function to either set or to return some content. All right. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with this. Now let's look at our next function. Okay, the next one here is HTML. Now the HTML method is very similar to the text. It is used to set or return the HTML content of the selected elements. Now let's look at the difference between the two. Now first let's look at an example of how HTML is used to return the content of a particular element. So let's say li last.html. So what I've done here is I've selected the list, and from the list I've selected the last element and I'm running HTML tag on it. So this returns boxer. You all can see that it returns boxer. Now let's see how you can set the content using HTML. Now what we're going to do is we're going to change this last element over here which says boxer. We'll change it to something else. So guys, bear with me when I type the code. So I'm going to replace boxer with German Shepherd. Now let's click enter. Here you saw that it got changed to German Shepherd. Okay, so this is how you set the content using HTML. Now what is the difference between HTML and text? Okay, let me show you what the difference is. Let's say I'm going to select the entire unordered list and I want to return the value using text. Now when I return the value using text, you see I get this. But when I do the exact same thing using HTML, let's see what happens. So I'm selecting the unordered list and I'm running the HTML function on this. Now here you saw that it's returning the HTML tags to me along with the text content. Over here it just returns the text content, but over here it will return the HTML content as well. Okay, so you can see that li and end li is not there over here. That's because it returns only the text content. This will return the HTML content as well. Okay, so guys, I hope all of you are clear with the difference between HTML and text. Moving on to our next function is the CSS function. Now I already showed you an example of this CSS function, but what exactly this function does is it styles a particular element. So whatever element you select is styled using CSS. So if you see any color or any pop in your page or any sort of design, very pretty design on a web page, it's because CSS was used. Okay. Now what this jQuery CSS method does is it sets or returns one or more style properties for the selected elements. Now let's quickly look at an example. So what I'm going to do is let's clear this unordered list. What I'm doing here is I'm creating a script tag. Now guys, script tag is always used in order to run some JavaScript or some jQuery script. So over here I'm going to create an object using the let keyword. So I'm using the let keyword to create an object, and the name of the object is design. And let's define some properties of this object. Let's say that the color is blue. And let's define another property like background. Let's set background to green. Let's define another property which is border. We'll set this to, let's say, 3 pixels solid black. What I did here was I created an object. I created an object called design, and I've given this object 3 properties: color, background, and border. Okay. Now these 3 properties have particular values. So color's value is blue. Similarly, background color is green, and the border is so on. Now let's just save this file. I know y'all are confused, wondering why I'm doing this, but just give me a second. So what I did was I saved this file. Now let's open up our terminal and we'll select Let's say we'll select the header1 tag. Sorry, I forgot to add the selector function. So we've selected the header1 tag, and on this we're going to apply a CSS function. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass an argument to this CSS function. Now what we're going to pass is we're going to pass the object that we just defined. So we created an object called design, wherein we had 3 different set of properties which had different values. So we're just going to apply these values and properties to this h1 tag. So let's click on enter and see what happens. So you saw that the background color, the font color, and a border was added to this. Now this happened because we had created an object with color, background color, and border. So we just applied all of these properties to our h1 tag. Okay, it's as simple as that. So guys, this is how the CSS function works. It's basically for styling your web page. Okay, so your web page looks more prettier with the help of CSS. Now let's look at our next topic, which is attributes. Alright, now the attribute method is used to set or return attribute values of the selected element. So let's say you select a HTML element, and that HTML element may have hundreds of attributes. So you're going to select a particular attribute of that HTML element, and you can return it using the attribute function. You can also use this attribute function to set an attribute to the element that you selected. So let's not get too confused with definitions over here. Let's just execute this and see how it works. Alright, let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. Now in order to make it a little more interesting, let me just clear this entire thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to display pictures of 3 puppies, and we're going to work on those 3 puppies. Okay, we're going to work on the images. We're going to try and add borders to those images. Okay. Alright, so first thing what I've done is I've created a folder called puppy, where I have 3 cute pictures of a golden retriever, a boxer, and a husky. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this folder and I'm going to paste it over here within the jQuery folder. Alright, so here you can see that I've added the puppy folder, which has 3 different images. Now what we're going to do is we're going to display these images. Now in order to do that, I'm creating a div and I'm assigning a class to this. Let's name it puppers. So now I'm just going to add these 3 images. So I'm going to use the img tag. I'm going to set the source. So the name of the folder is puppy / let's say goldie.jpg. It's a JPG image. So let me just copy paste this. And similarly, I'm going to add the other 2 images also. So the other image is husky. And then there is a boxer as well. Now let's go ahead and save this first. And okay, so what I've done is I've moved this to the root folder. So let's just save this and let's refresh. Alright, so guys, I was facing a problem. It wasn't loading for some reason. So I just opened my jQuery folder on my computer and I just copied the puppy folder into that. Okay, so this is basically the index.html file we're writing. And I've also copied the puppy folder within this, which has 3 images. Okay, now this should work. So here you can see that within jQuery folder, I have a puppy folder and I have the HTML file. Okay, let's save this. Now this should definitely run. Let's reveal an explorer. So now you see that we get 3 cute puppies. Guys, how adorable are they? To make it look a little more presentable, I'm just going to align these images horizontally. Okay, so that it's clearly visible. So in order to align them to the left, and also I'm going to set their width and their dimension. So what I'm going to do is I'll open another file. So guys, like I told you all earlier that CSS is used for styling purpose. So I'm going to open a CSS file over here. Okay, so this is the symbol. This means that it's a CSS file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the class puppers. And within this class, I'm going to say float left. So what I did was I selected the puppers class, which I had defined within the HTML file. So here you can see that the class of the div was puppers. So I'm just selecting this entire div and I'm just floating it to the left, meaning that I'm going to align it to the left. And also let's set the dimension of the images. So I'm going to mention the image tag over here. I'll set the width. Let's set it to 300 pixels and also the height. All right, let's say 250. So let's save this file and we need to link this CSS file in our HTML file. So guys, don't forget to do that. A lot of people miss out on this step and then they wonder why their code is not working. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to add a link of my CSS over here. So it is a style sheet. So for those of you who don't know, CSS stands for cascading style sheet. I'm also going to write the type. It's a good practice to mention the type. So it is text/CSS. And also let's mention the path. So the name of my file is index.css, correct? So that's about it. Now let's save this file and let's open it up. All right, so guys, now you can see that they're beautifully aligned to the left and they all look so adorable. So guys, don't get distracted. Let's focus on our task over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the console over here. So let's apply this attribute function to these images. Now first of all, let's select these images. For that, you're going to use the selector function, and within the quotations, I'm going to write img.attribute function. So what I've done here is I've selected all of these images and I'm applying the attribute function with the following properties. The attribute that I'm going to change is the border. So I'm adding a border and I am setting the border to this value. So it's a 5 pixel solid black border. Okay, so guys, this is how the attribute works. Now let's click on enter. Let's see what happens. So here you can clearly see that I have added a black border. One second, let me make it more visible. Yeah, see, it looks much better. So what I've done is I've added a border, black border of 5 pixels and a solid border. Okay, so guys, this is how the attribute function works. Now let's go back to our next method. All right, so our next method is the value method. Now this is basically used to set or return the values of the selected elements. Okay, so here you're just going to return the value. You're not going to return the attribute, or you're just specifying the value of the attribute and you're going to return this. So we're going to try something different over here. So in order to run a code on this val method, I'll have to tell you what is a click function. Okay, so what is a click event? So let's go to the click slide. All right, so here is the jQuery events list and the first one is a click event. Now this event is executed when the user clicks on the HTML element. Okay, so you basically select an element using the dollar function, and then when you click on this element, some function is performed. So I'm briefly telling you what this does because I'm going to be using the click function. Now let's open up our file. So we're going to type in something different over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this entire thing. Let's clear the div element, and I'm just going to add script over here. Now script tag is used to add your jQuery or your JavaScript code. So I've just opened up my script tag. Now over here, I'm going to type a function. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm selecting the entire document dot ready, and then there's a function over here. All right, so guys, before moving on, let me tell you what this document dot ready function does. Now it's a very good practice to have this function in every file of yours, but I forgot to mention it earlier. So it's a very good practice. Now a page cannot be manipulated safely until the entire document is ready. So basically what jQuery does is it detects the state of readiness. Now whatever code you include inside this document.ready function, so whatever code I'm going to type over here, basically in these lines, it will run only once the page is ready. Okay, so basically the code that you include within this function, so let's say I type something over here. Okay, whatever code I'm typing over here, all of this code will be executed only after all of this is executed. So only after loading all of these jQuery libraries and frameworks, only after that, whatever is mentioned within this document.ready function will get executed. Because let's say that I wanted to run a jQuery function over here, okay, some jQuery function, and I just ignored this line and I didn't have a document.ready function. Now what happened was, let's say that for some reason this library took a lot of time to load, and by the time it loaded, this jQuery function was already executed. Now obviously that's going to return an error because it's going to say that there is no jQuery library or something like that, because this library was not entirely loaded. Okay, so that's why you need a document.ready function. Okay, so guys, I hope you all are clear. Now this is a good practice to include. It's not mandatory, of course, but it's always good to have document.ready function at the beginning itself. Okay, so after your title, after you load the libraries, you should always add in this document.ready function. It's a good practice. All right, so before we type out the code over here, I'm just going to create a button and an input type. Okay, now input type will basically create space for user input. So my input type is going to be text. So the people who are familiar with HTML, CSS know what I'm doing exactly. So I'm giving some ID to this input, and also let's give it some value. Okay, it's blank value. So whatever you enter here is going to be saved. Okay, so I created an input type over here. Now also I'm going to create a button. Okay, so you use the simple keyword button and you just type the name of the button. Let's say submit. Now let's come back to this function. Now what I'm going to type here is I'm going to start off with selecting the button. Okay, so it's selecting the button, and now I'm adding the click function over here. So guys, pay close attention to what I'm doing here. Okay, so basically I'm selecting the button using the dollar function. What I'm saying is when you click this button, a particular function will get executed. Now let's type out the function that gets executed on the click of the button. So click is basically an event. So on executing this click function, some event occurs, and that event I'm going to type over here. Okay, so what it's going to do on the click of a button is it's going to give out an alert with the value dot val. So this is where I'm using the value function. All right, now let's close. All right, so what I'm doing here is on the click of the button, this event is going to occur. Okay, so you're going to get an alert saying value, and wherein the value is going to be this some text identifier. So whatever value the user types in is going to get passed over here. Okay, and then this dot value function is going to return that value to you. Now don't get too confused. Let's save this and we'll run this and you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. All right, so what I'm going to do here is, see, this is the input wherein the user types input, and this is the submit button that we created. So let's say hello. Now let's click on submit. Okay, so when I clicked on submit, this is what happens using the click event. So basically an alert is shown wherein the value is returned. So whatever input is given by the user is returned using the val function over here. Okay, so you see it says hello. Let's say Edureka, how are you doing? Okay, submit. So this is just returning the value that I'm typing in the input. So guys, this is how the value function works. All right, it's very simple. It just returns the value. Similarly, you can set the value as well. So I want you all to try something with setting the value, and please comment down whatever you've tried or any new program that you've run using the val function or any other function. We'll be very interested to know how you have used these functions to build your own program. Now the next function I'm going to talk about is the add class method. Now this basically adds one or more class to the selected elements. So you're going to select an element using the dollar function, and whatever element you select, you're going to add a class to it by simply using the add class method. Now let's look at this through an example. So first of all, let's just clear this entire thing. Okay, so now similar to the previous example, we're going to load the images of all the puppies. So it has a class called puppers. Okay, and we're going to add all the images. Okay, so puppy, Goldie. Okay, similarly, I'm going to have the other two images over here. Okay, and the last image, which is a boxer. I'm selecting the puppy folder and then the boxer image. All right, so I created a div similar to what we did in the previous examples. Now I'm going to open a script tag. Before I type out the entire script, I'm going to have a button, right? So let's add a button over here. Okay, let's name it try add class. Now that we have the script, all right, now within the script, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with the document.ready function. Now earlier I already explained the use of this ready function. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. All right, now over here, I'm going to first start off with selecting the button. On the click of the button, some function is going to be performed. Okay, and what is that function? So basically on the click of a button, an event is going to occur, and I'm going to type out that event over here. Okay, now before I type out the event, let's define a style class. Okay, now the style tag is used if you want to specify some CSS code. Now you can obviously open another file called CSS and enter the entire thing, but it's a small code, so I'm just going to type it over here itself. So I'm creating a class called style class. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some property called border, and I'm going to assign a value to this property. Let's say 5px solid green. So this is what is there in the style tag. Okay, now coming back to this function. So on the click of this button, an event has to occur, and I'm going to type out that event over here. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting all the images first, and then I'm using the add class method, and I'm passing this style class function that we just created. Okay, all right, now let's close our parenthesis over here. So what I'm doing here is on the click of this button, and on these images you're going to run the add class method. Now to this method I've passed a class called style class, and within this style class I have created a border of 5 pixels solid green. Okay, so don't get too confused. Let's save and open the file. Okay, so what happened was on the click of this button, all these images were selected and a border was applied to all of these images. Okay, now this border was specified within a class called style class, which we had created over here. Okay, so guys, this is how the add class method works. Now let's go back over here and let's refresh first. Okay, now along with add class we have remove class and we have toggle class as well. Now remove class will basically remove that class which you just added, and toggle class will toggle between adding and removing the class. Okay, let's just look at how this works. Okay, to the same example, let's open up the console. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these images. Okay, and then I'm going to do remove class style class. Now what I did here was I selected all of these images. I'm running the remove class method on all of these images, and I'm passing the style class as an argument to this method. So first of all, let's add it, and then we'll see how the remove class works. And you can see that every image has a green border. Now let's do remove class. Okay, so you saw that the border was removed. Now let's do toggle class. Okay, so when I did toggle class, it got added again. Okay, so if I do toggle again, it will remove the border. Similarly, again it will add, remove. Okay, so guys, this is how add class, remove class, and toggle class works. Now let's get back to our next topic, which is jQuery events. Okay, now I've already explained the click event to you, but we're still going to run a program and see how this works. Now what the click method does is it's basically an event. When you apply the click event to a selector, some function occurs or some event occurs. Okay, and that event is specified within this function. Now let's look at an example. So first of all, I'll just remove the style, which is not needed, and then this button is also not needed. So we do require these images. Let's just keep this as it is. Now what we're going to do is we're going to edit this script path. So instead of having button over here, we're going to select images. So on the click of images, some event is going to occur. That event is specified within this function. So let's type out that event. What I'm doing is I'm using this keyword, and I'm adding an effect called hide. All right, now let me tell you what this does. So basically on the click of an image, this event is going to occur. Now this basically denotes whatever element you're currently selecting, and that element will be hidden using the hide effect. Now hide is basically a jQuery effect. Now this is used to hide a particular element. So whichever element you've selected over here is going to get hidden using this hide effect. Now I'll be explaining hide, show, and all of these other effects in my further slides. So for basic understanding, just know that this hide effect is just going to hide a particular element that you've selected. Okay, so I've saved the file. Now let's just open it up. So what I'm going to do is let's click on each of these images because we've added an event on each of these images, right? So let's click on this image. So you saw that it got hidden. Similarly, the other two images also get hidden. Now this is happening because on the click of an image, I'm going to hide that image. Okay. Now this is just used to record my current event. So basically on the click of the images, those images are going to get hidden. Okay, that's exactly what we did here. Let me show it to you once again. So I'm clicking this image, it gets hidden. Similarly, this and this. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with the click event. Now similarly, we have on. Okay, now this method attaches one or more event handlers to the selected elements. Now whenever you have on, a lot of people get confused between click and the on event. Now on is used to specify other event handlers. So you can use on along with click and along with key press. Now key press is the next method that I'm going to discuss. So I'm going to be running an example where I'll show you how to use key press and how to use the on event as well. Now key press basically executes whenever a character is entered. So basically whenever you press a key on the keyboard, some event is going to occur with the help of key press. Okay, so guys, it's quite explainable. If you just read the name of the event itself, you'll understand what it says. Okay, now key press is a combination of key down and key up. Let's not get into too much detail. So I'm just going to create an example where I'll be showing you how to use key press and how to use this on event. Okay, so let's open up our Visual Studio Code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's clear this entire div. We do not require this for this example. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create an input. We're going to give it an ID. Let's say press. All right. And also it'll have a type. Okay. And the type is text. And we'll also set some size to this. Okay. Let's say 10. All right. Now here we have a script. Now within the script, instead of selecting images, we're going to select the input. First of all, let's clear this entire block. So we have the document.ready function. Now after this, let's select the input. So here we're selecting the input using the dollar function, and I'm going to add the on event here. So here I'm also going to add the key press event, and some function is going to be performed. Okay, so guys, let me just type this out. Don't worry, I'll explain what I'm doing. p.height. So what is happening here is on key press. So as soon as you start typing on this input, some function is going to get performed. This p is going to get hidden. So let's create a paragraph, another paragraph. Let's call it, let's enter this code here, start typing. Okay, now there are two paragraphs here, so I want to edit this paragraph. So I'm going to pass in a parameter called last. Okay, so this is basically going to select the last paragraph, which is this one. Okay, now guys, I know this is sort of confusing. Okay, there's a small error somewhere over here. Okay, so I haven't closed this. Now let's just save the file. I'll show you what's happening, so don't worry if you haven't understood anything. Okay, now basically I define an input there, and what I'm going to do is when I start typing, this paragraph is going to get hidden. So let's see how that works. Let's say hello. Yeah, see, as soon as I press the first character, the whole paragraph got hidden. Now, how does that happen? That happens because we use the key press function. So on the press of a particular character on your keyboard, this last paragraph will get hidden. So guys, this is how the on and the key press work. Now on is used to specify other events as well. So on is an event and key press is also an event. Okay, so this is how on works, and this is the difference between click and on. So with this, we're done with events. Now we have to discuss jQuery effects. All right, guys, so now let's discuss the hide effects. Now there are a lot of effects over here. We have hide, we have show, toggle, fade out, fade in, fade toggle, and similarly we have a few other effects. Now, like the name says, it's sort of an effect. So basically hide is like an effect. So it'll select a particular element and it'll hide it. Okay, you can have parameters for how long you want to hide an element or for how long you want to fade an element. Now we've already seen several examples of hide. So let me just show you a basic example wherein we'll discuss hide, we'll discuss show, we'll discuss toggle. Okay, Now show will just make that particular element visible, and toggle will toggle between hide and show. So don't get too confused. Let's just open up our Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'll just clear this entire thing. Okay, so we'll remove any sort of confusion. Now within the body, I'm going to have two buttons over here. Now each of these buttons will have a class called button, and I'm going to give an ID to each of these buttons. So the first ID is hide, and the name of this button is also hide. Okay, now let's just copy this entire thing, and we're going to create another button, and we're going to give it an ID called show, and let's name the button show. All right, so here I've just created two buttons and I've given a different ID to each of these buttons. Now what I'm going to do is let's load a single image. Okay, so let's not waste time and load 3 images. So we're just going to load the same puppy images. So the name of the class is puppers. All right, and let's add an image. Okay, so puppy, and let's select anyone. Let's say Goldie. Okay, so yeah, let's close this, and this is our div section. Okay, so now let's add a script tag. Now over here we're going to begin with the document.ready function. Okay, so let's select the document. I've already explained what this does. Now within this, let's define some code. Now first what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the ID hide. So wait, sorry, I forgot to put this in quotation marks. So what I'm doing here is I'm selecting this hide identifier. So basically this button hide. Okay, so we have two buttons here. That's why I've given each of them an identifier so that you can differentiate between these two buttons. So basically this is selecting the hide button. Okay, I'm selecting the hide button, and on click of this hide button, some event is going to occur. Now that event I'm going to specify in this function. So what is going to happen is I'm going to select the image over here first. Now I've selected the image and I'm just going to hide that image. So on clicking the hide button, the image gets hidden. Now let's close this. Now similarly for show, we're going to do the exact same thing. Okay, let me just copy paste this. It's going to be easier. So instead of selecting the hide button, we're going to select the show button, and on click of the show button, the image will get visible. So we're using the show function over here. So guys, it's as simple as that. Alright, so I hope all of you understood what I'm doing here. So let me just run you through what I did. So first of all, I created two buttons. I gave a different identifier to each of these buttons, hide and show. Okay, and then I'm displaying this image, a single image. So what's happening over here is on clicking the hide button, that image is going to get hidden. Okay, and on clicking the show button, the image is going to get visible. All right, let's save and let's just run it and see how this works. So let's click on hide, it gets hidden. Let's click on show, it's visible. Okay, now what we can do is we can also use the toggle function over here. So let's just select the images, sorry, the only image that we have, and I'm going to perform toggle on it. So it gets hidden. Now if I click on toggle, it's visible. Similarly, it gets hidden and visible. So toggle toggles between hide and show. Okay, so guys, that was about hide, show and toggle. So we covered all of these three in that example. Now let's look at fade out, fade in and fade toggle. Now just like the name says, it basically fades a particular element. So either it'll fade out that element, or it'll fade in, or it'll fade toggle. Okay, now let's just execute an example and see how this works. Alright, so first of all, let's clear this entire script path. I'm clearing this entire thing, and also we don't need buttons, so let's clear these two lines as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the other images over here as well. Now for each of these images, I'm going to give a ID. Okay, so let's define the ID of these images. Okay, let's say this image has an ID 1, and similarly I'm going to do it for the other two images as well. So this image has an ID 2, and we'll change this to husky. Okay, and And this third image, I'm going to give it an ID 3 and I'm going to change this to boxer. Alright, so basically I've assigned an ID to all of these images. Now in a short while you'll understand why I'm doing that. Now let's create a script tag, script, and we're going to have some code in this. So we're going to start off with the document.ready function. Okay, so document.ready, some function. Alright, so I forgot to create a button. Let's create a button. So over here only I'll create a button. Let's say the name of the button is buy, because we're fading out. Okay, so I'm going to create a button called buy. Okay, and now what we're going to do is on the click of the button, so we're selecting the button over here, and on click of the button some event is going to occur which we're going to mention in this function. Okay, so what is the event? I'm basically going to select all of the images one by one. So first I'm selecting this image. Alright, so basically it's the Goldie image that I'm selecting, and I'm going to fade it out. I'm going to use the fade out effect over here. So we can also pass parameters to these methods. So if I say fade out slow, then it'll slowly fade out. Okay, then similarly I'm going to do it for my other two images. Alright, so here let's select the second image, and let's keep it fast over here. Okay, it'll fade out really quick. And then I'll select the third image and we'll say slow. Okay, for this let's just keep it slow. Okay, now just close the parentheses and we are done with the code over here. Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm loading 3 images and I'm giving an identifier to each of these images. Okay, then I'm selecting each of these images and I'm fading them out. Okay, now let's see how this works. So let's open it up. Alright, now let's say buy. So here you can see that the first one and the last one fade out slowly. So the first one to fade out was this image because we passed a fast parameter. Okay, for these two we mentioned slow. Okay, let's look at it again. Yeah, so guys, this is how fade out works. Okay, now let's look at an example for fade in. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to clear this div. So let's not use puppy images anymore, even though that's saddening, but yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a script function. Now within this we're going to have 3 divs. Okay, so instead of keeping this as fade out, let's keep it fade in. So we'll make it fade in over here. Similarly for this also we'll make it fade in, and for this also fade in. Now what are we going to fade out and fade in? Let's look at what we're going to fade out. Now first of all, let me create a button. I'm gonna, let's say namaste. Okay, we're typical Indians over here. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div and I'm going to create a class called, let's say, fade. Okay, now what I'm going to do is within this div I'll have 3 different boxes or squares, and we'll give ID to each of these divs. So that is 1. Now this is the ID that I've mentioned over here. Okay, so ID 1, we're going to style it and we'll give it some sort of width. Okay, let's say width is so much, and similarly we'll give it some height and let's say 60 pixels. We'll keep the display as none for now because initially nothing should be visible. When you're fading in, it starts with nothing to everything gets visible. Okay, so that's why we're keeping the display as none. And also we'll set the background color. We'll set it to orange for this one. Alright, so you can see that I've set the display to none because we're fading in the image. Okay, then the background color I've set to orange. Alright, now what we're going to do is, that's the end of this div. Just close the div over here and we're going to add another division. Now within the div I'm going to give a small break, so you can use the BR to give a break. Now let me just copy this entire thing. We're going to have 3 divisions like these, so I'm just copying this whole thing. Now for the second div, what we're going to do is we're only going to change the background color. So I'm sort of trying to display our flag, the Indian flag. I won't be able to get the chakra in between, but apart from that, I think it should work. Okay, and this I'm going to change it to green. So we've created 3 divs over here, and on these 3 divs, we're going to fade in. Okay, this is slowly going to appear on the screen. So for this also I've set slow, fast, and all of that. Let me just change this. So the first one can appear by default. Okay, we're not going to pass any parameter. The second one, we'll put slow. And the third one, let's actually give it some value. Okay, so this is basically time in terms of milliseconds. So I'm going to give this value. Let's save the file and let's see how this runs. Okay, so I forgot to remove the buy button. Let's take that off. Okay, we have the namaste button. Let's save the file and now let's check. Okay, let's say namaste. So I made a stupid mistake over here. I forgot to change the ID. So this is 2 and this is 3. Okay, so now it should definitely work. Let's save the changes and I'm just going to open up my browser. Right, let's refresh. Okay, so here you can't see the white one because it's totally white, it's not visible. But here you can see that there is, this sort of looks like the Indian flag. So obviously I couldn't get the chakra over here, but yeah, so this is how it works. So guys, that was about fade in and fade out. So I hope all of you understood how fade in, fade out works. Okay, now let's move on to our next topic, which is slide down, slide up. And similarly, we're going to do slide toggle as well. Now, just like the name says, this effect is used to slide down a selected element, and it similarly has a speed and a callback parameter. Similar to that is slide up, wherein the selected element slides up. And then we have slide toggle, which toggles between slide up and slide down. So let's look at an example. Okay, so first of all, let me just clear this entire thing. Okay, I'm going to clear this whole thing, and so I'm going to start off with having a button. So let's say the name of the button is, we can name it slide. All right, and then we can, what we're going to do is we're going to add a div over here. Okay, a division. We're going to have an ID for that. Let's call it div1. Okay, this is not necessary, but it's a good practice to have an ID. Over here, it's not necessary because there's going to be only one div. So we're going to style it. Let's say we have the width. We'll set the width to 90 pixels. Okay, similarly, we'll have height parameter and we'll set that to 60. And we'll also give it a good background color. We'll give it pink. Okay, and okay, I have misspelled background. So basically this is the div. Let's close the div. It ends over here. Alright, so we basically created a div over here. It's basically a small square or a rectangle, okay, of color pink. Now let's have a script tag. Now within the script tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the button over here, and we're also going to add on event over here, and let's also add click. Okay, so on click, an event is going to occur, and that event is defined within this function. Now what we're going to do is we'll select the div, okay, using the identifier that we gave it, div1. Okay, and we're going to apply the slide up or the slide down function to this. Okay, let's apply slide up first. Okay, we can also pass a parameter, say slow. Let's close this up and this should work. Okay, let's save. So what I did here was I created a small rectangle using this div and I styled it. Okay, so I created a small rectangle over here and I have a button called slide, and on click of that button, this square is going to slide up slowly. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, let's say slide. So let's see it again. So it's slowly sliding up. Okay, so guys, this is how slide up works. Now for it to slide down, what we're going to do is, if it has to slide down, then initially the display has to be none. So we're going to set the display to none, and we're going to change this to slide down. Okay, let's save and let's see if this works. Okay, let's click on slide. See, it's sliding down slowly. So guys, this is how slide up and slide down works. Okay, you can also toggle it in the same manner. Okay, so if you toggle this, it will either slide up or slide down. Okay, so guys, with that we are done with jQuery effects. Now let's finally move on to our last topic, which is jQuery user interface. Okay, this is just the UI. Now I'm just going to discuss three functions over here, which is draggable, droppable, and date picker. Now, like the name suggests, you can drag any selected element using the draggable method. And similarly, the droppable method is used to drop the selected element at a specified target. This is how draggable and droppable work. Now let's look at an example. Alright, so I'm going to begin with clearing everything over here. Oh, guys, I don't know why I removed the first header. Okay, let's just keep it as jQuery tutorial. Now what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to begin with a style tag. So basically, we're going to style an element that we're going to drag around. So this is just going to be a small square or something like that. So I'm going to give this style a ID called drag. All right. Now within this, we're going to have a few properties like width. Let's have it 150 pixels. Then we'll have height similarly. So we're just going to design an element that we're going to drag around over here. Okay, 60 pixels. And then we'll give it a background color. Let's say blue. Let's click on blue violet. All right. So this is basically the style tag. Now, basically, we have a rectangle over here with the background color blue violet. And we've given it an identifier called drag. Okay. So guys, one thing I forgot to mention was, if you know CSS, then you know that when you use a hash, it's basically for an identifier. But whenever I mentioned dot with some name, it means that I'm selecting a class. Okay, that was just extra information. So yeah, now let's just open up a script tag. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a function over here. All right. Now guys, you can use function as a shorthand for document.ready function. Okay, so this is like a shorthand for function. I forgot to mention this earlier, but you can use this. Now what you're going to do here is I'm going to select the drag identifier, and to that element, whatever we designed over here, sorry, I forgot to put quotation marks. Now this drag identifier basically selects this rectangle that we created. So that rectangle is getting selected and we're going to make it draggable. Okay, we're going to use the draggable function, and yeah, all right. Okay, so this is the script. Now what I'm doing here is I'm creating a div of id drag. Okay, so basically this drag, and I'm creating a div of id drag. So it's basically the same division, and I'm just going to have some text on it. Let's say drag me around. Okay, so yes, let's save this, and this should definitely work. All right. So this is basically what we styled. We created a rectangle of violet blue color, and now you can just drag it around. Okay, you can see that I can simply drag it around the entire HTML page over here. Okay, so guys, this is how draggable works. I know it looks really cool to drag it. It's like a small game. So this is how draggable works. Okay, now let's look at droppable. Now let me just clear this entire thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an image of a puppy whom we want to drop off at his house. So basically we're going to have an image of a puppy and we're going to drag it and drop it into his house. So we're going to involve draggable and droppable over here. It's a cute concept. So guys, yeah, I'm first of all going to start with displaying the image. So okay, I'm going to select Goldie, and all right, so now that I've selected the image, now let's have a style function. Okay, now we need a house for this puppy, so we're going to design the house. Now I'm going to give an identifier to this. Let's call it drop. Now within this, I'm going to have a width. Okay, we'll set it to 400 pixels. Similarly, height 400, and we'll make it float to the right because I'll tell you why. Alright, so when I display this, you'll understand why I'm floating it to the right. Background color as, let's give it aquamarine. Okay, so this is the end of style. So what we did here is we basically created a square of the color aquamarine. Now let's add the script tag over here where all the work happens. Now over here, I'm going to begin with function. All right. Now I'm going to start off by selecting the image. There's only one image here. You can either say image or you can give the identifier of the image. It's the same thing. And this image should be draggable. Okay. Draggable. All right. Now I'm going to select this square that we created, which has an identifier called drop. So I'm going to select that square and I'm going to make it droppable. All right. Let's just close the parenthesis over here. All right. So this is it for script. Now let's also add a small text over here. So I'm creating a div with the ID drop. Okay. Within this div, let's have a small paragraph which says my home. All right. Okay. So what we did here was we started off by displaying this image, and then we created a square with the following properties. After that, we're going to assign the draggable method to the image and the droppable method to this square that we created over here. Okay, now let's just look at the output. You'll understand it much better. All right. So basically, this guy wants to go home. All right, give me a second. Okay, so the reason it wasn't getting dragged was because I did not mention a hash over here. When you give an identifier, you have to mention hashtag over here. Okay, so let's save this and let's open that up. It should work. Refresh. Now see, it's draggable. So this guy wants to go home and this is his house. So it's droppable over here. Okay, it does not move around or go back. It's droppable. So his house is droppable. So we're just taking him to his house. I know this is silly, but this was a good way of showing you how draggable and droppable works. All right. So I hope you all understood draggable, droppable. Now, lastly, we're going to look at date picker. So guys, this is an inbuilt function. It's an inbuilt widget in Jquery, wherein you can enter a date and then you can easily visualize the date. We're not going to go into detail with this. I'm just going to show you a simple example of how the date picker works. Okay, let me just start off by clearing this entire thing. Okay, right up to here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an input wherein the user will enter the date. Let's give it an ID. Let's say date is the ID and the type is text. We'll also assign it some size. Okay, say 10. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to open up a script tag. Now within the script tag, it's very simple, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the input. So I'm typing the input ID over here. And on that, we're going to call the date picker widget. Okay. So let's save this. So guys, this is all right. So I'm just creating an input. And as soon as you type the input, you're going to get a date picker. Okay. So this is an inbuilt widget. There's not much to code over here. All right. So as soon as I clicked on it, the date picker got visible. So let's say I give some date. You can give some date randomly, or if you select on some particular date, that date is visible over here. Okay, so it just works normally like this. All right. So guys, I hope all of you are clear with the date picker.
What is Angular? So it only makes sense to start with what exactly is Angular. So for viewers who are watching any Angular video for the first time, you deserve an introduction to what you are learning. Now, most of you, I assume, actually already have done your research before coming onto YouTube and typing out Angular tutorial. So it's only mandatory that I give you this introduction. So first of all, Angular is a front-end development framework. Now that's out of the way. Let's get into what front-end development framework means. So if you have any web developer friends, you will constantly hear two words, backend and frontend, backend and frontend. So what do these two words mean? Well, the roles of a web developer are forked into two very distinct branches in this industry. The first is that of a backend developer, and the second is that of a front-end developer. Now, a backend developer is responsible for mostly everything that happens on the back end. So basically stuff like routing. Well, routing is also done by front-end developers, but that's another thing. But routing is basically the job of a backend developer.
fetching things from a server, writing the JavaScript for all that things, that is a complete backend developer thing. Setting up the server for, in fact, setting up the database schema, that's everything a backend developer does. What the front-end developer does mostly entails what you see on your screen right now. So the way you see Facebook, the way it's designed, how the news feed is actually placed like that, that is the job of a front-end developer. He makes sure that everything on the website looks tip-top and smack perfect, and he does this with a lot of optimization. So mostly back in the day, front-end mostly used to be done by HTML and CSS, and CSS used to get very complicated in this fashion. It still is a little complicated if you want to present a very polished website, but creating the HTML and making it much more reactive is what the framework does for you. So most online sites will say that front-end development framework is also referred to as a CSS framework. Well, while this is very true, it's not so perfect of a thing to say that it is a CSS framework. It is more of a reactive HTML framework, and I will explain just now how. So the second thing that you should know about Angular is that it is maintained and developed by Google. So AngularJS is a JavaScript-based open source front-end framework mainly maintained by Google and by a community of individuals and corporations to address many of the challenges encountered in developing single-page applications. We'll also get to what single-page applications mean in a moment. It aims to simplify both development and the testing of such applications by providing a framework for client-side model view controller, that is the MVC architecture, or the model view model controller, or the MVVM architectures as you might know it. So basically, it's maintained and developed by Google. Now, if you know Google, you know things they give you as a product is amazing. Things like Flutter really took off. Android, we know what it is today. And AngularJS has been out there since a long time. It's got an amazing community. If you have any sort of doubt, you can go ahead and post it out on Stack Overflow under the Angular tab, and you will probably get an answer almost immediately. Other than that, your problems might already be there posted by somebody else who is developing and face the same problem. So basically, you have a great community, great support from Google, and it's a breeze to work with Angular today. The third thing that you need to know about Angular is that it is a JavaScript-based framework. Now, if that was not already obvious from Angular 1, which is named AngularJS, well, I'm just putting it out there, it is JavaScript-based. So why is it a good thing that it is JavaScript-based? Well, JavaScript is commonly known as the language of the web. So if you are interacting with any part of the web, you're probably going to use JavaScript or the JavaScript engine. You might be doing unknowingly, but you are definitely doing it. For example, you're watching this video on YouTube right now. You are using a JavaScript engine that runs a video framework. So yeah, so if you know JavaScript, you basically know how to talk to the web. So when you're trying to learn Angular, you don't really have to learn a new language. For example, when you're learning Flutter, you have to learn about Dart. So Dart is a new language that is developed by Google and is used in Flutter, that is their mobile application development framework. If you want to go learn Flutter, you can check out my Flutter tutorial on Edureka. But for now, you need to know that Angular is based on JavaScript. Well, not exactly JavaScript, it is based on TypeScript. TypeScript is the main language that is used in Angular scripts, and TypeScript is basically a superset of JavaScript. And we'll get into what TypeScript is later on. So basically, the fact that it is based on JavaScript makes it much more common and easy to reach out for developers like us. After that, we just discussed that Angular is meant for single-page applications. So we are not trying to create multi-page applications with Angular. Angular is made for making single-page applications. So what exactly is a single-page application? Well, it does not require a page reloading. So for example, Gmail is a wonderful single-page application. So let me just go ahead and show it to you. So if you go ahead and open up your Gmail account, and let's say you are straight up going to open on the inbox page. Now, if you were to go into drafts, let the site stop loading. Okay, so if you were to go into drafts, you see that there is basically no loadout here. Your screen isn't going into that whole whoop-de-whoop of loading. But if you are not on a single page application, for example, GoToWebinar, which is a recording service. So out here we are on the My Webinar tab. And if I were to go to my recording out here, you see that this goes into a loading fashion. This is loading up a new page. So this means that GoToWebinar is not a single page application, while Google is a single page application. And you just saw how much faster Google can be. My God, this is still loading and Google was done with it already. So yeah, single page applications certainly have the performance and the speed that you require today to do all your things very seamlessly. So it's great to have a framework that lets you create single page applications with so much ease. So with that out of the way, this is all the theory part. Let's go ahead and start up with our own Angular project. So the first thing that you need to do is to start up with Angular is go ahead to your browser, open up a new tab, and search for Node.js. Now, I am assuming that you don't have Node.js installed on your computer. So click on the first link and go ahead and download the one that is recommended for most users. After you download it, you'll get a setup file. Go ahead, click the setup file and just follow the instructions. It's a pretty easy install, and I don't think there should be much problems with it. But just in case out there you get a problem with it, some configuration problem goes wrong, please go ahead and check out another video that actually explains how to install Node.js on your computer. Because this video is meant for Angular, I have a lot to do and I can't waste time with stuff like how to install Node. There are a lot of videos out there, including Edureka's itself, and you can go ahead and check them out. Now, once you have installed Node on your computer, you can go ahead and check if Node is installed by just typing Node on your command prompt, and this should open up a JavaScript console. You can say stuff like print, or let's say var x equals 5, and if you just call x, it'll say 5 out there. I know my text isn't very clear because I have this weird blue background in my command prompt, but yeah, if you can open up a JavaScript console with just typing Node, you have installed Node in proper fashion. Now to exit from this console, you can just type .exit and that will exit you from that console. So now let's go ahead and clear up our command prompt. And the next thing that we are going to do is install Angular on our computer. So to install Angular, let's see what we have to do. So the best place that you have for any doubts of this sort is the Angular documentation. So go ahead and search for the Angular docs. So this will open up the Angular docs. It's at angular.io/docs. Go ahead and check the setup part. So out here, you see that you need Node.js. Now that you have done it, you can go ahead and install Angular through an npm command. So npm is the node package manager, and all you have to say to npm is that you need to install. So install, or you can just simply say I and then -g, which basically means that it is going to be a global install and not pertaining to any particular folder or any project setup. So we are going to be installing this globally so that you can access the Angular CLI from almost anywhere on your computer. So after that, all you have to say is Angular/CLI, if I'm correct. Okay, it's @Angular. So for stuff like this, always keep the documentation open and you should go ahead and press enter after that. So this command will go ahead and install Angular on your local machine. So let's just wait for this to finish. Okay, so as you guys know, I already had Angular installed on my computer, so nothing new has actually been changed. It just says it updated one package, so that doesn't really matter. So this means that Angular has been installed on our computer. And you can go ahead and check that by just creating an Angular project. Now I'm in my default user directory, so let me just go ahead and change it to the desktop directory. And out in the desktop directory, I want to make a folder called Angular tutorial. So Angular_tutorial. So this is where I'm going to be saving all the projects and all the setups that we will be needing for the various assignments and simple applications that we will be looking at and the concepts. So this is going to be the folder for the day. So let's go ahead and quickly change into that folder. And so Angular tutorial, and we are in our Angular tutorial folder. So out here, what you can do to start up a new Angular project is, as you guys can see, out here it says to create a workspace and initial application. You can use the ng-new command. So ng-new basically tells Angular CLI that you want to start a new project, and then you basically give your project a name. Okay, so ng-new, and what do we name our project? Well, let's think of some appropriate name. Let's go back and see what are we actually going to do next. So we are going to be writing our first app. So it's very simple that we are going to be calling this our first app. So ng-new will go ahead and create a folder which has everything that you need to create your first app. So you can opt out for routing for now because we will not be going for routing in this tutorial. And we will also be using CSS for our file. So just press enter twice and that will be using the default settings for setting up your Angular project. And there it goes. So that completes our project setup. And for this project setup, we are also missing out one thing. So Firstly, we are missing out our code editor. So I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, but you can use other paid applications like WebStorm out there. WebStorm is amazing. If you can pay for it, please go for it. But for now, for a very free way of making a tutorial, I'm going to be sticking to my cheap ways and just use Visual Studio Code. Now, just because Visual Studio Code is free doesn't mean it takes away from any of the functionalities that come from the paid apps. It has all the functionalities like syntax highlighting for creating and generating components. It's really good. You even get a built-in terminal to actually run your Angular CLI commands. Okay, so let's just wait for this project to get set up. It kind of takes a couple of minutes from some time. So let's just give it some time. Okay, so now that our Angular app is set up and running, all we need to do now is go ahead and just download Visual Studio Code. So to download Visual Studio Code, go ahead and type in Visual Studio Code on your browser. Go to the first link and also the second link out here that download Visual Studio Code. That should give you a setup file and you should just go ahead and set it up. That's very easy to do. So let's not waste more time and get started with writing our first app. Okay. So out here, if you were to go to your desktop and if you made a folder like me, like Angular tutorial, you will see that there's a folder that says first app. Now, if you were to open the folder, you see a lot of things you probably don't understand out here. So there is a tslint, which is a JSON source file. There's also the package file. There's a package lock. There's also this very important angular.json file, which basically includes all your dependencies. Now, this E2E file is not really going to be useful for us in this Angular tutorial. E2E basically means end-to-end, and this is made for end-to-end testing of Angular apps. What we are going to be interested in is mostly the node modules and the SRC. So out here in SRC, you see that there is this index page. There is an index page, which is your HTML file. There's also this style sheet, which is your basic styling of the web app that comes built in when you basically make any Angular app. So first of all, let's go back and let's open this folder, particularly with Visual Studio Code. So as you guys can see, I have opened up our first app and we can go into our SRC and we can see that there's an app folder and we get a lot of files out here. So we have an app component.css file, we have an app component.html file, we have an app component.spec.ts file. So all of these .spec.ts files are basically used for testing purposes. We're not going to be concentrating on testing, but rather more on developing an app. So this is none of our concern for now. You can feel free to actually go ahead and delete it. Now, if you go ahead and open up app.component.ts, you can go ahead and see that there is a bit of code written out here. So there's an import line from the first thing. We can see that it's importing something called components from a library called Angular/core. There's also this decorator out here that tells Angular that this is a component. It has a selector, it has a template URLs, it has styles URLs. And in the class, you can see that there is a variable that says title and it says first app. Now, this really doesn't make sense to a beginner, but just wait on when we will know what all of these things mean, from components to a class and everything else. So first of all, let's go ahead and see what this app that Angular ships with looks like. So to do that, go ahead and open up your terminal. You can simply do that by dragging it up and down. And out here, what you want to say is ng -open, which basically makes your default browser open up. And all you want to say is serve. So this command basically serves the app that is in the development mode right now, and it will serve it on a local host at port number 4200. So it's compiling at the moment. So let's go ahead and see what it actually looks like. Let's give it some time to compile and it should open up the app for us automatically. Let's close off this one. Let's keep the documentation open. Let's close off the Node.js. Let's close off my mail. Okay, so this is the first app. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are greeted with a welcome screen. As you guys can also see, it's on a local server. This is not hosted at a global scale. This is just for your testing purposes as a developer. So you can see that it says welcome to the first app. Now, if you go ahead and see out here, it says title equals first app. Now, if you go ahead in the HTML part, you can also see that there is this little place where title is referenced back again. So as a developer, I think you can make some sense that these three files, the app_component.ts, the app_component.html, and the app_component.css, is kind of interconnected with each other. So yeah, this is basically what an Angular app looks like. Okay, so this is basically the application that Angular ships with. It's a very welcoming application. It says, welcome to first app. It has some useful links such as the Tour of Heroes link. It has a link to the command line interface documentation and a few of the Angular blogs. Now, this is of really no use to us if you want to learn. So let's go ahead and actually fiddle around with this file that comes along with Angular when you create your app. So if you go ahead and look at the app_component.html page, it looks deceivingly similar to what we see on our screen out here with this app that Angular ships with. So as you guys can see, it has an H1 that says welcome to and title, and out here you can see welcome to first app. So basically we can say that the title out here, which we saw in the TypeScript file, which is said title equals to first app, and that gets converted out here. Above that, we also have a few links, and basically it's an unordered list. And also, if necessary, there is some styling that goes along too. But at this moment, there is no styling that is available. So let's go ahead and tinker around with this application just to give you an idea how Angular actually works. So Angular is basically divided into components, an Angular app. So out here, what you see is the app component. So every component has three files. It's basically it's a template. So it has its own styling. So that is app.component.css. It also has its template. So the styling is CSS. The template is app.component.html. And the logic, the business logic that goes inside this thing is in the app.component.ts file. Now, there is also this app.module.ts file, and I'll get to that just in a moment. But for now, what you want to do is go ahead and just delete all the stuff that is there in the app.component.html file. Now, don't forget to keep your terminal running, which is serving this application. So every time you go ahead and save, it basically saves it. And you can go ahead and see that it has reloaded it, and we have nothing out here, to be honest. So let's make this page a little more interesting. So firstly, let's give this just an input, let's say. So we want a div, and in this div, we are going to have an input of type text. Now, every input should also go with a label, and this label is for name. So we can give this type name equals name out here. Right, so let's make this a little less confusing for you guys. Let's call this first name, right? And out here, you see if we go ahead and save it, we should get an input out here. We can type stuff out here, but it really does nothing even if we press enter and stuff like that. So we can also have a paragraph out here, which outputs out our name for us. Please don't pay much attention to the syntax for now. Just try and understand what is happening in the background, because we will get to the syntax just in a few moments. So we want to display the name out here. So to display the name, we need to create a variable called name. So go ahead and go to your app.component.ts file and change this name, the title, to name. And out here, let's change it to my name. So we're going to say Arya. So let's save that. Let's go back and save our HTML file. And as you guys can see, Arya is coming out here. But if we still type something into the input, nothing actually happens. Now what I want to do is, whatever I type in the input should automatically be reflected in this paragraph below it. So we can do that very simply with so-called tool that Angular ships with. Now these tools are called directives, and we will get into directives just in this tutorial. I'll be teaching you how to make use of inbuilt directives like the one I'm going to be using right now. So let's go ahead and use this directive. Now pay no attention to the way I am writing this, because syntax is something that can be dealt with later on. So for now, what we want to do is start a square bracket and then an open parentheses bracket. That is the normal bracket. And what we want to say is ngModel is equals to name. So name should be in your double quotes. Now this will tell Angular that whatever is being typed out here is going to be stored in a property called name. And we are also going to be displaying the same name down here in this paragraph. So let's go ahead and save this. And let's go ahead and reload our file. And you surprisingly see that the input part that we had has suddenly disappeared. Now what we want to do to realize our mistake is go ahead and say inspect. If you go into the console, it says uncut error, template parse error. So it can't bind to ng model since it isn't known property of input. Okay, so basically Angular can't figure out what ng model is. Now this is because we have not imported the functionalities of ng model. Now I said that this is an input model and it comes shipped with Angular. But the way TypeScript works is that you have to go and tell TypeScript everything you are importing that you will be needing for your app to be running. Now all your imports to this is actually done in the module file. So things that need to be imported when you are running this is done in the modules file. So as you guys can see, we are importing a few stuff already that is by default. So we are importing the ng module from angular/core, and we are also importing the browser module from angular/platform browser. Now, to actually make the magic of ng model happen, we need to import something, and this is @angular/forms. So everything ends with a semicolon. So basically in TypeScript, you need to tell TypeScript where everything is particularly. So angular/forms. And what we need to import is the forms module. Now, this was telling TypeScript that we are going to be using this, but you also need to tell Angular that your forms module needs to be imported. So you can do that by just copying this name and putting it in the imports array out here. So put a comma, press enter, and type in forms module. Go ahead and save your HTML page also, just in case. And now what we see out here is we do not get any error first of all, and we have this nice little input box. So let's close this. We also have this nice little input box. It says aria in the paragraph. It also says aria in the input box. Now, if I were to delete that, everything in the paragraph also automatically gets deleted. So if this was not a single page application, for example, reflecting the changes you made to the input would probably take you to reload the page. But that is not with Angular. You can go ahead and simply type your name and everything will happen like it's magic and it'll appear down in the paragraph below. So that was all about installing Angular, setting up your project, and we set up a project. We saw how the shipping app actually looks like, and then we kind of fiddled with it. And this is how an Angular app basically works. You have components, and then you also have modules. So modules are like sub packages, like any app would be divided into sub packages. An Angular app is divided into modules. Now modules contain components, and this is the component out here that we worked with just now. It is called the app component. Also, another thing that I want to bring to your notice is if we go ahead and open up the source code, what you see out here is it's basically an HTML page, but there's this weird app root element out here. It almost seems like we have built our own custom element. Below that, what you see is a bunch of script imports that Angular does for you so that Angular works properly. But the main interesting part is this app root element. Now, if you remember, we had seen this app root element in our app.component.ts file, and we see that we have a selector called app root. Now, the page that gets loaded into the browser is actually this index.html page. Now, out there, you see that we have created this app root thing. So basically, app root out here is like a selector. So basically, this will help you understand how an Angular app gets loaded when we get to that. So index.html is basically the file or the source code that you see out here. It also happens to have this app root custom element. Now we built this custom element using our components, and we told our component that the selector for this custom element will be app root. And the template of that component is stored in app.component.html, which is basically this file. And also the component has some styling, which it at the moment doesn't have any. If it would have any styling, it would be in this app.component.css file. And basically that's it. And we have our app.component.ts file, which makes sure of the logic that is working properly. So basically this is how Angular works. It's a bunch of components. Now let's go ahead, and this was our first app that we created. Now let's go ahead with our next topic, and that is what is TypeScript. Now, you really saw that we are using something a little different from JavaScript. It's basically not JavaScript, it's TypeScript. So what exactly is TypeScript? Well, TypeScript is just a superset of JavaScript. It is a strongly typed, object-oriented compiled language. It was designed by Microsoft, and it is basically a superset to JavaScript. So anything that is included in JavaScript is definitely included in TypeScript, but the reverse can't be actually said. So everything in JavaScript is there in TypeScript because it is a superset, but everything in TypeScript is not there in JavaScript. So TypeScript is basically used when you want to create a JavaScript-based application that can actually scale at an industrial level. Because when we're talking about TypeScript, it basically compiles down to JavaScript, and this compilation is done by the Angular CLI. So if you want to go ahead and learn the nitty-gritties of TypeScript, you can go ahead and check out TypeScript tutorial out there on the web. There are plenty of them. TypeScript is really easy to learn. And even if you don't want to learn TypeScript, I think it's easy enough. If you know JavaScript, you can catch it up along the way. It's basically like JavaScript, but having classes, interfaces, and stuff like that. So with that out of the way, we can move ahead to our next topic, and that is integrating external CSS into our Angular application. Okay, so for the purpose of integrating an external CSS, we are going to be working with Bootstrap 3. So Bootstrap, if you don't know, is a CSS framework. So let's go and see what Bootstrap does. So this is Bootstrap. We are on Bootstrap version 4 right now, but I will be using version 3 for this purpose of this demo. So you can go ahead and see what Bootstrap does out here on Bootstrap's official site. I also have a Bootstrap tutorial. You can go ahead and check that out too. It's basically will show you how to use Bootstrap in its various forms and formats. Okay, so now we are only going to integrate Bootstrap into our project. So to do that, all you have to do is go out here and open up another PowerShell command. Out here, what you want to do is type in the commands npm install and -- save, and you want to say bootstrap @3. What this will do is download all the files of Bootstrap 3 and store it in this node modules folder. So node modules folder is anything that you use from the node package manager. If you download some external package, it will be saved in your node modules. After that, after it's downloaded, I will show you how you can integrate it into your project that you are working on. Let's give it some time to actually download the node modules, or what we have here, that is Bootstrap 3. Okay, so we have actually downloaded Bootstrap 3. Now you can check that by actually opening the node modules folder and going down to BOO. So A, B, C, D, B, should be somewhere here. Okay, it seems I can now find it there. Let's go ahead and check it out on our desktop. So we have Angular tutorial, first app, node modules, and there should be a Bootstrap out here. Yep, below Bonjour. So it should be below Bonjour. So let's go ahead and find Bonjour out here. So this is our Bootstrap folder that we had just downloaded. Now out here we have a few folders. So under this Bootstrap folder, go into the dist folder that stands for distribution, go to CSS, and all you have to do is copy this, right click on it, and copy the relative path. Now all you have to do is go into, let's minimize this a little so that it becomes easier to work with. Now all you have to do is go out here, go into styles. This is the angular.json file. On almost line number 27, you will see that there is a styles array. So out here, all you do is put a comma, press enter, and put in the address of the bootstrap.css file. Now beware that when you copy the relative path, you have to actually go ahead and change this all to a backslash. So just change all of these to backslashes and you should be ready to go. So let me just show you guys. This is without actually having Bootstrap installed. So this is the app that we have created. Now if we were to just go ahead and inspect, we can go ahead and see that in the head part, there is only one styles, that it says text/CSS. This other styles is just a way of telling Angular that there's a source mapping of all the CSS styles. Now, at this moment, you can see that this is the global styles to this file. Now, once we actually go ahead and save our angular.json file, and then what we have to do is actually go ahead and node where we were actually serving, hit Control C, and then what you want to do again is serve it again. So basically save your angular.json file, stop serving your application onto the server, and then save all your files, and then start up a new fresh serve process again. So to start a new fresh serving process, all you have to do is go ahead and type ng new, or you can just say n. Oh wait, we're not creating a new component. All we want to do is say ng-o and serve. So remember, this has only one style at this moment. So now let's see how we can actually integrate Bootstrap, if we actually could integrate Bootstrap into our project. Okay, so our application has actually compiled, and let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and inspect our page. And if you go into your head part, you will see that there is a new style that has been added. So this says that Bootstrap version 3.4.1 has been added, and now you can use all the styling that comes along with Bootstrap. For example, if I were to put this division inside a class called Jumbotron, this would give it a specific type of styling. A Jumbotron is not exactly meant to be used like that, so let's go ahead and change it to a container. Now, if you want to know about all these Bootstrap classes that I'm using, you can very well go ahead and check out my Bootstrap tutorial that I have up on Edureka's site. Okay, so let's remove this. We are not doing the styling properly at this moment. Let's get back to this. Okay, looks like we have actually broken something, but what I wanted to show you is that we actually have Bootstrap going on, and our Bootstrap is completely working. So this is Bootstrap version 3.4.1 for us. So that is, guys, how you would add an external CSS file to your project. Okay, so our next topic for today is how Angular actually loads. So if we go back to our code editor, and we analyze all the files that we've seen. So first of all, you have three component files. That is the component styling file, the component template file, and the component TypeScript file. Now, if you were to go back to your page where your application is loaded, and you were to inspect it, or to be honest, you have to go and see the source. So in the source, you see that there is this app root element. Now, how does the app root element know that it has to insert an input box and a paragraph out here? Well, let me just explain that first, because this is a very important concept. This will help you in learning Angular, because you're getting to the root and fundamentals of how Angular is working. So firstly, the page that is getting served by the ng-serve process is this index.html file. Now, in this index.html file, we have somewhat of a custom element with the selector of app root. Now, if you were to realize, we have tied in this app root selector out here in this app.component.ts file. In this app.component.ts file, we have a decorator method. We have a decorator class, and in this decorator class, we have said that the selector is going to be app root. Basically, it saves a string as a selector, and it gives it a value that this is going to be used for recognizing an element on an HTML page. We have then also said that the element will have its templating in an app.component.html file. So very basically, when an app root component is present on your HTML file, Angular knows that it has to serve these three files out here. These three files out here, the app component files, it knows because it's tied in with the selector. Now, if you go ahead and see it out here, there is a module file also. Now, before we get to the module file, I'd like to tell you that the first piece of code that is actually run is always the main file. So out here, the main file is the main.ts file, and out here you see this line out here. So out here in this file, basically there are a few imports. One is to enable production mode for development purposes, but the most important line out here is platform browser dynamic, and it's a Bootstrap module. So in this Bootstrap module, we are passing in the app module as an argument. So since the app module is being passed as an argument, the app module part is actually invoked out here. And out here you see it has another bootstrap array. So this bootstrap doesn't actually refer to our bootstrap CSS framework we just included. Bootstrap means what should be run first when you are actually running an application. So out here we are saying that we want to run the app component, and the app component here happens to have this HTML file, this CSS file, and this TypeScript file, which are also tied into the index.html, which is app root selector. So whenever this app root selector is found on this HTML page, it is going to actually serve these three files, and that is exactly how an Angular app is loaded onto your screen. So this workflow is very important for you to understand, such that you know where you are going wrong, just in case in future debugging processes. We will be having a very detailed lecture on debugging in the future, so please hang on for that. So this part that I just explained will act as a precursor of knowledge for the future videos, which will need you to understand how an Angular application is actually being presented to you on your screen. Now moving ahead, we are going to go ahead to our next topic, and that is components. Now what we have here under this app folder is a component. Now components are the building blocks of Angular. Everything that you see on your screen using Angular is basically a component. So imagine there is this website that you see on your mobile phone, and it is a website built by Angular. Now everything on Angular will be starting with the root component, and they will obviously contain subcomponents and even more subcomponents after that. So basically it is a tree of components. Now if you were to remember my Flutter tutorial, if you haven't watched that, please go ahead and check that out. Flutter is amazing and you should be learning it today. Well, in Flutter I had said that application built using Flutter is a tree of widgets. Now the same analogy can be put to a web page that is built using Angular as a tree of components. It's basically a unit or a building block, and each framework gives its building blocks a different name. So for Flutter it's a widget, and for Angular it's a root component or just components in itself. So what we did out here is that we had a component. Now let's say that we want to create another component. How do we do that? Well, all you have to do is go ahead and right click on your applications folder, and what you want to say is you want to put in a new folder. Now let's call this folder, let's say we want to have a component called servers. So let's call this servers, and out here what we want to do is we want to create the server files. So out here we are going to create a new file. So we are going to create a new file, and this file is going to be called the server.component.html. So why did we choose this naming process? Well, when you are building an industry level applications, you tend to forget what is what. So naming something appropriately, so out here you know that this is the server.component.html file. This gives us very good information. For example, it is a server, it is a component, and this is the template HTML file. Now in this template HTML file, we could be putting anything. For example, let's just put an h3, and we could say that this is the server component that you are viewing. So if this is coming on our screen, we will know that this is a server component. Now we also need to add a new file out here. So to serve this file, we need a TypeScript file first of all. So what we need to do is create a new file, and this will be the server.component.ts file. So TS stands for TypeScript. Now if you were to go ahead and check out the app component.ts file out here, you see that there is an import and then there's a class. So first of all, we are going to try and replicate this because that is also a component, and we are making our component manually, so we will know what we want to do. So first of all, we want to say export class, and let's say server. Out here, let's see the naming fashion of how it is used. So it says app component. So to make it more clear that this is a component, we could just use something of a naming structure like server component. Those are brackets. Now we said export because we want to be using this class everywhere else. So this was your way of telling Angular that this is a component. But this is not where it actually ends. You also need to tell Angular by actually putting a decorator. So @component will tell Angular that this is indeed a decorator. So out here, if you were to go ahead and again look into your components file, out here you see that we have to open the components part and type in the selectors. Now basically what we want to put in this component is, we want to say how we want to select this. So we're going to say selector, and our selector will be, let's say, a server. I'm sorry, that's not how you do it. Let's just go back. And as you guys can see, our things are becoming much more easier because of this IDE. Things are getting imported into our file system. Now what we want to say out here is our selector will be, we have to pass a string, so it is going to be server. Now we can actually call this a server, but that is not the proper naming fashion. So just to make sure your selector doesn't actually go ahead and clash with any inbuilt selector or some selector that might probably ship with Angular, what you want to do is call this app server. So you just put a hyphen in between and you call this app server. Now another thing that we need to do is pass the HTML file. So we can say template URL. So let's see how we can actually use the template URL part. So you see that it is a template URL and we have to pass in the components.html. So out here, let's go back and let's say template URL, and all we have to do is pass server.component.html. Now let's see if we are missing out on anything. You can always go back and check there. So we have to put the dot and the slash just to tell it that it is in the same parent directory. So /server.component.html. And for now, we can skip on the styling because there is no styling involved. So we do not put a semicolon here because this is basically like an array. So let's go ahead and save that. So that's saved successfully. And now what we can do is go back into our app component file, an HTML file. Let's go ahead and delete all this. Now what we can say is, let's put an h1 to know that we are in the app component file. So this is app component that we are looking at. Now, if you guys remember, we have used a selector out here, that our selector for this will be app server. So whenever we put an app server type of selector, then h3 should be rendered, which says this is the server component that you are viewing. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go back to our app component and let's say app server. So since we have put our app server here, what we should be able to do is, so since we have put an app server there, an h3 should be actually rendered there. Now let's go ahead and check if that actually happens. Let's save all our files. Let's save that. Let's save this. Now what you see out here is nothing is actually getting loaded. There is no h1 and there is no s3 either. Now this is because we have forgotten to actually put it in our modules. So if we see that nothing is actually getting loaded, there is no h1, there is no h3. So let's go ahead and inspect and let's go into the console. And if you go ahead there, you'll see that app server is not a known element. And the beautiful part of Angular is that it also gives you a solution most of the time. So if app server is an Angular component, then verify that it is a part of this module. So this gives us an idea that there is something missing in the app modules part out here to know that what this actually does. So if we were to look at our app modules TypeScript file, we would see that it kind of looks like a normal TypeScript file. There are a bunch of imports in the beginning. Then there is a decorator, which is the ng module decorator, and it has a bunch of arrays. Now in these arrays, we have understood what the bootstrap part does. It basically tells which component should be loaded or which service should be loaded when our app is loading for the first time. Now, we also need to tell Angular that there is another component that you should be aware of. This is not done automatically if you are creating your servers and components manually. So what we need to do is go ahead and tell Angular that there is a server component. So if we put a server component, we also see that there is another import line that has been added. So out here, this is TypeScript. This is the way you tell TypeScript that there is a server component, and this is the way you tell Angular that there's a server component. Now, if we were to go ahead and save that, we can now see that there is two parts loaded. One says that app component and the other said this is the server component that you are viewing. If you were to go ahead and inspect, you would see that this is the head, then this is the body, and inside the app root, we will have the app server component that is running. Inside the app server, we see that there is an h3, which is basically this part. So this is how you can create your components manually and then add them to your project and add them successfully too, so that Angular and TypeScript both understand how your components are being made. Now, you can also add a styling to your components by just adding a styling folder, I mean a styling file. So you will be calling this the server.component.css. So this is going to be a CSS file, and out here we can just say, since we have an h3, we can say color will be, let's say, blue. Let's go ahead and save that. And now what we need to do is go into the TypeScript file, and we also need to give the styles URL, and this is going to be, so let's go ahead and see how styles are actually put. This is put in an array, so that's exactly what we're going to do out here. So what we want to say is, let's just copy this out because it's going to be the CSS file in the similar fashion. Just go ahead and paste that in and just change this to CSS. Let's go ahead and save that. And now if we go ahead and load it, we will see that our styling has also been applied to our component. So this is the server component, this is the app component, which makes it very clear. Now, if you are actually a guy who likes things to be much more automatic and seamless like me, worry not, because Angular gives you the power to create components and not worry about if they're included in your module and everything just through the CLI. So if we were to go to our PowerShell part and we were to actually run a command that says ng generate component, and we could say, let's say, so we have a server, so we need somebody to, let's say, sub server. So sub server. Now what the CLI will do is it will go ahead and create everything that you need for your component. So we see we have a subserver folder out here. This subserver has a subserver.css file, and this also has a subserver.component file. Now only we can go and put this. So it has a component file, has a paragraph that says subserver works. There's also the testing file, which we didn't create. There's also the components file out here. I mean the TypeScript file. And as you guys can see, it says app sub server. So that is a selector that you use it with. So let's go ahead and use this. So we go ahead and put this into our server's HTML file, and we can just say app sub server. Let's go ahead and save that. And now what you should see is that there is a sub server works out here. So basically what you did was you created a component through the CLI and you basically just used it. This is how you are going to be using most of your components, creating most of your components, and that is through the CLI. I just wanted to show you how you can do it manually too, just so that you know how a server is written, I mean how a component is written, and what each line of code means when a component is also written. Now, if you were to go ahead and compare this, there is a constructor function and there is this ng on init. We will get to these parts later in our playlist. Because for now, if I were to go into the nuances of ng on init and a constructor, it would only create chaos and confusion in your mind. So that was about components for now. So it's time for our first assignment. Okay guys, so that is how you use and create components using the Angular CLI. Now, coming back to the server component that we created, I would like to bring to your notice a few different things that you can do. So first of all, let's go ahead and analyze the selector part. So if you have any experience with web development, you will know that a selector is basically a way of selecting stuff or elements on your HTML page. Now, when we say app server like this out here, this could be anything. This could be a property, this could be a class, or this could be an HTML element too. For now, this is an HTML element. But let me just show you, this can also be used as a class. So let's see, we say it's .app server, And let's go ahead and save that. So this is going to be .app server. Now let's go ahead and find where we actually used our server. So we have used this app server like this. Now if we were to comment this out, and let's say we put in a div that had a class and it said app server. Now as you see, this is the server component that you are viewing, and the subserver works. So let's go ahead and inspect that. Let's go into the body. That's the app root, and then there's a div which has a class app server instead of an app server component. So what we did was that we created an app server and we made the class a selector. So the selector is basically a class now. Now the class can also have its own styling, and that's basically how you do it. Now instead of actually writing your template URLs like this, you could also, let's comment this out, you could also say something like a template. So your template could be just a template, and you are going to put your template in these quotes. Now, this could be something like subserver. Okay, so this will basically put the app subserver in this template. So instead of a template URL, you could be using a template too. And instead of your styles URL, basically you can do some inline styling. Now, before we go ahead with our next topic, what I would like you all to do is solve an assignment for me. So this assignment will test how good you are at creating your components. So let's go back and just change everything back to the way it was. So let's save it. Save this. Let's save this. Save everything. So out here we can just say app server again. And now that creates an app server for us. Okay, so this is save. And now I want you guys to do a basic assignment actually. So let me just write down the instructions for the assignment. Okay, so for your first assignment, this is exactly what you are going to do. So as you guys can see on the screen, I have put down 3 instructions. So first of all, what you have to do is create 3 components called red, green, and yellow. Now we have to use them in the app component part, and then we have to give them some appropriate styling and probably an appropriate message. So you guys can pause the video out here and go ahead and try and create these 3 components, and then come back if you actually are successful or not also, and check out the solution that I will provide you guys. Okay guys, so that was the first assignment I just gave you all. So I hope you guys had paused the screen when I told you that I'm giving you guys an assignment, and I hope you guys actually try to solve it, because in this part we are going to try and solve the assignment I just gave you. So this part you can use to see how correct you were. Well, it was a pretty easy assignment, so I hope most of you guys got it, because that means I could successfully teach you how to actually use components. So for the solution, we have created out here Angular folder that says assignment 1, and it has nothing in it. So let me just go ahead and open it with Visual Studio Code. Out here, if I were to go ahead and go to my source folder, into the app folder, and just go ahead into the spec.ts, into the TypeScript file rather, and we were to go ahead out here and I were to serve this, you would see that there is nothing. Okay, so if we were to just serve this file out here, you would see that it is the normal application that ships with Angular. So let's just ng open and serve. Okay, so as you guys can see, it says welcome to assignment 1, and this is the basic application that Angular ships with. Now what we're going to do is we're going to delete everything and we are going to start from scratch. Now let's go back and see what we actually wanted to do. So what we have to do was create 3 components called red, green, and yellow. So let's go ahead and do that first. So to create these elements, first of all, let's go ahead and delete all this garbage that we do not need. Save it again. And let's just keep the title. So to keep the title, just pay attention to what I'm doing. Keep the title. This is you don't need to do this to get the assignment correct. All you need to do is make the components. So this is just me being fancy with you guys. So this, or we could say welcome to assignment 1. Make this an H1 so that it looks better. Yeah, so welcome to assignment 1. So that's it. Now what we have to do is create 3 components. So to create 3 components, what we want to do is create a new terminal in Visual Studio Code so that we can create the components really easily. And out here we want to type ng generate component red. And we're going to do this for 3 different times. So we're going to have the red component, we're also going to have the blue component, and we're also going to have the yellow component. Now, since we're doing this with the CLI, our app.module automatically gets updated with red, blue, and yellow. Now, all we need to do out here is use them, because that is the second part. We have to use them in app component. So our app component is out here. This is our app component. So what we can do is say app red. This will produce the red part. This will produce the app and blue part. And this will produce the app yellow. Let's go ahead and save this. Now what we see is red works, blue works, yellow works. So we have successfully created 3 components, and we have put them in our app component part. Now what we need to do is give them their styling. So let's go ahead and go into these separate components. Let's open up their styling files. We want to say, because we already know that it's a paragraph that works there. So paragraph will have border of, so since this is the blue component, we'll give it a blue border. So it'll be 1px solid and blue. And maybe we can also turn the color to sky blue. I'm using very basic colors out here. Let's also copy this because we're going to be using a very similar type of styling for red and yellow. So let's go into red and let's paste that. We want this to be red and this to be crimson. And let's go to yellow and let's say the same thing. This is going to be yellow. We could use here, and we could also use another color, maybe a much more paler yellow. Let's keep it dark because fonts need to be dark actually. So let's save these. Let's save this file, let's save this file, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and see how it actually is working. So blue works, yellow works. We need to go and put up some more styling for the yellow part because that seems to be kind of going haywire. So let's go to yellow.css. Let's go here. So we have actually done this in the app component. Let's save this, go back to yellow.css, paste this out here, and let's save it. So now our yellow is yellow, our blue is blue, and our red are red. We can also add some new styling to them by adding a background color. So this is also going to be a yellow, or we can rather choose some different yellow maybe. Let's make it much paler on the yellow side. Let's copy this line, put in red component.css. Okay, so for red, we can choose something of pale red sorts. That makes it like that. And in blue, we can choose something of a blue sort. So for blue, we could go for a paler blue, and that should be much more paler. Let's save all of this. Now let's see. So yeah, we have a blue background, a yellow background. Why isn't our red background working? We haven't saved it, it seems. And our red background is working too. So we have successfully completed our assignment 1. So I hope you guys are satisfied with the solution. I hope you guys could do it on your own too, because that's exactly what matters. Okay, so now that we have learned about how components are the building blocks, we even made our own custom components, and we even did an assignment on one. So it's time we move on to the next topic, and that is data binding. So data binding is like communication. Well, what are we communicating? It's communication between your TypeScript file and your template. So basically your business logic and what basically the user sees. So suppose you click a button on a screen and you want to take some action according to that. Or you are retrieving some information from a calculation or from a server and you want to output that on a screen. Well, you do that with the help of data binding. Now, there are 2 types of data binding. The first one is string interpolation and the second one is property binding. So this is the way of you outputting something onto the screen. So string interpolation and property binding. So let's go ahead and see how we can do them. So let's go back to our assignment that we had just done. So first of all, what we want to do out here is go to the modules, and we actually want to remove all these components. Let's go ahead and just remove these components. Let's go ahead and remove these imports. And then we can go ahead and just delete these files out. Let's delete that. Let's delete this. Let's also delete this. Now let's go back to our app component, and we have to remove these. So app module, we have to actually save this to. Now that we have saved it, we go ahead and see that it's just it says welcome to assignment 1. Now out here you see that we are using this double curly braces, and this is string interpolation. So what does string interpolation mean? Well, it converts anything, any variable, any string like this into an interpolated format, and it shows it to you on the screen. So let me just give you a rather better example of a usage of string interpolation. So let's go back to our app component.html, and out here we want to say there is a paragraph, and in this paragraph we are outputting some server status. So let's say server is server with PID is offline. So we want to actually put out something like this. So at this moment it'll just simply say server with PID is offline, right? But what if our server had a certain name? So server name, let's say dash 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 with PID dash 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 is at a status of dash dash dash. Let's see. Now what we need to do is go ahead and go into our app component.ts file. So that is our TypeScript file, and now what we're going to do is create a few of these variables that we need. So first of all is server name, and let's say the server name is Apollo. Okay, and we also need a server PID. So server PID is gonna be, let's say, 11, and we also need a server status, and then we can set the server status to offline. So this will be a string. So that's why we just surround them with our single quotes. So now we can say something like this on our components.html page. So if you remember, we were getting the title of our general application that ships in with Angular when you make a new Angular project. You see that it says, welcome to so-and-so application. So that was done with string interpolation. If you remember, it was the curly braces that held something like title in there, right? So out here, what we can do is put some variable or even a function that will return a string or anything basically that can be converted into a string, and that will be displayed out here between these curly braces. So what we can do is we can reference the server name. So server name is basically kept in like this, and then with PID, so we can put the PID out here. So this is a number. So the number can also be converted into a string. So therefore, string interpolation will work in this process, and we can also put in the server status, of course. So we put in the server status by referencing the variable that holds the server status. Okay, so now we have done the string interpolation. So let's go ahead and see what our output looks like. So server name Apollo with PID 11, that is process ID 11, is offline. Now I had also said that we could put in a function out here. So let's go ahead and create a function. So in this function, we will basically toggle the server ID. So we can say toggle. So in this function, we will basically be toggling the server status. So we will say something like toggle server status, and this will return this dot server status equals to not. Okay, so what we do out here is for toggling this, we will say equals to false. So if it's false, let's just understand that it is going to be offline. We could put in some logic to say that false will print out offline, but let's not get into that for now. So we can say something like, or rather, let's not deal with this. Let's do it the way it should be done.
not be lazy, people. Now we can say there is a status flag and it is set to true or false in this case because it is offline. Now this .server status flag will be made true out here. So status equals to true. So we're going to make it true, or rather we could make it not of this .server status flag and status flag. Now that will work properly because this will basically convert it and there should be no spaces out there. And we can say if this .server status flag equals to true. So we can say if this .status flag equals true, we have to open our braces and we'll say server status, this .server status will be set to online. Okay, and there we go. And after this has been done, we can just return this .server status, right? So basically what is happening out here is we have set a flag, okay, missing white space, quick fix. So we can put in a triple equals just to make sure it's exactly true and not only check the equivalence, that is, and also check the value. So out here what we are doing is we are setting a status flag to false, and according to that status flag we are changing the server status to online or offline. Okay, so now that we have put in this function, we can use that function by calling it in our string interpolation method. So just instead of putting a variable, we can put in the function, and this will change the server status to online. Now, basically, what we are doing here is really simple, is it's returning a string and it's being converted into a string. Okay, so now that we have toggled the server status to online, and we did that through passing a function in the string interpolation. So now let's understand how we can do property binding. So every HTML element has some property or the other. These properties lists can be easily found on MDN, that is the Mozilla Developer Network. So let me just give you an example of a property. So let's say we had a button to toggle the server status further from offline to online again and again, instead of just being toggled from offline to online hard coded into the code. So let's say we had a button, and let's say this said toggle server status, right? So if we had something like a button like toggle server status, so we have a button like this out here, but it really doesn't do much at this moment. But let's say, just for the sake of showing property binding, let's say the button was disabled and you wanted this button to be actually enabled after 2 seconds that your website has loaded up, just so that there are no discrepancies in the button press. Okay, so we can achieve that by writing a constructor function in our class component. So out here you can make a constructor. So we can say set timeout. So we have to first give the time after which it will be enabled. So let's say 2.5 seconds. So it's 2.5 seconds, and now we have to put in a logic of actually turning this button to be enabled. So let's say we have a variable called button state. So button state at this moment should be true because our button is disabled. First it should stay disabled and then it should get enabled. So we have to say this dot button state equals to false, right? So now that we have done that, all we have to do is go ahead and bind this property. So we do property binding by putting the property in between this square bracket and then binding it to the outcome of a variable or a function. So out here we can say we are going to bind it to button state. Okay, we need double quotes for this. I'm sorry, not single quotes. So button state. Now what is happening out here, after the constructor is going to get executed, our button state is going to become false. So disabled will become false, and first of all it will be true because the button state being true for the first 2.5 seconds. And actually let's see this in action. So our page is loading, and after 2.5 seconds our button becomes active. So let me just show that to you again. It's inactive for 2.5 seconds and then it suddenly becomes active. So this is how you perform property binding. So what we just saw here is we saw string interpolation in action. We passed a string interpolation arguments with variable names, and we even did a function. Then following that, we did property binding. So for property binding, we first created a button so that we can toggle the server status, but we haven't really added that functionality yet. We are yet to do that. But what we did was we binded the disabled property of the button to a certain variable. Now this could have also been a function, and it will be the same way. You just pass in the function with the brackets and it'll work. And now what we will see is something that is our next topic, and that is event binding. So event binding is basically binding DOM events to certain logic that will reside in your TypeScript. So we want to bind our toggle server status that we had created out here, because we are basically toggling the server status and then returning the server status. So we can basically do that by passing an event. So every button has an event called click, and to click we will pass the event toggle server status with the brackets. Now this will become active after 2.5 seconds, and basically it's not working as we wanted it to. So let's go ahead and inspect it. Okay, so it's not working because we are toggling the server status out here, and what we want to do is return the server status. So it should actually work, to be honest. So this dot server status. So if we were to just output the server status out here, okay, so we do not have a logic out here. So to make it back to go offline, so else we can just add something like else this dot server status equals offline. So now that we have set up our function to even display offline, and because we were first changing it back to online and there was no real logic to change it back to offline again, so now let's do that. And now we can have a toggling happening out here. So we can change it to online, we can change it offline. So now we have a button that can actually toggle our server status from online to offline and so forth and so on. So that was event binding and property binding. And we also saw string interpolation. So with the help of event binding and property binding, now we have a button that can actually make it offline and online. But there's another way that we can do this, and that is two-way binding. So for two-way binding, what we're going to see is basically we are going to combine property binding and event binding. So let's try and do that. So for event binding, let's go back to our code editor, and out here, let's go to our HTML page. And what we want to say out here, okay, so let's remove all this. So we can make this server information. So first of all, we can have a form. So basically we can have an input of type text, and this will take in, let's say, let's put a placeholder and let's put in server name. Let's also put a button below this, and this will be a submit button. Or rather, instead of a button, what we can do to show two-way binding is put in a paragraph, and we are going to type out our server name out here, and we are going to put in the server name here. So server name is going to be here. So this is basically string interpolation, and what I am interpolating is the server name that we had created. Okay, so this has a capital S, so let's not forget that. So our capital S should be out here, and what we are going to do is basically use ng-model. So to use ng-model, what you need to do is go into your app module out here. So in your app module, what you need to import is basically the forms module. So to import the forms module, you have to say import forms module from @angular/forms. So that's it, and we have to put this in single quotes. And out here, what we need to do is, let's go ahead and see what it's saying. Disable rule import spacing. So we basically imported the forms module, and this forms module will have a functionality called ng-model. So ng-model will let us bind whatever is being typed to be actually binded to a certain variable. So we can put that ng-model property to our input. So this ng-model will be binded as an event and also as a property. So we need to pass in the server name. So let's see, we have a server name called Apollo out here. So it's already pre-filled with Apollo. And let's say we want to name our server something else. So let's call it the Jigsaw. So Jigsaw could be the name of a server And as you guys can see, it is being automatically updated out here. So that is two-way binding. So just to give you guys the difference between two-way binding and one-way binding, what we can do out here is say put a placeholder. So this is the same part. We will have server name. So what we can do is make another input, and this time around we are going to put 𝐿G_model as just a property. So 𝐿G_model with camel casing, and we are going to say it will be binded to server name. So let's bind it to server name and let's see what happens. So now we have two inputs and everything is filled with Apollo. Now if you see out here, if I go ahead and change Apollo out here, it is not automatically changing in the paragraph 2 because it is only one-way binded. While out here, if we were to give the name Paul to our server, it would automatically update it everywhere. But if you were to go ahead and delete a little bit, it's not really updating it out here because it's not two-way binding. You need an event to actually go ahead and submit this so that your event and your property gets binded together, and basically you have two-way binding then. Okay, so that does it. And just to make this a little more interesting, let's make this something like h1. So we can put an h2 and let's say input server information. Okay, so once we have that ready, so we can say server name and the server ID will be the PID basically. So we have an input server name part, and then we can display server information out here. So display server information. What we can do is, let's just copy this out. So server PID, is it the server PID? I constantly forget. It's server PID, so that's why server PID will be presented, and server status. So now we basically have a small little server page going on, and we have a button that can toggle the server status. We have a place where we can input the server name. So what we just saw out here is basically we saw string interpolation. So all this output is being shown to you through string interpolation. We are binding a property to this button, and with the help of that, we are toggling it for the first 2.5 seconds. This is disabled now, and this will become enabled. Then we saw event binding, where we actually toggle the server status with the help of a button. And then we also saw two-way event binding, where we put in an input method or an input element, and we are constantly displaying what is there in the input with the help of two-way binding. So this brings us to our second assignment for today. And in this video, I would like to say that again, please try and solve the assignment on your own. And these are the instructions for your second assignment. So for assignment 2, what you have to do is create a page that can take the input of a first name using two-way data binding, and you have to output the name using string interpolation. So again, for using two-way data binding, remember you have to use 𝐿G_model, and to use 𝐿G_model, you have to go and import the forms module into your app, into your apps.module.ts file. And in that apps.module.ts file, you will also have to declare it out there. So don't forget to do all that. And in the output, you have to actually use string interpolation. Then we have to add a button to reset the name to a blank string. So this should be something like property binding, I guess. I won't know until I solve it myself. And again, this button should be disabled if the name field is currently empty. So I would suggest that you pause the video right here and you go ahead and solve this. And if you can't solve it, you can always follow along with me, because I will be coding to the solution of this assignment right now. So let's go back to our code editor, and what we're going to do now is try and solve assignment number 2. So I'm going to keep on editing the assignment project that we had made. I'm not going to make new assignment project. So what we're going to do is basically remove everything from here. Let's remove everything. We will also be needing some new logic. So this is not going to work for us. So let's go ahead and remove that. We also don't need a constructor function. We don't need anything. We just need the class to be there. And that's all. At this moment, I will also let 𝐿G_module be there in our apps.module because we will be needing it. So I'm not going to edit this out. So let me just say that I have saved everything, and now all we have is a blank canvas that we can start developing on. So our first instruction says that we have to create a page that can take the input of a first name using two-way data binding. So let's see. We want the user to know that he is inputting his first name. So label, and this will be going to be for, so going to be for first name. So we can say f name, something like this. and then we can say first name. And out here, what we can do is put an input that has type text, and it also has a name of fname. So the label is now binded to our input. This is how you should properly always code. We also should put in a placeholder even though we have a label, because that is just good practice. So we are going to say first name in the placeholder, and now we have a place that we can put in our first name in. So we can also put in a space out here. First name is going to be here, right? And we also need to input our first name in a paragraph according to the second instruction. So we can put it out in a paragraph, and we can use string interpolation for this, and we can just use a variable called name because we are only dealing with one name. There's no last name, so we can just create a variable called name. Now we go back to our TypeScript and we create a variable called name, and let's keep it blank for now. Okay, we are not going to use double quotes, we are going to use single quotes, and let's keep it blank for now. So now we can say our name, which should be displayed out here. So basically what we need to do is two-way binding. So that is pretty simple. We learned that really easily, that we can do this through the ng model, and we can bind it to the property of name, or rather the variable name that we just created. So out here we will have a name, and we can just go ahead and start typing now, and our name gets typed out here. Now, the other thing that we need to do is we need to add a button to reset the name to a blank string. So first, let's go ahead and create that button for ourselves. So we need a button, and this button should say reset name. And basically, it should have a function or an event whenever it's clicked. So whenever it's clicked, it should have a function that basically goes ahead and turns the name blank again. So we can have a function called reset name. So reset name is going to be our function. So let's go ahead and create that function now. So reset name is going to be our function, and what we want to do is set this dot name equals to blank again. We can actually do this without the event, I guess. So we can fix the missing white space. Let's see if we are actually, if you do reset name, it goes ahead and resets the name to blank. So we have binded it to an event, and that is the click event, and we need reset name out here. We are not passing anything because it is directly being binded to the property, or rather the event out here. So now we need to bind it to a property. So the property that we are going to bind it to is disabled. So the disabled property is going to now check a function basically to see if the name has any value or not. So this can be really easily done by actually saying something like name.length 0, but we are not going to try and add code out here, so let's just stick to the functions. Actually, we could actually have done a tertiary operation and basically done it in one line, but why do that? So let's see, check name. So check name is either going to return true or false. So now we have check name, and what we can say is if this dot name equals to, and we can also set state. So state is true. We are going to need the state variable to actually handle the disabled functionality. So if this dot name is equals to blank, what we want to say is this dot state will remain true. Or what we can do is, if it is unequals to this, what we can do is say this dot state equals to. So let's go over our logic again. So if our state is true, and if it is not an empty string, rather, we are going to turn our disable to false. So if it is false out there, what we need to do out here is say check name. Okay, so we made a mistake. We can't do that. Let's see, inspect, console, and template. Can't bind to disable since it isn't a known property of button. Okay, so disable is not the known property because it's disabled. So that was the silly error that we had made. Now let's see, let's go ahead and load it. Okay, so check name is not a function. Okay, so let's go ahead and use check name. We actually forgotten to save this out here. Go ahead and put the white space there. So now we have a button that can actually set the string to a blank string again. but according to our assignment, it says that this button should be disabled if the name is empty. So this way we can actually practice our property binding. So basically we have to bind the property disabled to a function that will basically return the state. So let's say it is a function that is called check name, and now let's go ahead and create this function. So check name is going to be our function, and put that in double quotes. Now let's go back to our app module out here. So let's create a state first. Now the state is going to be false first of all, and let's say we are going to have another function called check name, and in check name what we want to do is check whether, so we can do the checking part with an if statement. So this dot name, we are checking for the name if it is empty string, and if it is an empty string, what we want to do is make our button disabled, and that can be done by just returning true in our state variable. So we're going to set it to true and we are going to return it. So return sys.state. So if we return this dot state out here, we are going to have a button now that is basically disabled. Okay, first of all, we need to go ahead and check what we have done wrong. So we need to go ahead and save this. So check name is actually being passed. Now let's go ahead and reload that. So now we see that we have a button that is disabled, but as soon as we start typing, the button gets enabled and we can click it to basically put it back into disabled state, and also making the first name string into a blank string. So this is the solution to assignment number 2. I hope you guys had followed along with me, and if you had any doubts when solving it on your own, the doubts have been cleared now. Now let's move ahead and let's look at the last topic for our Angular basics today, and that is directives. So what exactly are directives? Well, let's head over to Angular's site and let's see what they are saying about directives. Well, it says that there are 2 kinds of directives out here. So one is attribute directive and one is a structural directive. So an attribute directive changes the appearance or behavior of a DOM element. So in short, a directive is basically an instruction to the DOM. Now this instruction may be to change the DOM due to some attribute, or it could structurally change the DOM too. So that is a structural directive. So structural directives are basically used in places where you want to input a certain, let's say a division, like out here, a division is being used with the directive ngIf, and we are outputting hero.name out here. So what this is basically there is an if statement, and we will get to what ngIf means just in a moment. But this is a directive, and this has instructions written in a module, which we will also get into future lectures about directives, where we take a much deeper look into what directives are and how custom directives can be built by you. But for now, we are just going to understand what a directive does. So in short, a directive is a structure, and this structure gives instructions to the DOM. So let's look what a directive looks like and how directives can be made by just reading the documentation. So to build a directive, what we have to say is, let's say we give a directive as app highlight. So we have to create a directive, say ng generate directive. So this is a CLI command out here. So we can generate directives like that. But for now, what we are going to do is we are going to use some built-in directives to understand how attribute directives and how structural directives are actually working. So the directives that we are going to be using are ngIf, ngElse, so basically if and else, and ngFor. So these are the 3 directives that we are going to be using today. And after I show you how to use these directives, I will also be giving you an assignment, and that will be your last assignment for this Angular tutorial, and we will wrap it up after that. In the future, we will be actually discussing every single bit that we have learned about today, that is components, data binding, two-way data binding, directives, everything will be done in much more detail. And when we are doing this in detail, we will have an overarching project. So we will be building a project through the course of this playlist. And by the end, you will feel pretty confident that you can go out there and pretty much crack Angular interview job out there, because we will be teaching you how to build an app. And in the end, we will also train you for Angular interview questions. Okay. But for now, let's just focus on how to use the built-in directives that ship with Angular. So to use the built-in directives, let's see what we can do. So the first directive that we want to use is basically an ngIf directive. So let's see what we can do to show ngIf. So ngIf is basically to show something structurally. Let's put up an h1 that says this is an example of ngIf. Now we want to show something if a variable is true, and we want to show something else if it is false, right? So we can do that by simply saying p. So we will show a paragraph, and let's say ngIf. So we are going to tie it up to an expression, and we're going to call this expression a flag, and we are going to say flag is true, and we are going to say flag is false otherwise. So out here, to show flag is false otherwise, we are going to use something called a local reference. So a local reference is used within the ng template. So for the ng template, we have to give a local reference name. So let's call it the else block. And in the else block, we want to put out a paragraph that says flag is false. Now we need some way to actually toggle this flag. So let's create a button. So we are going to say something like toggle flag, and out here for toggling flag, we are going to put an event, and we are going to bind this event to a function that toggles our flag. So we are going to call this function toggle flag. Okay, so we have our template created. Now all we need to do is add the business logic for this. So for all the logic that we need to do is create a variable called flag first of all. So let's go ahead and delete all this that we don't need. So we are going to have a variable called flag, and flag will be first of all set to true. Now there is also going to be a function called toggle flag, and in this function what we are going to do is we are just going to toggle it. Now to toggle this, all we can do is this dot flag equals to not of this dot flag. So this is a really easy way to toggle a variable, and just now we can just return this dot flag. So since we're doing that, so now what we can do is save this, and let's see how that actually works. So it says flag is true and flag is false. So flag is false is actually not being displayed because we have not referenced this local reference that we have created. So we have a local reference and we need to create it, and we do that by saying else. We create the else block. Now let's go ahead and save that. Let's see, flag is true, and now flag is false. Flag is true, flag is false. So to make sure that we are actually putting up two different paragraphs, so let's go ahead and inspect this. Let's go into our body, let's go into uproot, and let's see this button. So this has a paragraph created out here. So let's toggle this, and a new paragraph gets created which says flag is false. Now flag is true, flag is false, flag is true, flag is false. So this is a brilliant way to actually show something very conditionally. Now I can show you this is other block that we are actually showing. Instead of one block being constantly just modified, it is a separate block in itself. So that is a very important thing to note. So let's go ahead and do that again. So let's save it. And now let's go ahead and see what we can get. So in our head, or rather in the body, we have the uproot. And now we have paragraph that says flag is true. And now there is another paragraph with the ID flas, which is a very wrong way to spell false, but it proves the point that this is a new block in itself. So this is how you can use ngIf. Now let's look at another interesting inbuilt directive that ships with Angular, and that is ngStyle. So with ngStyle, what you can do is you can give dynamic styling depending on a certain condition. Now if you analyze what we have out here, we do have a certain condition, which is whether flag is true or flag is false. Now what we want to do is we want to color this is an example of ngIf into red or green if flag is true or false respectively. So we can do that very easily with the help of something called ngStyle. So with ngStyle, what we do is we give a property. Now this property may not be in single quotation marks, so you can say color, and what you can do is you can put an expression. Now you can say something like a function that is getColor, and you could execute that. Now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and create this function called getColor. So we are going to get the color, and we are going to return a color that is probably a string according to the flag. So what we want to say is, if this dot flag is equals to true, we want to return green, and if it is false, we want to return red. So let's go ahead and see. So as you guys can see, this is green right now, and this turns red and then turns green and red again. So what we did, basically, we passed an expression, and in this expression we are putting in a color, and the getColor method is returning a string which either says red or green. So this is how you can dynamically add styles to your elements on your HTML page. Now another way to do dynamic styling is with the help of ngClass. So what we can do out here is we can add a class to an element dynamically. So let's say we have another h2, and let's say this is just an example of ngClass. Now what I want to do is we want to turn this. So the class we want to add is basically, let's call it white, and we want to add this when getColor returns true, let's say. So we just want to go ahead and paste that logic out there. And now what we have to do is go into the app component CSS file and create a class called white. And this class will basically put a black border 1px solid black. It will rather, let's make it a red, and then we want a background color of, let's say, black, and we want the font color to go white. So this is a bunch of styling that we are adding, which is basically the real reason you use classes in CSS, so that you can use a bunch of styling together. Now that we have created the class, let's go ahead and save all our files, and let's go ahead and see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. This is just an example of ngClass. Now when this is set to false, the class is removed. Let me just show that to you. So if we go ahead in the body part and go into AppRoot and just look at this class that will be added. So we add a class called white, and then we remove a class called white, and this is how ngClass can be used to put in all sorts of dynamic styling into your HTML elements with the help of ngClass. Okay, so the next directive that we are going to have a look at is called ngFor. So let me just give you guys a quick example of how to use ngFor before I dive into the last assignment of this tutorial. So ngFor is used when you actually want to iterate through an array. So let me just show you what I mean. So let's say you had a bunch of names, or let's make something very viable. So first of all, let's call this something like the student roster. So h1, so this is called the student roster. Now suppose you had a method, so input, and what we are going to say is placeholder is name, and out here we also want to display the name. So all the name of the students we will want to display. So student roster, and there will be a button to say submit. So this will say submit student name, and this will have a function. So whenever we click it, we want to add the name that we just entered into, let's say, an array. So we can say add is the name of the function. Now what we want to do is go ahead and first of all create a student roster. So student roster is equals to, let's add some pre-built students, so Arya, and let's say Rohit, and let's say Upasana. Now what we want to do is, let me just fix these white spaces up. Now what we want to do is we want to display the student roster, and then we also want to add to the student roster every time the button is clicked. So we have a function for that, and it's called add. And basically what we want to do is we want to push an element. So that could be a current name. So current name could be blank for now, and let's leave it like that. And what we want to say is this dot student roster dot push, we want to push in this dot current name. So what this will do is this will push in the current name. Let's go ahead and make a place so that we can display it. Now, the whole point is that we want to display it in one single item. We do not want to create, let's say, a paragraph for every time this list has to be populated. So what we can do is we can simply create a list item, and out here we can just say ng for, let's say, names in the student roster. So student roster. So is that how we had named it? Student roster, and that's exactly how we had named it. And what we want to display out is the names. So what we have done right now is we are pushing in something, but what exactly are we pushing in? Well, we need to add that to our input. So what we need to do is say ng model, and we are going to ng model this into the current name. So now that we have done that, now what we want to do is we just want to interpolate the name out here. So this will just display the names. So this is going to be names. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's see that if it displays the names. So we have the names Arya, Rohit, and Upasana. So let's say someone like Rahul also joins the class. And we can say submit student, and Rahul is now added to the student roster. Okay, so this is how you can basically use ng for. We have one list item, and basically it is going around and circulating through everything that is there in this array just out here. So now that we have seen the usage of ngIf, ngIfElse, and ngFor, let's go ahead and do our last assignment. Let's not forget, we also saw how we can use dynamic styling. So we are also going to incorporate that into our assignment. So let me just go ahead and type out the instructions for your assignment. Okay, guys, so this is your last assignment. I will again remind you that for assignments, you have to pause the screen and try and do the assignment on your own. And then you can compare your solution with the code along part that comes after the assignment. So for assignment number 3, we have create a button to toggle a paragraph display. The paragraph could be saying anything. So after that, we have to log the number of times the button was clicked. Okay, so it says button out here, but its button was clicked. And after the 5th click, we have to give some specific style to the log. Okay, so this seems like a pretty easy thing to do. What we have to do out here is basically get rid of everything that is here. And let's first create a button that says toggle display. And then we can add a paragraph that says lorem ipsum. So lorem ipsum is just a random paragraph. So let's go ahead and see this. So this says toggle display, but toggle display at this moment does nothing. So we have to put a functionality into the click. So click will basically return true or false. So we can bind this to a function that, let's say, toggle display. So this will return true or false. So we have to go ahead and create the toggle display method first. So toggle display, and what we want to say is this.state, let's say. So let's create a state variable first. So state is going to be true, and toggling is basically what we had learned, that we have to turn it into something that it is not. So this.state equals to not of this.state, and that should do it for us. So this will toggle the display. So now that we have toggled the display, now all we have to do is bind this logic. So we say ngIf, and we only want to show this if state is equals to true. So if that is what we have done correctly, we are toggling the display and this is true. Now what we need to do, another thing is, according to the instructions of the assignment, is that we have to log the number of times the button was clicked. So what we need is basically a counter to count the number of times we have clicked the button. Now every time the button is clicked, we want to actually increase the counter, and we can simply do that with an incremental statement. So this dot counter. Now what we want to do is we want to say out here we want to create a paragraph, and this will have ng for, and so click of clicks, so rather counter. So for ng for, this needs to be pushed into an array. So we are going to say button click. Okay, so there's another way to do this. We don't really need a counter, or rather we can make counter into an array itself. And when this is clicked, all we need to do is say this dot counter dot push a counter dot length plus 1. So we're going to say this dot counter dot length plus 1. So the length initially is 0. So this should just go ahead and add it to this counter. Now what we want to do is we also want to cycle through this array of counters. So clicks in counters, and what we want to do is we want to print out the click information. So let's see. So now that we have actually put the logic to push the length of a counter into our array, we need to do and cycle this array. So to cycle the array, we are going to create a paragraph and we're going to say ng for, and we're going to say clicks of counter. And what we are going to try and interpolate out here is the counter, or rather the clicks, and let's see if that works. So out here we have our display. We're going to click it once, click it twice, and we can see it goes on and on and on. And we have kind of created a counter, and this is kind of logging it all down. Now that we have set up our counter for our toggling, all we need to do is follow the last instruction, and that is after the 5th click, we have to give some specific style to the log. Okay, so we can do this with the help of ngStyles. So ngStyles, let's see, we want to make the color of our font blue only when getLength is more than 5. So getLength is a function. So this will return some value or the other. So let's go ahead and create that too. So get length is going to react and create if, let's see, this dot counter dot length is greater than 4, then we want to return the string blue, else we want to return the string black. So now we have a function that returns something, and we have binded that function with the color style with the use of ngStyle directive. So let's go ahead and see if this works for us. So let's toggle the display 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that has turned our list into a blue list just after 5. So this is how you would approach the solution to assignment 3.
What is ReactJs? React is a declarative, efficient, and flexible JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And also, it lets you to compose complex UIs from small and isolated piece of code called components. Right, I'll make it more simpler and introduce React to you. React is just an open source JavaScript library that is used for building user interfaces. So it was developed and it is maintained by Facebook, and it is widely used by many companies and organizations worldwide. ReactJs allows developers to build the reusable UI components that can be easily combined to create complex and dynamic user interfaces. So this makes it easier to manage the code and reduces the time and effort required to build and maintain the applications. So why it is so easy? Because React uses a virtual DOM, that is nothing but the document object model. So this DOM will be keep track of the changes to UI and update only the part of page that need to be updated. So which can be result in improved performances. This virtual DOM approach also makes the ReactJs high effective and fast. So even with the large and complex user interfaces. So finally, I will tell you that ReactJs is a powerful and flexible front-end library that enables the developers to build fast, efficient, and dynamic user interfaces. With that, we will see why it is so popular and the features of ReactJs. So I'll start with the main important feature, that is reusable components. So here in ReactJs, the one of the most important feature is considered as the reusable components. So in React, it is the ability to create the reusable UI components. So these components can be made easy by combining to build the complex UI interfaces, by reducing the amount of code that need to be written and making it easy to maintain and manage. So at the end, this kind of feature will lead you to faster development and reduce the time to market your projects. And the next feature is virtual DOM. Here, React uses the virtual DOM as I mentioned previously, so which acts as an intermediary between the applications and the actual DOM. So the virtual DOM keeps track of the changes to the UI and updates only the part of the page that need to be updated, rather than updating the entire page, right? So this can be greatly improve the performance of the applications, and it ensures the fast and effective updates. So by using this virtual DOM, the next feature comes, that is the fast and efficient. By using the virtual DOM and other performances optimizations, React can be very fast and efficient, even with the large and complex UI interfaces, right? So this can lead to improve the user experiences and it reduce the load times. Nowadays, if you see, React is widely adopted. Why? Because it is easy to learn. React has a relatively small learning curve compared to other front-end frameworks and libraries. So this can make it accessible to the developers of all levels of experiences and can help to reduce the time and effort required to get started with building applications. And also you need to keep in mind that the React has large and growing community of developers and users, which means there is a wealth of resources, tutorials and support available to help the developers get started and overcome some of the challenges. So these kind of communities can also help drive innovative and development, making React a strong and evolving platform. The next benefit is popularity and adoption of React. Here, the React is widely used and popular with many major companies and organizations, which are using for their web applications. So, this popularity and adoption can help ensure that the React will continue to be developed and supported by making it a reliable platform for building applications. So I hope you all also will join the community. And the final one is improved user experiences. Right. Here, by allowing the developers to build dynamic, interactive, and some responsive user interfaces, React can greatly improve the overall user experiences of application. So this can lead to increase the engagement and satisfaction by making the application more successful and effective. So I hope you understood why it is so popular with these features, right? Now let us jump into the setup environment. So as you know, React is a JavaScript library for building the user interfaces and it requires few tools to get started, right? So the first one is Node.js. Here, React requires Node.js to install on your system. Like Node.js is a platform for running JavaScript code outside of the browser. So you can download this latest version of Node.js from the official website, that is nodejs.org. So I'll show you. Now go and type nodejs.org and you will get into this site and you can see here the latest version is 18.14.0, right? You need to click on that and you need to follow the installation instructions for your operating system. So I'm using Windows. So I already have Node.js. So we'll just verify. Go to command prompt and just type node. And you will get the version. So I had installed 18.12 version. So that's fine. You can install the new version if you don't have. Right. The next one is to install Visual Studio Code. So you know Visual Studio is a code editor. You can go to the visualstudio.com. So you will get into this site and you can install for Windows or any operating system that you're using for. So this is also simple installation. You can click on it and follow the installation instructions. Also, you can use Sublime Text and Atom also. So I would recommend you to install Visual Studio Code or any code editor that feels comfortable. So once you install both of the prerequisites, then we will move on and create a project directory. For that, go to terminal or command prompt. So I'm using command prompt. Now I will initialize the project by typing npx create react app. Then give space and mention the project directory. Here, let me give my hello world, right? Hit enter. So as you can see, a new React app is created. Wait until the configuration is getting over. So as you can see, everything is installed successfully and you can see happy hacking over here, right? Now that we have a React project set up, you can start the development server in your terminal by navigating to your project directory. So I have navigated to the project directory and just type npm, that is Node Package Manager, and start. So by doing this, you will start the development server. So this will start the development server and you will be able to view your React app in your web browser in localhost 3000. As you can see, our React app has been successfully shown here, right? So by following these steps, you should now have a fully functional environment for development React app. You are now ready to start building your own React app and explore all the features and benefits of this powerful library called React. Now that we just saw how to install the React and other prerequisites, now we will look into the tool chains. So I have some of the popular tool chain listed over here and we will see. Here the first one is create React app. So this is an officially supported command line tool for creating React projects. So it set up a basic React project with all the required dependencies and a development server. So it will allow you to start building your app right away. Now the next one we have next.js. So this is a popular framework for building the server-side rendered React application. So this includes the features like automatic code splitting, optimized performance, and easy integrations with other technologies like TypeScript and GraphQL, right? So the next one is Gatsby. So this is nothing but it is a static site generator that uses React to build fast and efficient website. And the final one we have is Redux. So it is a state management library for JavaScript applications that provides a centralized store. And it reduces to manage and update the application state in a predictable way. So this is a popular state management library. So that's often used with React. And also it provides a way to manage your application state in a single centralized store and making it easier to manage and debug your applications. So these are few just examples for popular toolchains with React. The exact tools that you choose will depend on your specific needs and requirements for your project. With this, I hope you all understood the toolchains. Next, we will move on to how to create a Hello World app. So you know that we have already created a development server over there. So we will start there itself. You can see this is a simple React syntax for Hello World. It's just have import React from import and we have a React DOM and we have just done one Hello World in a h1 tag. So now that we have a development environment set up, right? So let us write Hello World application now. So let us go to Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, I have opened Visual Studio Code and just go to the files here, open folder. Right, you can see my hello world and select folder. So with that, you will get that folder inside your Visual Studio, right? So you need to just go to index.js into the src file. So here I have just written the import React from React and import React DOM, and I have the element over here that is h1, and I have just rendered this in the root. So if I run this, I should get this hello world in h1 tag. So this is how you write a simple hello world program in React. Now we will jump into the core concept of React, that is component. So what are components? Components are independent and reusable bits of code. They serve the same purpose as JavaScript functions do. So it works in isolated and written HTML, right? So in other words, we can say that every application you will develop in React will be made up of the pieces of components. Yes, that's true. Right. So what are components in general? So they are building blocks of ReactJs applications, right? So they allow you to split your user interfaces into reusable independent pieces that can be composed to form the complex UIs. So there are two types of components in ReactJs. One is the functional components. The other one is class components. Here, functional components, so these are stateless components that only receive the props as an input and renders HTML. So they can be defined using the functions that returns JSX. That is nothing but the JavaScript with the HTML syntax, right? Now, if you look into the class components, so these are stateful components that can be managed their own interval state and have access to the lifecycle method. So they are defined using a class that extends the React.component class. So here components can receive the inputs in the form of props and can manage their own interval state. The state is an object that holds the data specific to a component, and it can be updated using the setState method. ReactJS components can also manage their own behavior, for example, by handling the user events and making the API calls. So when a component state or props changes, here the ReactJS will automatically re-render the component. Okay, and by allowing your application to stay up to date with the latest data. Here, the components in ReactJS are designed to be modular and reusable. So this will allow you to build the complex applications by composing the simple, independent components. For examples of the components, a button component that displays a text label and triggers a callback function when clicked, right? So a form component that renders input fields and handles the user submission. So that is upon the forms. And the next one will be card component that displays an image, title and description, etc. Right. So these are the examples of the component. So at the end of this session, we will be looking into a project. It is of to-do list project. So I will be explaining all of these components and buttons, how they work, everything. So stay tuned. So this is all about the theory in the components. Now let us just move into JSX in React, right? JSX is an extension for JavaScript that allows the developers to embed the XML-like syntax within their code by making it easier to write the components and templates. So it is self-explanatory. Now let us directly jump into what is JSX. So as I said, JSX is a syntax extension for JavaScript that makes it easier to write the components. So it was developed by Facebook and it is used in many popular frameworks such as React. Okay, now with this JSX, you can write the components using the syntax that resembles the HTML, right? By making it easier to read and understand. And if you see, some of the benefits of using JSX is it improves the readability and maintainability of the code, and also it allows for reusable components, and it can simplify the complex UI logic. Okay. Now, if you see the JSX syntax, so it uses XML-like syntax, right? For example, the following code shows you like how to create a button using JSX. So this is a simple syntax for creating a button. And if you see the next one, embedded expressions. So here JSX also can also be used to embed the expression within the components. So by using the curly braces, here you can see we have used the curly braces, right? So these are, if you want to embed some of the expression inside syntax, then you can use curly braces for this. And JSX is most commonly used in React, where it is used to define the components. To use JSX in your React projects, you will need to install a transpiler such as Babel, so which will convert your JSX code into regular JavaScript that can run in your browser. So if I want to conclude what is JSX, it is nothing but a powerful syntax extension for JavaScript that can make it easier to write the components in the React. So with its improved readability, reusable components, and ease of use, so it is a great tool for building complex user interfaces. So I hope you understood JSX. We will move on to embedding expressions. Okay, what is embedding expression? Like, how do you embed expressions inside the React? So embedding expressions in React, it refers to the incorporating the dynamic values such as data from state or props. So if you can see here in the below example, as you can see, we have the constant name as Edureka, and the element is welcome to. So here we have embedded the name over here. So here I will be getting the output as welcome to, the name as Edureka. So here this value will be embedded inside this name, inside this curly braces. Okay, that is what this embedding expressions means. So this will allow you to create a dynamic and interactive user interfaces. Okay, for example, the values might be changing in some of the applications, right? So that will be added here in the curly braces. So that is the simple logic behind that. So here I will give you another example here. So I have a piece of code. So this example here, as I mentioned you in the earlier example, I had Edureka over there. Here I have 𝐿, and this name will be embedded inside this hello 𝐿. For example, you get any mail from any websites. For example, you get a mail from Edureka, right? So here they will be just sending you mail by telling hi and your name. For example, if I get hi Tejashwini, and there will be some messages, right? So that hi, that name is there, no? So that will be dynamically changed each time. So in case I get any mail, it comes in my name, and if you get any mail, that comes in your name. That the name will be changed dynamically according to the persons. And you can even embed any valid JavaScript expressions within the curly braces. Here, this includes the things like arithmetic operations, function calls, ternary operators, etc. So if I show you another example over here, so I have some constant number over here. For example, I have number 1 and number 2 and 10 and 20 respectively, right? So here the output shows the number of sum of number 1 is 10, right? So here the number 1 is 10 and the number 2 is 20, and it will give you the sum of both number 1 and number 2. And it is important to note that when embedding expressions in React, you should only use the expressions that are guaranteed to be side effect free, such as simple calculations, string concatenations, or array access. So here you should not use expressions that causes side effects. Say for example, the function calls or set state within the curly braces. So as this can lead to unexpected behaviors. And additionally, it is a good practice to keep your expression simple and concise to improve the readability and maintainability of the code. So we have next topic, that is rendering elements. So in ReactJS, rendering elements refers to the process of displaying the UI components on the screen. So unlike browser DOM elements, the React elements are plain objects and are cheap to create. Here, the DOM takes care of the updating the DOM to match the React elements, and element describes what you want to see on the screen, right? As I said previously. So here an element is a plain JavaScript object that represents a part of UI. So when the React updates the element, it updates the UI accordingly. So whatever it is being changed, it automatically change in the screen also, right? So here we call this root DOM node because everything inside it will be managed by a React DOM. So if you can remember that I have created Hello World program previously, right? So I have mentioned root over there. So whatever I change inside the element, so everything will be changed through this root. Okay. Now let us look into rendering list. Rendering list in ReactJS refers to the process of displaying a list of elements on the user interfaces using React component, right? So this can be achieved by mapping over an array of data and creating a React component from each item in the list. So if I make it more simple, for example, you will often want to display some of the multiple similar components from a collection of data, right? So you can use this JavaScript array method to manipulate any array of the data. So here I have shown the image over here, right? Here to-dos is an array of to-do items. See, to-dos is an array of to-dos items. The to-do list components map over this array and creates a list of items that is inside the li for each to-do items. And this key prop, here you can see the key, no? So this property is added to each list item to make sure that React can efficiently update the list if the data has been changed. This key property tells React which array item each component corresponds to, so that it can match them up later, right? So this becomes an important if your array items can move. Next we have conditional rendering. In React, you can create a distinct component that encapsulates behavior you need. Then you can render only some of them depending on the state of your application. Here, conditional rendering in React is a process of rendering components based on certain conditions or state. The state of component can change dynamically, and React allows you to conditionally render components based on the state of your application. Here, React uses JavaScript to control the rendering of the components. To perform conditional rendering, you can use the JavaScript control structures such as if-else statement, ternary operator, and switch statement. Conditional rendering in React works the same way that the condition works in JavaScript. Use this JavaScript operators like if or the other conditional operators to create the elements representing the current state and lets the React update the UI to match them. Next we have handling events. First, let us define what are events. Events are actions or occurrence that happens in the browser, such as a user clicking on a button, a page finishing loading, or an element being updated. React allows us to handle these events and respond to them with the specific actions. In React, we handle events using the event handlers. An event handler is a function that is executed when an event is triggered. As I said, if a user clicks on a button or etc. To create an event handler in React, we use the syntax on event name, which is equals to, in a flower bracket, we use the function name. okay, where on event name is the event where we want to handle, and the function name is the function that we will be executing the event in is triggered. As you can see here, we have the syntaxis difference between the HTML and the React code. Okay. So here, as you can see in HTML, we have the events that are named using the lower cases. But in case of React, we use only camel case, where that is the valid syntax in React. And in HTML, you can pass a function as a string. As you can see in the example, here we have a button where this is a event handler on click, Edureka, and the button name is Edureka. So when the person clicks on the button called Edureka, the function will be changed or updated automatically. So when it comes to React, it is done with a JSX, then you can pass a function as the event handler. Here I have given the same example, but you can notice it is in the camel case on click, and we have embedded the expression in the name of Edureka, right? So let us take an example of a button component that increases a counter every time it's clicked. Here the component will have a state count that will store the value of a counter when the button is clicked. We will call the handle click function that will be increasing the value of the counter. Right? If you can see here, here is a function and I have two parameters, that is count and set count. I'm using the use state over here. So here this will act as an handle click function where it will be increased the value by 1 every time the handle click is called. Okay. So here as you can see, I have mentioned a button over here. So let us take a look at the output. You can see click me button over here. So if any user clicks on it, the handle click function is triggered and you will get the output or the value to be increased by 1. So you can see here you have clicked 1 times. Okay, fine. Now I will click another time here and you can see the changes over here, right? So this is how we handle the event over here. Next we have binding event handlers. The first and foremost common way to bind the event handlers is by using the arrow function in the onClick property. Here, event binding tells the browser that this function should be called whenever this event is triggered. Or in other words, whenever the event is triggered, the function which is bind with the event should be called. Here, for example, let's say we have a button in our component and we want to handle the click event of the button. Let me take the same example over there. Okay. In this example, we are using the arrow function you can see here, right? So this arrow function is to bind the click event of the button. So whenever the button is clicked, it will log the message button clicked in the console. So this is one of the way. Now we will move on to composing components. In general, what is composing components? Okay, imagine that you are building a website and where your website will be containing some of the components such as navbar, search bar, some of the text, some buttons, etc. Right? So here those components are not built together. They were built separately and they were put into your website by composing all the components that you are already prepared, right? So that is the same logic applied over here. So components are the piece of isolated code, right? So those are composed into a website. So for example, we will look into the code. Here you can see we have import React. And you can see some of the to-do list components over here. And you can see the submit button and its function. And you can see the form over here where we will be having the inputs like text, submit buttons, everything, right? So here these are small components So these are put in together and made it to be a website. So as you can see here, we have a text field to add your task, to-do list task. For example, learn React. So I will hit enter and I will just add task. So if completed task, it should go away. If not, it is always incompleted, right? So if incompleted task is clicked, you will get a motivation quit and you will have a delete task. So this is the project that we are going to work. So here, this text, this input field, these buttons are each component. So these are each components that I have put into and made a website. So this is called composing of components, right? So as you can see here, we have single components. For example, let's imagine this has a button, this has a text, this has an input field, okay? So these are put it together and made the website. Here, from passing data from a parent to child component, we use props, right? So here, props data is sent by the parent component and cannot be changed by the child component as they are read-only, right? Here we have the props and here we have state. So whatever components that is sent by props, that cannot be changed by the state over here, because it is props is a parent component and whereas state is a child component, where these child components are only to be read only. Next, we will move on to props and state. We will explore what are props and states and their differences. In React, props in short for properties, and they are used to pass data between the React components. Here, React's data flow between the components is unidirectional. It is like from parents to child only, where props are the arguments passed into the React components. Here, the props are passed to the components via HTML attributes, where props are passed to components via HTML attributes. In simple, props allow you to pass data from one component to another component as an argument, where state holds information about the components. Here, let's imagine we have a parent that is props and a state that are children, right? Where here the props will assign some of the information to the state, or the props will pass data from one component to another component, where the state will be only containing the informations. Now we will look into the prerequisites. You might be wondering what are the prerequisites to learn such a great JavaScript library. There are quite important prerequisites that you must follow. The first thing, you should have a basic understanding of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Then you need to install and have a basic knowledge of Node Package Manager, that is NPM, and to practice and implement the code, you need to have a code editor. Without implementing it into a practical way, you will not understand any topic in coding, no matter what language you wish to learn. And finally, the most important prerequisite that you must have is consistency in learning. Do not jump straight into the ReactJs roadmap without understanding the ReactJs concepts. Before learning React, you should have a good understanding of these JavaScript topics. That you must know some of the basic syntax that you will use in the JavaScript. Just have an idea of ES6+ features, arrow functions, and template literals. After that, understand the spread operator, await syntax, and import and export syntaxes. And also you must know array methods, object property shorten, destructuring, and REST operator. Once you understand with the JavaScript topics, then we will see the basic things that we need to learn in the ReactJs. First, understand the file and folder structure. And you all know that React is made up of components. So you need to have a deeper understanding in components, JSX, props, state, events, styling, and conditional rendering. So these are all the most important concepts that you need to understand. Now we will look into some of the essential hooks to learn. So here we have listed few hooks such as use state, use effect, use ref, use context, use reducer, use memo, use callback. So once you are completed with the hooks, we will move on to the actual roadmap here. Now let's learn some of the ReactJS UI frameworks. You can consider learning Material UI and Design, Chakra UI, React Bootstrap, Ribbus, Blueprint, Semantic UI React. So these are all the most important and useful ReactJS UI frameworks that you can consider. Now, in this, Material UI and Design and Chakra UI are some of the most important frameworks that you can learn. After this, let's move on to some of the ReactJS packages. Here we have some of the most popular ReactJS packages that you can use and practice with it, like React Router, React Query, Axios, React Hook Form, Styled Components, Storybook, and Framer Motion. Now let's learn how to manage state with state management tools. So here we have some of the state management tools like Redux, Mobex, Hook State, Recoil, and Akita. After learning ReactJS fundamentals, now you can consider learning Next.js also. Here are some of the important things that you can learn in Next.js, like file and folder structure that we have learned before also. And you can also see what is static site generations and server side rendering, and also have a look at incremental static regenerations, dynamic pages, CSS or SASS modules, lazy loading modules, API routers. So you can also consider learning these. So once you have completed the fundamentals. Now, once we complete with the fundamentals, concepts of ReactJS, now imagine you have created ReactJS applications using these fundamentals and concepts that we have discussed here. Now, the next step that we have to follow is testing your React application, right? For this, you can consider these few testing tools like Jest, Testing Library, CryptPress, Enzyme, Jasmine, and Mocha. After you test your React applications with these tools and your React application is qualified without any errors, then you can consider deploying it, right? So here we have some of the deploying platforms like Netlify, Vercel, Firebase, GitHub Pages, Heroku, and Render. Using these platforms, you can easily host or deploy your ReactJS applications. Finally, we have some of the project ideas that you can implement using these roadmap. Here we are just giving you few examples and you can create your own ideas too. Here for example, you can create some real estate apps, travel companion apps, e-commerce websites, voice assistant news apps, portfolio websites, budget tracker, chat apps, video chat apps, and you can also clone some of the existing apps too, like Uber, Swiggy, anything you wish like. Now, what if I tell you everything we saw on the roadmap is in our fingertips if you follow a single path? You're right. Edureka's ReactJS certification course covers every topic that we saw in the roadmap. Now let us go and explore all about ReactJS hooks. Starting from what is ReactJS hooks. ReactJS hooks are functions that allow you to use the state and other React features in functional components. They were actually introduced in React 16.8 as a way to make it easier to share the stateful logic between the components and also to make it easier to work with the functional components. Here, the most commonly used hooks are the useState, useEffect, and useContent. So these are considered more important or most useful hooks. So other than this, we will also explore some of the additional hooks too. For example, useReducer, useMemo, useCallback, and useLayoutEffect. So these are the hooks that we will be exploring in this session. We will see each of it in a detailed form right now. Before that, we will see what actually the hooks are. Now let us go back and see before React hooks. So before React hooks, if you wanted to use the state or other features in the component, then you had to use a class component. Here the class component are more complex than the functional components and can make it difficult to reuse the stateful logic. Here with the React hook, you can use the state and other features in the functional component, which makes it easier to share the stateful logic between the components. And also it makes it easier to work with the functional components. Here the React hooks differ from the traditional React class component because in that they allow you to use the state and other features in the functional components instead of having to use the class components. And additionally, you must keep this in mind. Here the React hooks do not require the use of this keyword, which makes them less verbose and easier to understand. And why do we say here the class component is more difficult? So here the class component in React are based on this JavaScript class syntax, which can make them difficult to understand for the developers who are new to the React or who are more familiar with the functional programming. Additionally, these class components often include the boilerplate code, such as the constructor, functions, and binding the methods to the correct context, which can add unnecessary complexity and make the code harder to maintain. And the most important feature of this React hook is it allows the creation of custom hooks, which are reusable functions that can hold the state or the logic that can be shared between the multiple components. Here, this makes it easy to extract and reuse the logic that is used in the multiple components. So at the end, this can make the code base more maintainable and easier to understand. One of the main advantages of React hook is that they make it easier to share the stateful logic between the components, as I said in the previous statement. So this is because the state and the logic can be extracted into a single hook and it can be reused in multiple components rather than having to duplicate the logic in multiple class components. React hook also make it easier to test the functional components since they do not rely on this keyword and the lifecycle methods. Now let us see the types of hooks we have in this session. Here we have three major hooks, that is useState, useEffect, and useContext. So these are considered to be basic hooks and more important hooks or commonly used hooks. And additionally, we will also look into useReducer, useMemo, useCallback, and finally useLayoutEffect. So these are the hooks which we will be covering in this session. Other than this, we also have many other hooks. So if you want to learn more about hooks or more about ReactJs, you can enroll to our Edureka's ReactJs certification training course, where we will be providing you with an hands-on and live demo sessions. So here, we will get started with our first hook, that is useState. So let us see what is useState and how does it work in our code, and I will give some of the tips that how can you use the useState inside the code. Now, according to the definition, useState is a hook in React that allows you to add the state to the functional component. State is a way of storing and managing the data that can change over time and can affect the component's behavior and rendering, though I will explain it in a detailed form. Here, this useState is a hook in React that allows you to manage the state in the functional component. Prior to the introduction of hooks, the state management in React was only possible in class-based components. So, with this use of useState, you can now manage the state in the functional component as well. And also, the useState is a function that takes a single argument, so which is the initial state. After that, it returns an array with two elements. that is current state, and a setter function for updating the state. The current state is a value of the state, and the setter function is used to update the state. So here I will explain this in a detailed form with an example. So I am using Visual Studio Code. So here I will show you a small demo. For that, I will jump into Visual Studio Code. Now, as you can see, I have already created an app called Counter App. So you can see here the Counter app, and here I have created a counter.jsx inside the source folder and inside the components folder. Now let us write a small React hook example. First, I will import the React component from React. For that, write just import React from React. Okay. After that, I will import useStateHook from the React package after this line. For that, you just need to write import in the bracket useState. So you will have some of the recommendations over here, and you need to find useState over here. So state. And you can notice that I am writing in a camel case statement. Here, the ReactJs takes the import in a camel case. After this, now that we have imported the component and useState from React, at the same time, we need to export this file to the index.js, right? So that the output will be shown in the browser. So that don't forget to export this file to the index.js. So I will export. So just type export default counter, because my file name is counter. So I'm writing counter. And you just need to go inside the index.js and include the counter file inside the React strict node. Now let us get back to the counter.js file. So now let us declare a new state variable. So let us call this as count. Here the useState returns a pair of value, that is the current state and the function that updates it, as I said in the explanation. So that we will just write a function called counter. Inside that, just write const and pass the values, that is the current state and the function that updates it, right? So here the current state is this count, and then we will set the count. So this will be the function that updates it. And in our component, we use the useState hook by invoking it and passing the initial value for our state variable, which is 0. So I'll use that. So I'm using the useState. So I'm passing the value as 0. Okay. Now let us return this. So I'm wrapping this with a div tag. Now here we use the count variable to display the current number of clicks in the page. And in the button tag, here we use this onClick property to specify a function that will be called when the button is clicked, right? Now for that I will write a paragraph to indicate the numbers. So I'm writing you clicked. Here I'm calling the count, and this count will be indicated in numbers. So you have clicked this many times. So right? So I will give the button to click. So on click. So I'm calling this set function. So that is set count. This S should be in a small. Here the function that we pass to on click is an arrow function that calls the set count and passes in the new value of the count. So which is the current value plus 1. So let us write the count, that is the current value, and plus 1. So whenever the button is clicked, here the count will be incremented like the current value plus 1. So the count will be incremented to 1. So I'll close the button by telling click. Okay. So let us run this by typing npm start, and you can see the server has started. You can see that we have written you clicked this many times, right? So let us click this button and check. So here you can see the number is incrementing. So if I click on this, the number is changed the value to 2. So that the current value is right now is 2. So if I click the button once again, the number will be incremented plus 1. So that the current value plus 1 will be incremented. So here as you can see, the count, this is the current value and plus 1. So every time the button is clicked, this function will be called and the state variable count will be updated. And here the component will be re-rendered to reflect the new value. So I hope you understood. Now I will give you some of the tips to use the use state. Here we have some of the limitations. For example, keep state update simple. Here you need to avoid the complex logics or the calculations when updating the state. Instead, use a callback function to update the state based on its current value. And next, so you need to keep in mind that you need to use the use state when it is only necessary. Here, use props or the context when possible, instead of creating the state for every piece of data. After that, you need to use the use effect hook for the side effects. Keep the state top level. That means you need to keep the state at the top level of your component hierarchy, as opposed to buried deeply in class component. This makes it easier to understand and debug the code easier. And you need to keep in mind that you need to test your components. Always you need to test your component to make sure that they work correctly and the state updates are behaving as expected. With that, we will move on to the next hook, that is use effect. Now let us explore about use effect. Here, this use effect is a hook in React that allows you to synchronize a components with an external system. Also, it will allow you to tell that React to run a piece of code after rendering in order to update the system or the side effects of the component. So this is done by specifying a callback function that contains the code to run and an array of dependencies, which are variables that components uses and that React will watch for changes. Now, when the component is first rendered, the callback function passes to the use effect will be run. This is similar to the component did mount lifecycle method in the class component. If any of the dependencies specified in the dependency array change, React will rerun the effect. Now, this is also similar to the component did update lifecycle method in the class component. So as I said before, here we have class did mount, class did update, and class did unmount. So these lifecycle methods are used in the class component. So here the next lifecycle I'll be explaining is component will unmount. Here, when the component is unmount, the cleanup function passes to the use effect when it will be run. This is for cancelling network requests or cleaning up any other side effects that were created. Now that we will understand this use effect hook with a small example. So I'll go back to the Visual Studio Code. I will clean up the use state. I will keep the React component and the export as default. Now, we need to use the use state and use effect from the React. So for that, we will import use effect along with the use state from the React package after the React component line. So that I will just import inside the curly braces, write use effect and use state. Right? In our component, we declare a state variable data using this use state. And the initial value is an empty array. So for that, we will just write a function for that. Counter. So for that, I will be setting the constant values here. And I'll pass both width and the set width. As I said, the current value and the function that will be updated. So here width is the current value, and I'll set the state. So now what does this line mean? So here I have written this line, right? Now this means that I am taking the window's inner width. So let us see. For example, I want the inner width of the browser and I need to design a web page where my grid needs to match it. So I need to know the width of my system or the browser, so that I am taking the inner width of the browser. Now let us fetch the use effect. I'm taking the function handle resize. So we need to know the size of our window, right? So that is why we are using this function handle. Now I will set the width for window inner width. Here, the setWidth function updates the state when the browser window is resized. Now, let us set the window event listener. Here, the use effect hook is used to add an event listener to the window that listens for a resize event. And when the resize event is triggered, the handle resize function is called. For that, we are writing a code here. So for that, window dot add event listener, and I am specifying here resize. Here, as I said, when the resize is triggered, the handle resize will be called to update the width of the state in the new value of the window's inner width. Now here let us clean up the function to remove the event listener. Here now I will return the remove event listener. Here I am specifying this window dot remove event listener. Here the empty array at the end of the use effect is the dependencies. It means this effect only runs once on the component mount, right? So here now I will return this also. So I'm writing the Windows width will be. So I'm calling this width function here. Here the component returns a div that displays the current width of the browser, right? Now let us check out the results. Here the window width is 614. Now let us resize this. Here, as you can see, if I resize, the window's width changed to 335. So if I again resize, so it will change according to that. So it will not change the height. So as if we have just said only for the width. The total window width of my system is 614. So if I resize, so it will change according to the size we move to. So I hope you understood the example with the use effect. Here some of the tips to practice this use case in a best way. For that, you need to first understand the purpose of the use case of the use effect hook. Here it is used to handle the side effects. So as I said in the example, such as the data fetching in a functional component. And always you need to include a dependency array as the second argument to the use effect. And this array should include any variables or state that the effect depends on. Here, if a variable is not included in the dependency array, that the effect will run on every render. And you should be mindful of the order in which effect runs. Here, these effects are executed in the order that they defined. So it is important to consider that the order of your effects, if they are dependent on each other. And you should use the cleanup function provided by the use effect to remove any side effects before the component is unmount. So this is especially important for the data fetching and subscriptions to prevent the memory leaks. So as I did here in the example, I did the cleanup function to remove the event listener, right? So like that. And also you should keep in mind that the excessive use of use effect can lead to unnecessary re-renders and it can be slow down your applications. And also you can use the use context hook instead of use effect when possible. Here the use context is a simpler and more efficient way to manage the shared state across the multiple components. That is what we are looking next. We will look into the use context here. Now let us see what is use context. It is a kind of hook that is used to consume the context in a functional component. It is an alternate to the context type property or the consumer component that were used in the class component. Here, when a component needs to access the context, it can use the use context hook to describe to the context and retrieve its current value. The hook takes the context object as its argument and returns the current value of the context. The component can then use this value to update its state or props. The use context hook allows a component to subscribe to changes in context so that it can re-render when the context value changes. So this is done without the need to pass props down manually through every level of the component tree, which makes the code more efficient and maintainable. Here, when a context value changes, the React will re-render all the components that are using that context. This means that the component using use context hook will be re-rendered too, which is how the component will get updated with the new context value. Now if I summarize the use context hooks allows the functional component to access the context and the subscribe to changes in context. It also eliminates the need to pass the property through the multiple levels of the component tree, eventually which leads to more efficient and maintainable code. Now let us see a small example. So let us go to Visual Studio Code and I will just remove from the function. So default, let us keep import React component from React. Here in import, we will just import the create context with use context. Okay. So now let us create a context with a default value. For that, I am writing the const and theme context. Here we use this create context to create a new context called this theme context. Okay, with the default value of light. So I'll keep the default value as light, which is equal to create context to light, right? Fine. Now let us create a function counter. Now let us use the context to access the current theme, right? So that I am specifying the const. Now the theme is, we are using the use context in theme context. Here in our example component, we use the use context hook to access the current value of the theme context, right? So here we have light. So we need to access this light in this theme context. Here we will return the div. So let us specify the class name as theme, right? And let me write something like the current. So we need to get the output from this theme. So when the value changes here, the value here will be also changed accordingly. Now here let me write a function called app and return the theme context dot provider value is dark. So I am specifying the counter over here inside the theme context. Right, now let us see the output. Here, as you can see, the current theme is light, right? We access the value of the context in this case. Here the theme, and we use it to set the class name of the div element. And in the app component, we wrap the element component with the theme context provider and set the value to the dark. Okay, here now whether the value is provided to the context will be available to all the components that are wrapped inside the theme context provider, and all of them will be able to access the current value of the context by calling the use context and theme context. Okay, now here some of the tips to practice the use context. Here, to keep the context value minimal, only store the values that are necessary for the components that are consuming the context. And you need to avoid the storing unnecessary data, as it can lead to unnecessary re-renders and performance issue. And also you need to use the default values. Always provide the default values for the context when creating it, in case that consuming the component does not have access to the context. Now you should use the use context for global state so that it is shared across the multiple components, such as the user's authenticated status or the selected theme. Also, you need to avoid using context for local state. Here, use state hooks for local state that is specific to single component rather than using the context. Only update context when necessary. You should only update the context when the value has changed to avoid the unnecessary re-renders and performance issues. Here, you need to use the use effect hook to update the context. The next we have the test context. Test the context value and update to ensure that they are working correctly. Here we use the test context to test the value that were updated correctly and whether it is working correctly. Now then we have the use multiple context. So here if you have multiple pieces of global state and that need to be shared, here we need to consider using the multiple context to keep the state organized and easy to manage. With that, we will move on to use reducer hook. Here, the use reducer is a hook in React that allows for managing the state within a functional component. Here, it is similar to use state, but it is typically used for more complex state management. And the state reducer hook takes two arguments, a reducer function and an initial state. Here, the reducer function is a pure function that takes the current state and an action, and it returns the next state. The initial state is the starting state of the component state. A component can call the dispatch function returned by the use reducer to send an action to the reducer. Here, the reducer that updates the state based on the action and the current state. And also the component re-renders with the new state. The use reducer is considered more powerful than use state because it allows for more complex state management, such as handling the asynchronous actions and managing the multiple pieces of state at once. In short, the use reducer is a hook that allows you to manage the state within a functional component in a way that it is similar to how you would manage the state in a Redux store. It takes two arguments, a reducer function and an initial state, as I said initially, and returns the current state and a dispatch function that can be used to update the state. Now with that, let us look into a small example. So let me remove from the import again. let us import the use reducer package from React. After that, we create a reducer function that takes in two arguments, that is state and action. Here, which are the current state and the action that is being dispatched respectively. Okay, so that let's write const. So initially I'm setting the value to count 0. So initial state is count 0. Fine. After that, the function reducer state action. After that, I have switch case. In that, I will write switch. I'll write action type. If that is the case, then the case should be in increment. Then I will return the count to the state count plus 1. If the case is in the decrement, then I will return count state minus 1. Then default, I will return the state. First, let me write the code and I will be explaining you each and every statement here, right? So that first here I'll write the function. Here, as you know, the use reducer hook returns a pair of values, the current state and a function that updates it. In our case, we use the destructuring assignment to assign the state and dispatch, right? Here, we use the state count to display the current count in the page and in the button tag. Here, for that, I will specify the page and the button tag. Here, for that, I am returning a statement. So, return. Here, I am writing the count. Here, count and the state count. Now, let us specify the button for increment as well as the decrement. Here, on click, let us write the dispatch. So this type will be in increment. Fine. Now for the same, I will give for decrement. Right, see here. Here I am giving the decrement. So after that, the div is closed. So here the function that passes in the onClick property to specify a function that will be called when the button is clicked. So I'll be showing that in the output page. Here the function that we have passed to onClick is an arrow. That function calls dispatch and it passes in the object that describes the action that should be performed. Here in this case, the action type is either increment or decrement, right? So when the component is rendered, it was initially the number is 0. The count is 0. So when the button is clicked in the increment, so it will call the dispatch function with the type increment. And the reducer function will receive the action and the state so that it will update the state and increment by 1. So see, for example, if I go to the output, so if the button is clicked in the increment, so the count will be 2. For example, if I increment 1, so the count will be plus 1, right? So when the minus button or the decrement button is clicked, so it will call the dispatch function to the decrement. Then the reducer function will receive the action and the state. So it will update the state and decrease by the count 1. And the component will re-render and it will show us the output as -1. So count -1. So here keep your state and the action simple. Now let me give you some of the tips. Here you need to keep your state and action simple. The use reducer is designed to handle the complex state and actions, but it is important to keep them as simple as possible to avoid the confusions and make it easier to debug. And also you should use the initial state correctly. Make sure to provide an initial state that is the same type and shape as the state in your reducer function. And the use actions to change the state. You need to use the actions to change the state in your reducer. So do not modify the state directly as this can lead to unexpected behavior. Also, you need to keep your reducer function pure. So what that your reducer function should be pure means it should not have any side effects and should not rely on any external state or variables. So with that, we will move on to the use memo. Use memo is a hook that allows you to optimize the performance of your React component by only recalculating a value when one of its dependencies has changed. Now, it is similar to the use effect hook in that it allows you to perform a side effect, but instead of updating the component state or props, it returns a value that can be used by the component. Here, the use memo hook takes two arguments as previous hooks takes. The first one is a function that returns the value you want to store, and the second one is an array of dependencies. The function is only called when one of the dependencies has changed. If none of the dependencies have changed, the previous value is returned instead of recalculating the value. For example, if you have a component that displays a list of items, and the list is passed in as a prop, you can use the use memo to only refilter the list when the search item changes, instead of refiltering the list on every render. Now let us see a small example. So now let us go to Visual Studio Code. I just have import React component from React and I have exported the counter. Now let me import the hooks from the React. So I'm importing use state and use memo, right? Now let us define a functional component called counter. Okay, so function counter. Now let us create the state variable for first name, last name and age. So that constant first is our first name. Then I will set the first name. Here I will use the use state. Same thing for last name and age. I am giving a empty parameter over here so that it is dynamically updated when the user enters the first name, last name and the age. Okay, right. Now let us calculate the user object over here. So now let us see. This function will rerun only if the first name, last name or the age state variable have changed. So I am giving the user also. So const user by using the use memo. So let us return the full name, the full name consists of the first name and the last name. And finally age, right? In the array, I'm just giving the first name, last name, and age. Return. Inside the div, I'm just giving the input value for the first name, last name, and the age. Here, the component also uses the use memo here, right? So this hook can create a memorized object called the user. So that is why we have specified the user over here. And that combines the first name, last name, and the age, the state variable, into a single object with properties, that is first name and the age. The components then renders input field that allows the user to update the state variables and display the user object. So that is what. So here I will be giving the input values over here. Here first one is the first name. On change, so if the value is changed, then the output should be re-rendered. Here in the age, we have to type the number. So the input value will be in the form of number, right? Then let me give a paragraph inside saying the full name and the age. Now let us see the output. So if I show you the output, here I can type my name. So here in the full name, you will get the first name and this is the last name. So for example, I'll type V. So as you can see, the full name I have written in the first name as Tejaswini and the last name has V. So in the code here, it should return in the name of full name is the first name plus the last name and the age, right? So here if you see, in the place of first name, I have typed only my first name, and in the last name and in the place of age, since I given in the input has numbers, so it will tell you to increment or decrement, or else you can even type the number. So in place of age, you have the number over here, right? For example, 46. Yeah. And you can increment or decrement as you need. So in this code, the React functional component is called the counter, right? So it uses the React hook called useState and useMemo to manage and update the component state and to perform a calculation based on the state. Here, the component has three state variables, that is the first name, last name, and age. So which are initialized using the useState. Now, these state variables are used to control the values of three input fields rendered in the component JSX, that is these three input fields. Here, the component also has a user variable. So here you can see the user variable, right? Here the function concatenates the first name and the last name, the state variable, to create the full name, the property of the user object, and the user age, that state variable as the state property. The second argument of the use memo is array of dependencies, which is used to determine when the calculation should be rerun. In this case, the calculation will rerun only if the first name, last name, or age state variable has changed. The component re-renders an input field from each state variable and displays the full name and age property of the user object. Right, with that, we will move on to the tips for use memo. Use the hook called useMemo when you need to compute a value that depends on prop or state but not change often. Always pass a function that runs the value you want to memorize as the first argument. The function should take the props or state that the value depends on an argument, and the useMemo with the second argument an array of dependencies to tell that React which values the memorized value depends on. So this will ensure that the memorized value is only recalculated when one of the dependency changes. Avoid using useMemo in render functions as it can lead to poor performances. Instead, you can use it in the component functions that are called before the component re-renders. Also, you need to use the useMemo with the 𝐂𝐞𝐿 when working with the large data set or the complex computations, as it can cause performance issues if not used correctly. And avoid using the useMemo to store functions, as they cannot memorize. Instead, you can use the useCallback hook for this purpose. Now let us see useCallback hook. useCallback is nothing but it is also a React hook that allows you to optimize the performance of your React component by only recreating a callback function when one of its dependencies has changed. It is similar to useMemo, but that allows you to store a value and only update it when the dependencies has changed. But instead of storing a computed value, it stores a callback function. Here, the callback hook takes two arguments. The first one is a callback function that you want to store, and the second is an array of dependencies. Here, the function is only recreated when one of the dependencies has changed. If none of the dependency have changed, the previous callback is returned instead of creating a new one. For example, if you have a component that displays a list of items and the list is passed in as a prop, you can use the useCallback to only recreate the function that handles the recreating the function on every render. But it is important to note that the useCallback is often used in the conjunction with the useMemo when the dependencies are object or the function. To prevent unnecessary re-renders and recalculations, as useMemo only recalculates the value when the reference to the object or functions changes. Now let us see a small example for useCallback hook and import the hook packages from React. That is, I'm using the useState and useCallback from React. Now the function called counter. Let us initialize the count and the increment value here, right? So that for here I'm writing the const. So I'm setting the count as well by use case, by use state. And the next one is increment. I'm using the useCallback function over here. Let's set the count to count +1 because we are incrementing it, right? So, right. Now let us return with a div tag. Inside that I'm writing a h1 tag. So I'm telling the count value. Then I'm specifying the child increment. After this, we have the child increment over here, as you can see, right? So that I'm creating a function over here called child. Inside that, I'm just passing an argument called increment by returning a button with an onClick function increment. Right? Now, in this example, the parent component has a state variable that is count. So as you can see here, we have count. This is the parent component. And the callback function is the increment that increments by 1. So here the count plus 1. So as you can see, this is the parent component plus incrementing by 1. Here the child component receives the increment function as a prop and renders a button when clicked, and it calls the increment function over here. The use callback hook is used to memorize the increment function, passing in the count as a dependency. This means that the increment function will only be recreated if the count state variables change. So this can help to prevent the unnecessary re-renders of the child components. When you run the code, the output will be an increment button and a h1 tag saying the count is 0. So when you click on the button, the count will be increasing by 1 and the h1 tag will be displaying the updated count, right? So if you can see, I'm clicking on increment and the number changes to 2 by increment plus 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Okay. So right, now let us see some of the tips. So here, use the use callback when you need to pass a callback function as a prop to a child component and you want to avoid the unnecessary re-renders. Always, you need to provide the dependency array as the second argument to use the callback. This tells the React which variables the callback depends on and when it should recreate the callback. And also you need to keep in mind that the dependencies you include in the array, if you include too much or unnecessary dependencies, it can cause the unnecessary re-renders and negatively impact performance. And you need to avoid the use callback inside the loops or conditions, as it can lead to unexpected behavior and hard to debug the issues. And always you need to check if the callback function is the same using the reference equality operator before passing it to a prop. So this will prevent the unnecessary re-renders of the parent component. You need to be careful while using the use callback function. With this, the state or prop that are objects or array, because these are passed by references, not by values. So if the callback depends on such variables, it will be recreated every time the parent component re-renders. And you need to be aware that the use callback does not work with async functions because it cannot memorize the results of asynchronized operations. Always test your component with and without use callback to check that if it works as expected and that the performance improves you expect as visible, right? Okay, now let's move on to the last hook in this session, that is use layout effect. Now, what is use layout effect? Use layout effect is a React hook that allows you to synchronize all layout changes to a component. Here it is similar to the use effect, but it runs synchronously after all DOM mutations. Now, this can be useful when you need to measure a DOM node or read its layout before making changes that affects its size or position. Also, it should be used with caution, as it can cause visual inconsistencies if not used correctly. And also, it is recommended to use effect unless you have a specific use case that requires the synchronous behavior of use layout effect. So you need to be careful while using the use layout effect. And also importantly, to note that the use layout effect should be used only for updates that are critical to the visual appearances of the component and that cannot wait until the next frame. For all other updates, it is generally recommended to use the use effect instead with the run asynchronously and does not block the main thread. And also it is important to remember that if you need to perform any side effects that involves the DOM, such as adding or removing the event listeners, you should do so inside the use layout effect instead of use effect. This is because the use effect runs after the browser has painted and may cause unnecessary layout thrashing if it updates the layout of your component. Okay, with that, let us move on to the example. Now, this code is a simple React functional component that uses the use layout effect and the use state. So here it uses these both hooks to measure the width of an element and display it in the screen. Okay, the first code imports that the layout effect and the use state and the use ref from the React library, right? Here the use state is a hook that allows you to add the state to a functional component. In this case, it is being used to create a state variable called width, and that will store the width of the element. Here the use state hook also returns a set width, so that can be used to update the value of the width state variable. Here now the use ref is a hook that allows you to create a reference to a DOM node. So in this case, it is being used to create a reference to a div element that will be used to measure the width of the element over here. Here, the use layout effect is a hook that allows you to synchronize and apply the layout changes to the component. So it is similar to the use effect as I mentioned earlier, but it runs synchronized after all DOM mutations. So this can be useful when you need to measure a DOM node or read its layout before making changes that affects its size or the position. So this component start with the div element with the ID myElement, and within the width state variable is displayed. And use layout effect is then invoked. So inside the hook, the code first gets a reference to the element with the ID called myElement using the document.getElementById inside the myId. This use layout effect hook is then invoked. Inside the hook, the code first gets a reference to the element using the ref variable called ref.current. You can see here this ref.current. Then it uses the get bounding criterion, right? This method to measure that the width of the element and assign it to the variable width. After that, the set width function is invoked with the width variable as an argument, so which updates the state variable with the width of the element. Here, the use layout effect hook also accepts a cleanup function, which is a function that runs when the component is unmounted or the effect is being rerun. So this is that function. Okay. So the cleanup function will also display the cleanup in console. So when you inspect in the console, then you will get to know about it, right? And also you need to keep in mind that it is important to note that the use layout effect hook should be used with the caution as I mentioned. So as it can cause the visual inconsistencies if not used correctly. So it is recommended to you to use the use effect unless you have a specific use case that requires the synchronized behavior of the use layout effect. And it is important that if you don't provide a dependency array, the effect will run on every render, so which could lead to a performance issue. So it is better to provide a dependency array with the values that the effect rely on, so that it only runs when those values changes. Okay, so it should not run whenever the small changes happens, the whole program will run. So write in this example an empty dependency array. So this is the empty dependency array. So it is passed to a use layout effect hook. So which means that it will only run the code once when the component is first rendered. So in this example, instead of using the document.getElementById to find the element, it is passed to a reference to the element as it uses the ref.current. Here, the ref.current.getBoundingClientRec. So to get the width of the element, so let us see the output over here. So we have to run. So after that, so as you can see, the width of the element is around 613.4400. Okay. So let us inspect this. Here you can see, as I mentioned, you will get a console. Here we have console, right? As you can see here, the cleaning up function, as I said in the program, right? Here you will get the cleanup function here. So inside the console, you will get the cleaning up.
So to understand what is version control system, we need to understand first why we need a version control system. So we'll see why do we exactly need a version control system. So for that, let's take a scenario where there are 3 developers working remotely on a web application or a mobile application. Now for simplicity's sake, let's just assume that it is a streaming application and one of them is working on a streaming page. Let's call them developer 1. Developer 2 is working on a user information page and developer 3 is creating the payment portal. Now all 3 of them are done with their respective pages at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock respectively. Now the thing is, all 3 developers are working in isolation. There may be their own changes, there may be changes in somebody else's page. They're all kind of adding some new files or modifying older files, changing the source code or something like that throughout the course of this project. But how exactly are they going to collaborate considering that they are working remotely? The solution to this is a version control system. With this system, I'll tell you what happens. At 10 o'clock, developer 1 uploads all the files regarding the streaming page. With a version control system, this modification is recorded and updated to one central directory or folder. So every time you're modifying an older file or adding a new file, it creates a snapshot of the latest version or the latest update of the changes that you've made or all the files that you've uploaded. So the snapshot of your update at 10 o'clock is saved, and then when developer 2 adds their user info page, this modification is also saved as a snapshot. Now there are 2 snapshots saved, and finally the payment portal page is added, and this is the last modification done at 12 o'clock, and this is the most recent snapshot saved, along with other snapshots of other updates and modifications done throughout the course of this project. Every change in your project, a snapshot is created and your entire project is saved that way, and these snapshots are actually known as different versions, which are basically the state of your project at a particular time or at the current time. It means that it will contain the kind of files your project is storing at one particular time and what kind of changes you have made so far between the previous version and this particular version. And this is exactly how a version control system works. So version control system basically is a system that records changes to a file or a set of files over time so that you can record specific versions later. These versions are recorded in a repository and they can be recalled anytime from these repositories during the course of your project. So version control systems essentially are of 3 types. Now the local version control system is one of the simplest forms of VCS and has a database that keeps all the changes of the files under revision control. So all the files are saved by this one user and they manage all of the files. But it's actually really hard to maintain the changes of the file, and you can accidentally replace one or the other file that you need. It also needs something known as RCS or revision control system, which keeps patch sets or the differences between updates in a special format on your disk. All of this, your local version control systems maintains all the track of all the files within your local system. As a user, you can track specific versions later, and it basically works as an independent standalone system for an application. So your applications like spreadsheets and word processors have this control mechanism. So that's one type. Apart from this, you also have your centralized version control system, which basically uses a central server to store all the files and enables team collaboration. So it's not one local system, but multiple systems which work on a single repository to which users can directly access as a central server. So the repository is a central server that could be local or remote, which is directly connected to each of the programmer's workstation. And the third kind of VCS is a distributed version control system. Now, these systems do not necessarily rely on a central server to store all the versions of a project file. In a distributed version control system, every contributor has a local copy or a clone of the main repository. So everyone maintains their own local repository, which contains all the files and the metadata present in the main repository. And they can push or commit or update the main repository if and when required. Now we are going to cover more on the latter two version control systems further in the session. So now let's try and understand in depth what's the difference between a centralized version control system and a distributed version control system. As I had mentioned before, in a centralized version control system, each programmer working on a branch on a project has absolute access to the central server. So the centralized version control system uses a central server to store all the files, and everybody on the team can directly access the central server as it is one single repository. So if you have 3 workstations, workstation 1, workstation 2, workstation 3, all of them can directly commit to the repository and get updates from the repository, which is your central server. The repository here indicates a server that could be local or remote, directly connected to each programmer's workstation. Every programmer can extract or update their workstations with the data present in the repository, or can make changes or updates or commit in the repository. And every operation is performed directly on this repository. Even though this seems pretty convenient when we are just talking about 3 people, to maintain a single repository like this has some major drawbacks. One of them is that it's not locally available, meaning every change that you have to make, you will have to be connected to a network to perform any action. Also, in any case, the central server getting crashed or corrupted will result in losing the entire data of the project. Also, another small thing which is revertible, but is if one person accidentally makes some unwanted updates. Instead of his or her local system, they will be making that changes directly in the central server. So recovering that part back will be again a time-consuming process. This is where distributed version control systems come to the rescue. Now, these systems do not necessarily rely on a central server to store all the versions of a project file. In the distributed version control system, each and every contributor has a local copy or a local workstation clone of the main repository. That is, everybody maintains a local repository of their own which contains all the files and metadata present in the main repository. You will understand it better if you take a look at the diagram. As you can see, every programmer maintains a local repository or a local copy on its own, which is actually the copy or clone of the central repository on their local hard drive. They can commit and update their local repository without any interference from one another. And then they can update their local repositories with new data from the central server by an operation called pull. Once they are done with their bit of the code, they can affect the changes of the main repository by an operation called push from their local repository. Now, this system or this act of cloning an entire repository to your workstation and making all the changes on a local repository gives you a couple of advantages over a centralized version control system. First of all the operations except push and pull are very fast because the tool only needs access to the hard drive and not a remote server. Hence, you do not always need to be connected via a network connection, or you always do not need an internet connection. Committing new change sets can be done locally without manipulating the data on the main repository. Once you have a group of change sets ready, you can push them all at once. So you complete your set of code on your local system and then you push all the files once and for all into the main repository. Third, since every contributor has a full copy of the project repository, they can share changes with one another on wanting to get some feedback before affecting the changes in the main repository. So this enhances the essence of collaboration amongst a development team. And finally, if the server gets crashed at any point in time, the lost data can be easily recovered from one of the contributors' local repository. And that is why distributed version control system has been picking up popularity over the past decade. So why version control is important? First of all, it helps collaboration. It allows remote development, shared workspace, and real-time updates. All versions of your code are preserved, hence it helps you manage versions of the same code. Easy rollback from current version. Suppose a part of your project has been headed to a wrong direction, you can easily roll back from the current version to the last version which was stable. Now, because you can reverse faulty updates, you can save time and hence it reduces downtime of your project development. And finally, it improves visibility. You can analyze and compare different versions, and that gives you like a 50-foot top view of your entire project, which just accelerates your product delivery. So now that you have a bare sense of what is version control and why do you need version control, let's understand one of the most popular version control systems that exists today, and that is Git. So Git is a distributed version control tool that supports distributed nonlinear workflows by providing data assurance from developing quality software. So basically what it does is that it lets you and your team of developers work together on the same project remotely from anywhere across the world. Your team members can work efficiently on files and easily merge their changes into one source without the fear of losing or deleting anything of importance due to the easy rollback feature. Git is primarily used to manage your project comprising of a set of code or text files that you may want to change from time to time. Now, Git is an integral part of DevOps. DevOps, as most of you might have the idea of, is the practice of bringing agility to the process of development and operations. A couple of years ago, it was this entirely revolutionary ideology which swept IT organizations worldwide, boosting project life cycles and in turn increasing profits. DevOps promoted communication between development engineers and operations participating together in the entire life cycle, from design through development process to production support. Now, in the entire life cycle of DevOps, starting from planning of the projects to its deployment and monitoring, Git plays a vital role. When it comes to managing the code that collaborators contribute to the shared repository, this code is extracted for performing continuous integration to create a build and test it on the test server and eventually deploy it to production. Tools like Git enable communication between the development and operations team. When you are developing a large project with a huge number of collaborators, it is extremely important to have communication between the collaborators, between the developers while making changes in the project. Commit messages in Git play a very important role in this particular collaboration or communication amongst the team. The bits and pieces that we deploy or update lies in this version control system, such as Git. To succeed in DevOps, you need to have all the communication in version control. Hence, Git plays an extremely vital role in succeeding at DevOps. And due to this very reason, Git has earned way more popularity compared to other version control tools available in the market, such as Apache Subversion, concurrent version systems, and Mercurial. If you compare the interest of Git by time with other version control systems, you shall realize that larger companies' products are generally developed by developers using Git all around the globe. And some famous names out of them are Facebook, Yahoo, Zynga, Quora, Twitter, eBay, Salesforce, Microsoft, and many, many more. Now lately, all of Microsoft's new development work has been in Git features. Microsoft migrating .NET and many of its open source projects on GitHub, which are managed by Git. One of such projects is the 𝐓𝐿GBM. It's a fast, distributed, high-performance gradient boosting framework based on the decision tree algorithms, which is used for ranking, classification, and many other machine learning tasks. Here, Git plays an important role in managing this distributed version of 𝐓𝐿GBM by providing speed and accuracy. So basically, to enable version control, Git is your go-to solution. It's fast and suitable for handling massive code bases scattered across multiple developers, which makes it the most popular tool used today. Now that you know about Git, a terminology we'll be using a lot while talking about Git and GitHub is a repository. Now, repository, or a repo as it's most commonly known as, is a directory or a storage space where your projects can basically live. It can be local to a folder or your computer, or it can be a storage space in another online host such as your GitHub. And in this particular space, in this particular directory, you can keep your code files, text files, images, you name it, all of it inside a repository. Through the course of this, we shall also be talking about something known as GitHub, which is nothing but a central repository, the kind that we spoke about when we discussed centralized versus distributed version control systems. There's a central repository, and that is where all of your code will live. You have your local repository where you'll make the changes, and there you have the central repository to which you will push all of the changes. Yeah? And the central repository is something that all of the developers involved in this particular project, in a certain project, have access to. Alright, moving on, let's discuss a few Git features which make it so popular amongst organizations as well as individuals. First of all, it's economical. It's free and open source. Git is released under GPL's General Public Licenses, open source license, so you don't need to purchase Git. It is absolutely free, and since it's open source, you can modify the source code as per your requirement. Second is its speed. Now, since you do not have to connect to any network for performing all of the operations, it completes all the tasks really fast. Performance tests done by Mozilla showed it was an order of magnitude faster than other version control systems. Fetching version history from locally stored repository can be 100 times faster than fetching it from the remote server. So the core part of Git is written in C, which avoids runtime overheads associated with other high-level languages, which makes it extremely fast compared to other version control systems. Next is that Git supports non-linear development. Git supports rapid branching and merging and includes specific tools for visualization and navigation of a non-linear development history. A core assumption in Git is that a change will be merged more often than it's written, as it is passed around various reviewers. Hence, branches in Git are very, very lightweight and is only a reference to a single commit. With its parental commits, the full branch structure can be constructed. Next, let's talk about the robustness. Nearly every single task in Git is undoable. Git gives each developer a local copy of the entire development history and the changes copied from one repository to another. These changes are imported as additional development branches and can be merged and deleted and recovered the same way as a locally developed branch. Next is the snapshots, which are recorded changes made to a file rather than the file itself. Followed by which you have integrity, which means no changes can be made without Git recording it. Since every contributor has their own local repository, On the events of a system crash, the lost data can be recovered from any of the local repositories. You will always have a backup of all of your files, and none of the changes made to the central repository will go unlogged by Git. Git uses the SHA-1 or the secure hash function to name and identify objects within its repository, and every file, every commit is checksummed and retrieved by its checksum at the time of the checkout. The Git history is stored in such a way that the ID of a particular version, a commit in Git's terms, depends upon the complete development history leading up to that commit. Once it's published, it's not possible to change the old versions without it being recorded. Then it's a distributed system, which means every user has their own copy of the repository and the data is stored locally. Git gives each developer a local copy of the entire development history, and the changes are copied from one such repository to another. These changes are imported as additional development branches and can be merged in the same way as a locally developed branch. And finally, it's easy branching. Now, branch management with Git is very simple. It only takes a few seconds to create, delete, and merge branches. Feature branches provide an isolated environment for each change to your code base. So when a developer wants to start working on something, no matter how big or small, they can create a fresh new branch which is not interfering with the main branch, which ensures that the master branch or the main branch always contains production quality code. So any little experimentation that you want to do or little things that you want to try out can always be on a separate feature branch instead of the changes made to your master branch. Because ultimately, your master branch should contain your publishable product. So now that you know the basic features of Git, let's try and understand what the basic workflow of Git is, or how does Git work. So the basic overview of how Git works goes like this. You basically create a repository or a project with a Git hosting tool like Git or Bitbucket. You copy or clone the repository to your own local machine or your working directory. You add a file to your local repository and commit the changes, which basically means you save the changes. Then you push the changes to your master branch. Then you make changes to your file and commit. Then you pull the changes to your local machine. You create a branch or a version, make a change, commit the change, same process, open a pull request, and merge your branch to the master branch. Now this is a little complicated listening to it like this, but once we get on to our demonstration, I think things will be way more clear. You can still take a good look at this diagram, but if you don't get it, don't worry. I will be explaining these operations one by one when we get to the demonstration part of this Git tutorial. Moving on, let's get to the good part, the hands-on section, starting with the installation and setup of Git. Now there are two ways in which this goes. First of all, for Windows users, you need to install Git Bash for Windows. And for Linux users, you'll have to start by updating the package index and then install Git using the terminal. So first of all, for our learners using Windows, you'll have to log on to gitscm.com/downloads and then click on Downloads for Windows button and then run the executable file and follow through till you finally install Git Bash. I'm not going to install it completely as I already have Git Bash downloaded, but I'm still going to open the page to show you guys. Alright, so the latest source release is Git 2.30.1 on the 8th of Feb, and you can just click on this button. The moment you click on this button, it's going to start downloading Git for you. And once you have the executable file, all you have to do is open it or run it in your own system, right? Next, for people using Linux, this is an example considering you are using Ubuntu. If you're using CentOS, a lot of the commands don't change, but instead of apt install, you will be using yum install for CentOS. So for that, now I'm going to open my terminal on a virtual machine. So here I have running an Ubuntu machine using the Oracle VirtualBox. So I'm going to start by running an update. Alright, this is going to take a while. Kindly be patient. So here I have my Ubuntu running on a virtual machine. So to install Git on your Ubuntu machine, you have to start by updating. So this will take some time. We're going to use sudo apt update. If you're using CentOS, you will be using yum instead of apt. Let's clear that out, and then we're going to install Git. And then you can look for the Git version. Yeah? Alright. Now that we have our Git installed, let's go ahead and look at the operations and commands that we are going to take a look at today. You have your repository setup, which include the commands init, clone, config, and alias. Then you have your save changes operations, which have your add, commit, diff, and stash. All of these commands we are going to go on and off and look at collectively mostly. Then we are going to look at the inspect operations, your inspect repository operations, of which the git status command is something we are also going to look at throughout this demonstration right from the beginning. So apart from that, you have your git log, git tag, and git blame commands. So you have your merge rebase command. So let's move on to our first set of Git operations. First of all, you have your git init command, which basically creates a new empty Git repository. Now this can be used to convert an existing unversioned project to a Git repository or initiate an absolute fresh Git repository. Now most other Git commands are not available outside of the initialized repository. So this is usually the first command that you will run in a new project. That is, if you're using git bash. So when I run git init, it reinitializes an existing Git repository, which I already have here. Now what this does is it reinitialized my existing Git repository in this particular directory, in this .git directory. Yeah. What git init does is that it creates an empty Git repository or reinitializes an existing one, like it did for me right now. It basically creates a .git directory with subdirectories and template files. And when you run the git init command in an existing repository, it will not overwrite the things that are already there. It will rather pick up the newly added templates. So that's the repository initialized. You can go ahead and create some files in the directory or repository, whatever you call it. Now that is about initialization. Now, what about if there was an existing repository on Git that you had to act upon, that you had to make updates to, that you had to add files to, things like that? That's where you use the git clone utility. Yeah. Now you have the git clone utility, which you use to target an existing repository and create a clone or copy of this particular repository on your local machine. Now this is one of the features provided to you by a distributed version control system, as we had discussed before. So this is a blank file called Edureka rep with just the readme text file. Let me just go ahead and copy this. And then I can just git clone and paste its HTTPS URL. And as you can see, it's cloning this into Edureka rep. And now if I change directory to Edureka rep, you can see the readme file is right there. Yeah. So we're basically going to work off of this particular repository today, Edureka rep. Yeah. So now that we created a clone, moving on, we have the git config command, which basically is a convenience function that is used to set up your git configuration values on your global or local project level. This command is basically used to modify your configuration text file. So if I typed git config global user.email, and here I type, so there I given my email ID as the global user email ID. So if I ask for what the global user email ID is, it will return my ID back to me. Yeah. Basically, these configuration levels like your username and your user ID correspond to your .git config text files. Now executing this basically will help you modify the configuration text file. Git uses this series of configuration files to determine non-default behavior that you may want. Yeah. So the first place Git looks for these values is in the system-wide configuration file, which contains settings that are applied to every user on this system. So basically, if you pass the option to your git config, it will read and write from this file specifically. And the next place the Git looks is the config/git config file, which is specific to each user. Now you can make Git read or write to this file by passing your global option, which is what I did. And the final command in the setup operations that we are going to look at is an alias. Now alias, as the name suggests, is basically used to create shorter commands that map to longer commands. They enable more efficient workflows when you obviously have to use lesser keystrokes to execute a command. There are these lengthy commands which obviously kill a lot of your time. So these aliases you can use to shorten those commands. And these are also something that you will create via the git config command. There isn't really a direct way or a direct command of creating aliases. Yeah, this is just something I wanted to add in here along with the git config command. Like a very common alias created is CO for checkout or anything else, CK for checkout. So yeah, this is something that you can do using the git config command, just creating aliases. Moving on, let's look at operations that you use to add changes and save changes to your Git repository. Now the first two commands here that we're going to look at are git add and git commit. Now this combination is basically used to create these snapshots that I was talking about initially in the session, right? So basically what you do is first you use the git add command to add a change in your current directory or your working directory. And you add that to the staging area. It tells Git that you want to include a particular set of updates or changes in a particular file in the next commit. Then what you do is you move on to git commit after making the changes to your working tree. Then you use the git commit command, which captures a snapshot of your project's current state. So basically you use add to update the index using the current content found in your working tree, and then you basically prepare the content in the staging area for the next commit. Then you run the commit command to take that snapshot of your project's current status. Now remember, this is very important and you have to do it each time. You must use the add command to add any new modified files to the index. You can't directly commit anything without adding it to the stage area first. Now what I did was I quickly went ahead and added 3 files to my repository Edureka rep. So if I go into this repository, you can see there are 3 files: Edureka file 1, file 2, file 3. Now let's see if these files are in my index or not using the command git status. Now git status basically displays the state of the working directory and the staging area. It will list all the modified files which are ready to be added to the local repository. It lets you see which changes have been staged and which haven't, which files are being tracked by Git and not. So if I typed git status, you can see on your main branch you have 3 untracked files, which are the 3 files that I just added: Edureka file 1, 2, and 3. These are not added to the index yet. This means I cannot commit these changes unless I added them explicitly to the index. So now we are going to add these 3 files. This command will update the index using the current content, which is found in your working tree, as you can see in front of you, and then it'll prepare the content in the staging area for the next commit. So either I can just git add and put in the directory name, or I can just use git add with an extension of a, which means all, and this will add all of these files to the index which are in the directory but not updated in the index yet. Yeah, now I've done that. Let me go ahead and use git status again, and you can see all of these file names are written in green, and you can see changes to be committed written here, which means all of these changes are ready to be committed. They are added to the index. Now these files are added to the index. You are ready to commit them. Now, as I had mentioned before, we're going to commit them, and committing refers to recording the snapshots of the repository at any given time. So your committed snapshots will never change unless it's done explicitly. So I'm going to clear this, and we're going to commit this by typing git commit and then adding a tag or a message called committing 3 files. Let's try this out. As you can see, 3 files changed, 3 insertions. You can see our Edureka files 1 to 3 have been committed. The git commit command has committed the changes in the 3 files in your local repository. Now, if you want to commit a snapshot of all of the changes in your working directory at once, you can always go with commit-a. Now, let me add a couple more files to my directory just to show you the difference between your files added to the index versus the ones that are not. If I type ls again, you can see there are 2 more files over here. As you can see, I have 2 other files. I'm just going to add the Edureka file 4 and not the file 5. And then I'm just going to git commit committing files. And as you can see, only 1 file changed, only 1 insertion happened. And that only happened because Edureka file 5 is not added to the index. And even if I use the extension A, I cannot add Edureka file 5 because that has not been added to your index. Now, if I just go ahead and add Edureka file 5, voila, the change has occurred in our Git repository. Now, if I typed git status, there are no more files to add or commit. Our branch is ahead of the origin or main branch by 3 commits. And you can use git push to publish your local commits. Now, what is git push? This is something we will cover later in this session. Now, understand that before you affect the changes made to the central repository, you should always pull changes from the central repository to your local repository just to get the most updated version of your branch. You'll get all the work of your collaborators that have been contributing in the central repository. For that, you use the pull command. Now, as you can see, there's nothing to commit and your working tree is clean. There are other commands like the git status command, which you could use for similar purposes. For example, you have the git log command, which only operates on committed history. It basically will display to you the committed snapshots and will let you list the project history, filter it, and search for specific changes. So if you typed git log, it's going to show you all the commits that have happened since we started with this git file. Okay, so you can see at the bottom, your original main, there is your initial commit, right? Then our first commit where we committed 3 files, then we committed the 4th file, and finally when we committed file number 5, right? These are all the commits, including the initial commit, the first one. Yeah, along with the author and the date and time. Remember when I told you about everything is recorded when you're using Git? This is what I meant. You can always access who made commits at what time and what commits were made when you use a version control system such as Git. Now at a point like this, I think it's crucial to mention one more command, which is the git tag, and it's used to basically capture a tag in history or a point in history that is used for a marked version release, right? So it's basically like a branch that doesn't change, and after being created, they have no further history of commits. Yeah. So that is one. And another one is git blame. Now the git blame function displays of the author's metadata attached to a specific committed line in a file. It's used to examine specific points in a file's history and get context as to who the last author was that modified that line. So if I went back and typed git blame Edureka file 5.txt, it's going to show who the person is that is to blame, who committed this particular file or made this particular change, right? It'll also, if you paid attention, give you the commit number. As you can see, this 𝐸9𝐷6𝐷6𝐷6𝐷6𝐷6𝐷6 commit number. This also has this 𝐸9𝐷6𝐷6𝐷6 which is the first few characters of this particular commit number. Yeah. So now that you know how to check the status of the changes and see who made the changes, it's time that you understand how you fetch changes from your remote repository to a local repository, and how you push commits from your local repository to your remote repository. So here we are going to look at two commands called pull and push. Now first of all, you have the git pull command, which fetches changes from your remote repository to a local repository. Basically, it merges upstream changes in your local repository, which is a common task in Git-based collaborations. But at first, you need to set your central repository as the origin using the command git remote add origin, and I'm going to add the link to my central repository, which is this. And as it says, the remote origin already exists. Now that your origin is set, and now we're going to pull our main branch. So I'm just going to type git pull origin main, and it says we are already up to date. Now, certain number of tutorials or documents that you might be following might even give you the command git pull origin master, in which case you're working on the master branch. Now, to know which branch you're at, you can just use the command git branch vv. Yeah, I'll tell you which branch are you working on. Yeah. So yeah, we are working on the main branch, and we are already up to date with the branch since my local repository was already updated with files from the main branch. This is the message of an up-to-date branch. Now you can also use git pull origin and your whatever branch name. Here I'm using main. That's a mistake on my part. Maybe I was trying to clear the screen. All right. So here, even if I pull from the branch using git pull origin and the branch name to my local Git repository, you can see it's already up to date. So now my local Git repository is now all updated with the recent changes. So now it's time to make the changes to your central repository by using the push command. So we're going to use the push command. This command transfers commits from your local repository to your remote repository, and it is basically the opposite of your pull operations. Pulling will import commits to your local repositories, whereas pushing will export commits to your remote repositories. It's going to ask you for your username. And password before it lets you push into your main branch there. So I've put in the username and password for my GitHub account. And with that, This has pushed the changes from my local repository to the remote repository along with all the necessary commits and internal objects. Now this has created a local branch in your destination repository. The use of git push is to publish your local changes to a central repository. After you've accumulated several local commits and are ready to share them with the rest of the team, you can then push them to your central repository by using the git push command. Now the files which have already been committed previously in the commit section and they were all push ready, you will use git push origin master to reflect these files in the master branch of your repository. Alright, so let's go ahead to our repository and see if changes have been made. And yes, you can see all of our files on our GitHub repository. You have Edureka file 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All the 5 files that we had created on our local repository. Yeah, you have all these 5 files and the README file here. Here also you have the README file and all the 5 files that we had created. Now at this point in this Git tutorial, I hope you have understood the basic commands of Git. You have pulling, pushing, adding, committing, things like that. Now let's take a step further and understand the 3 basic commands of parallel development. Here I'm going to be talking about branching, merging, and rebasing. So first of all, let's talk about merging. Now merging is a way to combine the work of different branches together. This will basically allow you to branch off, develop a new feature, and then combine it back in. As you can see in the diagram, it shows you 2 basically different branches, new branch and master. Now, when we merge the work of the new branch into the master, it creates a new commit, which contains all the work of the master and new branch. Now, if we merge the 2 branches with the merge command, as I had mentioned before, Git allows you for easy branching, which means you have parallel branches with your master branch that help you carry on your individual work while not interrupting your main product, which is your master branch or your main branch. So branches in Git are nothing but pointers to specific commits. Yeah. So Git generally prefers to keep its branches as lightweight as possible. Now, there are basically 2 kinds of branches via local and remote tracking branches. A local branch is just another path of your working tree. On the other hand, the remote tracking branches have special purposes. Some of them are linking your work from your local repository to your central repository and automatically detecting which remote branches to get changes from when you do a git pull. So you can check what your local branch is by using git branch. So you know you are at your main branch. And the one thing you should understand, one thing is like a main mantra of people who use Git are branch early and branch often. Yes. So to create a new branch, you're going to use a command git branch and your branch name. And in this case, I'm just going to use a branch name Edureka images. All right. And here you can see this diagram shows the workflow of a new branch that is created. When we create a new branch, it originates from the master branch itself. So since there's no storage or memory overhead with making many branches, it's usually easier to logically divide your work up than having big chunky branches. Hence, the branch often part. Now let's see how to commit using branches. Now branching includes the work of a particular commit along with all parent commits, right? So as you see, the new branch has detached itself from the master or the main branch, and hence it'll create a different path. So we are going to check out the branch name, which in our case is Edureka images. And then we are going to git commit. So you have untracked files, Edureka images, and nothing added. So you made that branch. Now, merging is a way to combine the work of different branches together. So basically what this does is, now that we've branched off to something known as Edureka images, you can go ahead, add files to it, develop a new feature, and then combine it back into your main branch. Here you can see two different branches. You have your new branch and your main branch. And when we merge the work of a new branch into the main branch, it creates a new commit, which contains all the work of the main branch and the new branch. So now if we merge this branch, as you can see, it's already up to date. It's important to know that the branch name here should be the branch that you want to merge into the branch that you're currently checking out. So make sure that you are checked out of this destination branch. So let's just merge all the work of the branch Edureka images into your main branch. For that, I will first check out my main branch and then merge Edureka images with git merge Edureka images. And as you can see, all the data from the branch Edureka images has merged into the main branch. Now notice that merging in Git creates a special commit that has two unique parents. Now this is one way of merging into the main branch. There's also another way of combining the work between two branches, which is called rebasing. Now rebasing takes a set of commits, copies them, and stores them outside your repository. The advantage of rebasing is that it can also be used to make linear sequence commits. The commit log or the history of the repository stays clean if rebasing is done. Now our work from the new branch is placed right after master, and we have this nice linear sequence of commits. This command doesn't copy but moves all our work from the current branch to the master or the main branch. They look like they've been developed sequentially instead of having developed parallelly. So if I just did another branch called git branch Edureka images 2, and then maybe git checkout, okay, then we git commit this, and then I could just git rebase main, and your current branch will be up to date. This command basically moves all of your work from your current branch to your master branch, and it'll basically look like it has been developed sequentially instead of having developed parallelly. Now, apart from these, there are certain operations that you ought to know. Firstly, archiving your repository. You can use this command. It stores all of your files and data in a zip file rather than a .git directory. This creates only a single snapshot, omitting version control completely though. This comes in handy when you want to send these files to a client for review who doesn't have Git installed in their computers. Apart from this, you can also bundle your repository, which basically turns your entire repository into a single file. This pushes the master branch or the main branch to a remote branch, only contained in a file instead of a repository. You could alternately change the repository, clone the repo bundle, create a copy, and use git log. But that is like 5 commands instead of 1. Why not just use 1 command? And finally, stashing uncommitted changes. When you want to undo adding a feature or any kind of added data temporarily, we can always stash them temporarily. You can use git status, stash status, and then you want to reapply the changes you stashed using git stash apply. Having said that, let's move on to another very important topic in this Git tutorial. Let's go through a brief introduction to SSH. Now, what is SSH? What is an SSH key? Now, an SSH key is an access credential for Secure Shell Network Protocol. It's basically an authenticated and encrypted secure network protocol and is used for remote communications between machines on an unsecured open network, for remote file transfer, network management, and remote operating system access. So basically, it's typically used to log into a remote machine and execute commands in it. But this also supports tunneling, forwarding TCP ports, and X11 conditions. It can transfer files using associated SSH file transfer or secure copy protocols. It provides you several alternative options for strong authentication and protects the communication security and integrity with very strong encryption. It's a secure alternative to the non-protected login protocols and insecure file transfer methods such as FTP. So basically, how do you create SSH keys? You start by using the command ssh-keygen, and then you'll be prompted to enter a file in which to save the key. So home, Edureka. Then we're going to enter a passphrase. I'm just going to leave it empty again. And you can see our identification has been saved in the file that we specified. And we have something known as a key fingerprint. And finally, what we have to do is add the new SSH key to the SSH agent. And then you will see identity added. And that's it. You have created an SSH key.
We will learn how to install Git on a CentOS machine. But before we go ahead, we need to install the software that Git depends on. These dependencies are all available in default CentOS repository. So let us proceed with that. I'll type sudo yum group install development tools, and here we go. It is asking for password. Press Y. In the meantime, let me tell you about the development tools. It is a predefined bundle of software that can be installed at once instead of having to install each application separately. The development tools will allow you to build and compile software from source code. So it is done now. Let us clear our terminal. And now I'm going to proceed with the second command. And here we go. It is asking for password. Press Y. Let us clear our terminal. So now we are done with the prerequisites, so we can proceed towards Git installation. To install Git, there's a command sudo yum install git, but this command will install Git version 1.7 by default. But there are newer versions of Git available, so I'm going to install those newer versions. For that, I'll use wget command. So let us first install wget tool, sudo yum install wget, and here we go. Now press Y. So we have successfully installed wget tool. Let me clear my terminal. Now I'm going to use this wget command to download a specific version of Git. Alright, so I have to first copy the link of the version of Git that I want to install. So let me show you where I'll get that link. I've already opened it in my browser. You can see you can use this particular link, and I will use Git 2.7.2. This version I'm going to use. You can select any version that you want. Alright, so just right click, copy the link location, go back to the terminal and just paste it. Here we go. So it is done now. Let me show you where it is downloaded in my machine. Here it is, Git 2.7.2 tar.gz. Let us go back to the terminal now. Now once the download is complete, we will extract the file from the downloaded git tar file. For that we will use tar command. Let me first clear the terminal. Now I'll type the command tar -zxf git to tar.gz, and here we go. So now let me show you the extracted file. Here it is, git 2.7.2, the extracted file. Now we'll go back to the terminal and let us change the directory to git. So for that I'll type change directory git -2.7.2, and here we go. Since we are in the source folder now we can begin the source build process. Alright. So for that I'm going to use a command called make configure. Let me clear my terminal, and now I'm going to type the second command. And here we go. This configure script is responsible for getting ready to build the software on your specific system. It makes sure all the dependencies for the rest of the build and install process are available. So let me clear my terminal now. So now that the software is built and ready to run, the files can be copied to their final destination. For that I'll use a command sudo make install. Here we go. This make install command will copy the build program and its libraries and documentation to the correct location. Let me clear the terminal. Now to check the version of Git that we have installed, we'll use a command git -version. Here we go. So it is the correct version, that is 2.7.2. Now before we go ahead, we need to submit some information about ourselves so that commit messages will be generated with the correct information attached. We need to provide name and email address that we would like to have embedded into our commits. For that we will use the command that I'll type. Let me first clear it. It is git config -global user.name and your name. Here we go. For the email ID I'll type git config -global user.email and your email ID. Here we go. Now to confirm that these configurations are added successfully, I'll use a command git config -list. So username is Saurabh and email ID is saurabh@edureka.com, which is absolutely correct. Alright. So now what we need to do is we need to generate a SSH key. SSH is a secure protocol used as a primary means of connecting to Linux servers remotely. Alright. So let me first clear my terminal. Now I'm going to type the command to generate the SSH key, which is SSH -keygen -t RSA -b4096 -c and your email address. Here we go. Enter file in which to save the key. So if I just press enter, it'll go to the default location. So let us do that. Enter passphrase. So if I want it to be empty, so I'll just press enter. Enter the same passphrase again. So now we have generated the SSH key. Now there's a program called SSH agent that runs the duration of a local login session, stores unencrypted keys in memory, and communicates with SSH clients using a Unix domain socket. So it is very important to ensure that this SSH agent is enabled. So let us enable it. Here we go. So we have done that successfully. Now we need to add this SSH key to the SSH agent. So let's proceed with that. Here we go. So we have done that successfully. Now we need to add this SSH key to our GitHub account. Alright, so for that I'll use this cat command. This cat command will actually read the key and it will display it on the terminal. So let me show you. So this is the SSH key that I was talking about. So now what we need to do is we need to just copy this SSH key and we need to go to the official GitHub website. So let us Google GitHub. I will go to their official website. Over here I need to sign in first. So I'll use my login credentials. After this, what you need to do is you need to go to settings over here, click on settings, and on the left hand side there's an option called SSH and GPG keys. Just click on it and you can see there's an option where my cursor is pointing new SSH key. Let us click on it and we need to add a title over here. So you can type any title you want. I'll just type Edureka and over here I'll paste the key that I've copied from my terminal. Finally, we need to add this SSH key, so I'll just proceed with that. Let us see what happens now. As you can see, the key has been created, but now what we need to do is we need to test this key. For that, I'll go back to my terminal. Let me clear it first. Now to test this SSH key, we'll use a command SSH -T git@github.com. Here we go. Press yes. So now let us go back to the website and see what change has happened. Just refresh this link. As you can see, the color of this key has changed to green. That means we have successfully tested the SSH key. Now we'll look at some of the most commonly used operations performed on Git, that is push and pull operation. Let me first clear my terminal. For that, I'll first create a folder and I will name it as git-repo. You can name it anything that you want and I'll keep it empty. I'll go back to my terminal and I'll change my directory to that git repo. Here we go. So now I've entered the git repo directory. Now I need to initialize it first. So for that I'll use the command git init. So it has been initialized successfully. Now to allow GitHub to hold our files, we need a command git remote add origin. Let me first clear my terminal. Now to allow GitHub to hold our files, we need a command that I'll just type git remote add origin and the SSH link. Let me show you from where you'll get this SSH link. First, we need to create a repository. So here's an option called new repository. We'll go there. We'll give a repository name. I'll just name it as Edureka-01 and I'll initialize this repository with a readme and finally create a repository. You can add a description as well if you want. Over here you can see that Edureka-01 repository has been created with a readme file in it. The SSH link that I was talking about, you can find it from here, clone or download. Just click on it. Here is a link. Just copy, go back to the terminal and just paste it here. And here we go. So now we'll perform the pull operation. Alright. So when we have successfully performed the pull operation, this readme file over here will be copied to our Git repository, the local Git repository. But I want to add this thing. When you're doing it for the first time, you need to always pull files from the GitHub account to your local Git repository, and then you can proceed towards pushing your files from Git repository to the GitHub account. I hope I'm clear. So let us now perform the git pull operation. So I'll type the command for it, git pull origin master. Here we go. Now let us go to Git repo and see whether the readme file is there or not. As you can see, we have successfully performed the pull operation. The readme file is present over here. Now we need to perform the push operation. For that, I'll go back to the terminal. And what I need to do is I need to create a file in this Git repo. Alright. And I can just name it as Edureka. And I will write here, welcome to Edureka. Save it, close it, and go back to the terminal. Now over here, we need to add this file that I've just created, that is Edureka. So for that, we have a command, git add, and the file name, which is Edureka in this case. Here we go. So now what we need to do is we need to commit changes. So for that, I'll use the command git commit -m and the message you want to display. I'll just type first commit. Here we go. So let me clear my terminal now. Now we'll perform the push operation. So when we have successfully performed the pull operation, this Edureka file will appear in the GitHub account which I have created over here. So it will be present here. So let us see if that happens or not. So we'll type the command for it, git push origin master. Here we go. So let us go to my GitHub account and check whether it has been added or not. I'll refresh this link. As you can see, Edureka file has been added over here. And this is what I actually wrote, welcome to Edureka. So now we have successfully performed push as well as pull operation. Let's focus on various Git commands. So we'll start with git init command. Now git init is basically to turn a directory into an empty Git repository. Now the first thing that you need a local repository to work with. For those of you who don't know what exactly local repository is, it is basically a private copy of the whole repository, of the whole shared repository that you have. And users can perform many operations with this repository, such as add file, remove file, rename file, move file. You can commit changes, and you can do a lot of things with your local repository. So the first command that we are going to discuss is basically the git init command, which will turn a directory into an empty Git repository. So for that, I'll open my virtual machine to show you practically. If you are facing any issues in installing Git, you can go ahead and refer my Git installation video. There also, I have installed Git in CentOS version 6.5. So for now, let me open my virtual machine and I'll show you there. So guys, this is my virtual machine where I have installed Git. If you want to see the version of Git that you have installed, just type in here git --version, and it is 2.7.2 in my case. Now let's go ahead and create the directory first. So I'm going to name my directory as Edureka-repository. Now I'm going to move into this directory. So I'll just type in here cd Edureka repo. So now I have a directory. I want to convert it into a local Git repository, which is very easy. All I have to do is type in git init. And here we go. So initialized empty Git repository in home Edureka repo.git. So let's go back to our slides again and we'll see which command we are going to discuss next. Let's talk about git add now. So git add basically adds all the files to the staging area for Git. Now Git doesn't track each and every modified file. So whenever you do the commit operation, Git looks for the files present in the staging area. Only those files present in the staging area are considered for commit and not all the modified files. So the first thing you need to do is put all the modified files, all the changes that you have done into the staging area. And then from staging area, you can go ahead and make a commit, right? So the first thing is to add your files to the staging area, which is pretty easy. All I have to do is type in git add and the file name. So let me just quickly open my virtual machine and I'll show you that. This is my virtual machine again, guys. And first, let me just create a file here. Let the name of my file be edureka.py. Yeah, let me just go ahead and type something in this .py file. So I'll just type in here a equal to 10, a small code, b equal to 20, and I'm going to print a plus b, pretty basic. Save it and go ahead and close it, right? Now what I need to do is add the changes that I've done into the staging area, right? So all I need to do is type in here git add and the name of the file, that is edureka.py. So I've successfully done that. If I want to add all the files to the staging area,
then I can go ahead and type git add and a period. Right, so this will add all the files that are there in my local repository to the staging area. So this was all about git add. Let me just quickly open my slides and we'll see which is the next command we are going to discuss. Now we are going to see the git commit command. So git commit basically records the changes made to the files in a local repository. So you have all the modified files in the staging area. So when you make a commit, it'll basically record the changes that you have made to the files in that local repository. And for easy reference, each commit has a unique ID. And it is a good practice to always give a commit message, right? So that helps you in understanding what change was done in this particular commit, right? So I'll just quickly open my virtual machine and I'll show you how you can commit changes to the local repository. This is my virtual machine again, guys. So I'm just going to type in here git commit -m and the commit message. So I'll just type in here first commit, right? So I've done that successfully. 2 files changed, 5 insertions, create mode 100644 edureka.py, right? So this is the log for it. Let me just clear the terminal and go back to my slides again. Let's talk about git status now. So git status returns the current state of the repository. Git status will return the current working branch. If a file is in staging area but not committed, it shows with git status. Or if there are no changes, it will return nothing to commit, working directory is clean, right? So let me just open my virtual machine again and I'll show you practically how this works. All right, so if I go ahead and type here git status, so it says on branch master, nothing to commit, working directory clean. So it gives me the name of my branch and what is there anything that we need to commit or something that is already there in the staging area, but I have not committed that. And the working directory is clean right now. So whatever changes that I've made in my file are there in the staging area, and from the staging area I've made a commit as well, right? So let me just do one thing, make some changes in the file, add it to the staging area, but I won't commit it, right? So let's see what will be the status then. So for that, I'll create one more file. Let that be welcome.py. I'll edit this using gedit. You can use whatever editor you want. I'll just type in here print welcome to Edureka, close the parentheses, save it and close it. Now I'm going to add this file to the staging area. So I'm just going to type in here git add. I can go ahead and type a period as well that will add all the files, or I can give the name of the file, that is welcome.py. Now if I type git status, let us see what will come. So it says new file welcome.py, changes to be committed, right? So these changes are present in the staging area, but I have not committed these changes. And it gives me the name of my branch as well. So I hope you have understood what exactly git status is. So I'll just quickly open my slides again. We'll see which command we are going to discuss next. Let's talk about git config now. Now with git, there are many configurations and settings possible. So git config is basically how to assign these settings. Now 2 important settings are username and user email address. These values set what email address and name commits will be from on a local computer. And it's very easy to do that. Let me just quickly open my VM and I'll show you there. Now there are 2 things. Either I can run the git config command globally, or I can run the git config command on the current repository settings. So let me show you how you can do it globally. So I'll just type in here git config -- global user dot name and the name of the user. So let it be Shubham. And now I can go ahead and add the email address as well. So I just need to type in here user.email and I'll type the email address in the parentheses in the double quotes, right? So this is done. And this was done globally. Now, if I want to execute this on the current repository, what I'll type in git config. I won't use -- global. I will directly go ahead and type user.name. So let it be my name, SAURABH. And I'm going to add my email address as well, which is saurabh@edureka.co. Done, guys. It's that easy. Now let me quickly open my slides again and we'll see which command we are going to execute next. So we've seen how git config works. Let's discuss about git branching now. Now before I proceed, let me tell you that there will be a separate tutorial video on git branching where we are going to discuss in detail about it. Here I'll just give you a quick introduction to branching. So the first question is, why do we need branch, right? So branches are used to create another line of development. And by default, Git has a master branch. So usually a branch is created to work on a new feature. So if you're working on a web application, you might want to work on the card service, right? So for that, you'll create a new feature branch or any name that you want to give to your branch. And once the feature is completed, it is merged back with the master branch and we delete the feature branch. And every branch is referenced by head, which points to the latest commit in the branch. Whenever you make a commit, head is updated with the latest commit. Let me just quickly open my virtual machine. And over there, we're going to see how to create a branch, how to delete a branch, how to rename, how to merge, and how to check out into a different branch. This is my virtual machine again, guys. And let me just tell you how you can see all the branches. So just type in here git branch and it will list all the branches that are already there. So there's only one master branch present right now. So let me just quickly go ahead and create a branch. See, there are two ways to create a branch. One way is to create a branch and then you can check into that branch. Another is you just want to create it, but you still want to be in your master branch or your current working branch. So for that, if you don't want to check in that branch, just type in here git branch and give a name to your branch. So let that be feature, right? And if I go ahead and type git branch now, I can see that there are two branches, master and feature, right? Now I can go ahead and delete this branch as well, but let me just quickly move into this branch first. So I'll just type in here git checkout and the name of my branch, that is feature. And this will point towards my feature branch. Now I'm in my feature branch, right? So let me just make some changes in the files that are there in my Edureka repo. So you can see that I have a couple of files, edureka.py and welcome.py. So let me just make some change in, let it be edureka.py, right? So I'll just quickly type in here gedit. Again, you can use whatever editor that you want, edureka.py, and I'll just add one more variable here. Let that be 30, and I'll print one more value, that is C plus A plus B. Pretty basic. Save it and then go back. So in my feature branch, I have made changes to my edureka.py file, right? So what will be my next step is to add these changes, add the modified file in the staging area. So I'll just type in here git add and a period because I want all the changes that I made to my files should be there in the staging area. So git add and period will add all the files. Now I want to commit these changes. So I'll just type in here git commit -m and a message feature commit, right? So it is done now. I've done all the changes and I've added those changes to the staging area, and then finally I've made a commit as well. So it says 4 files changed, 10 insertions, create mode welcome.py, welcome.py. Let me just clear my terminal now. So if I want to merge my feature branch with the master branch now, first I need to check into my master branch. For that, I'll type in here git checkout master. Now it says switching to branch master from feature. Now I'm in my master branch. So now I'm going to type in here git merge feature, and here we go. So you can see that I've merged my feature branch with that of the master branch. It's that easy, guys. Let me clear my terminal now. So what I'll do, I'll quickly create one more branch and I'll show you again how these things are happening, because there might be some confusion still. So I'll just show you again how to create a branch, how to check into that branch, how to make some changes in your local repository, add that to the staging area, make a commit, and then merge it with the master branch. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete my feature branch, because I've told you earlier as well, once I've merged all my changes to my master branch, there's no point in keeping my feature branch as of now. I delete that branch, and there are a couple of options to do that. The safest one is what I'm going to tell you, right? So I'll just quickly type in here git branch -d and the name of your branch, which in my case is feature. So it has deleted the branch feature. Now there's one more way to delete a branch. Instead of -d, you can just type in here git branch -d and then the name of the branch. But this is not the preferred option, and it's not safe as well, because if you have some unmerged changes, then also it will delete the branch. Whereas if you type in here a d, it will show you an error that will say that you have some unmerged changes, right? So always prefer -d and then feature -d and then the name of the branch that you want to delete, right? So now I'm going to show you one more way to create a branch, which is called git checkout -b, and you can give the name to your branch, right? So probably I want to name my branch again as say new. Let the name of my branch be new. So git checkout -b new. So this will not only create a branch called new, but it will also check into that branch, right? So we have also checked switch to a new branch that is new. And over here also, if I want to make changes to my file, I can go ahead and do that. All I have to do is use any editor. Let me edit, say, welcome.py file. Welcome to Edureka. I forgot to close the quotation, so that's the change I'm going to do in this file, right? And then I'm going to git add period. Now git commit. I made a mistake there, so I'll just type in here git commit -m and let it be new, the name message. All right, so it is done now. So guys, this was all about Git branching in this video. I'll be coming up with a separate video on Git branch. So you can stay posted by subscribing to our channel to get the notification. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to connect to a remote repository. So I have a remote repository, the GitHub account. I've created a repository there. So if I want to connect to that repository, what I need to do is I need to add that origin. So I'll just type in here git remote add origin and the SSH link that I will just show you where you can find it. So this is my GitHub account, guys, and this is my repository, that is git commands. If I want to copy the SSH link, I can just go ahead, copy this and paste it here. So we have successfully added the origin. Now let me just clear my terminal. So we have connected our local repository with the GitHub account. So we have seen how branching works in Git. Let us move forward and we'll see how to work with remote repositories. So over here, I've already told you how to add an origin, right? So git remote add origin. And what we did, we connected a local repository with a remote repository. So the Edureka-repo is my local repository and a remote repository I just showed you in my GitHub account. So we have already done this git remote add origin. So now we're going to see how to clone a remote repository. So to create a local working copy of an existing remote repository, we'll use git clone to copy and download the repository to a local computer. Cloning is the equivalent of git init when working with a remote repository. Git will create a directory locally with all the files in repository history. So I'll just open my virtual machine and I'll quickly show you how you can do that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm first going to create one more directory. So let that be mkdir and the name of the directory, let it be git-repo, right? And let's move into this git-repo repository. So the first thing I'm going to do is git clone and the SSH link. So SSH link, I've already shown you where you can find it in your GitHub account. Just type in here git clone and the remote repository URL, the SSH link that I was talking about. And let me show you how you can do that. And here we go. So it says cloning into git commands. So let me see what are the files that are there now. So it says git commands. Let me go to this git commands. So here we have Edureka and readme. And here also you can notice that we have Edureka and readme. So I've successfully done that. Let me clear my terminal. And now I can go ahead and pull whatever changes I made to the file that is there in my GitHub account. So let me just show you how to do that. Suppose if I have a file Edureka and let me just make some changes here. I'll just type in here, my name is Saurabh. So let it be like this. So let's commit changes. So yeah, now it'll be reflected in my repository. Now what I want is I want all the changes that have been made in my remote repository in my local machine. So for that, I'll just type in here git pull origin master. And here we go. So it says it has successfully done that. That means we have pulled all the files that were there in the report repository. So if I check, so I have here Edureka and readme.md files. So if I go ahead and type in gedit Edureka, let's see, all right, so I can see that the changes have been reflected. My name is Saurabh, which was something new that I added to my file. Right, so this was all about the pull operation. Now let us see how you can push changes to the remote repository. Right, so if I go ahead and make some changes, or if I create a file, let's say I create a file, touch git.py, let that be git1.py. Right, so if I make some changes to this particular file, I'll write here print I love git, save it, close it, right? So now before we push to the remote repository, we need to add these changes to the staging area. We need to make a commit and then only we can push it, right? So first thing, add the file name. So I'll just type in here git add. I can go ahead and type here if period. That will add all the changes made to the files in the staging area, all the files in the staging area, basically modified files. Or I can type the name of my file, which in my case is git1.py. So I'll just type in here git add git1.py. And now I'm going to commit the changes. So I'll just type in here git commit -m, give a message. So I'll just type in here remote, and it has done successfully. So now I can go ahead and push the changes to my remote repository. So I'll just type in here git push origin master, and here we go. So it says it is done successfully. Let us go back to our GitHub account and we'll see whether those changes are reflected there or not. So I'll just go ahead and run this, basically reload it. So you can see that git1.py file is added here, right? So let me just quickly go to the slides again and we'll see what all topics we have already covered. So we have seen how to perform git clone. We have seen how to pull changes from the remote repository to the local computer. We have seen how to push the local commits to the remote repository. Now let's talk about few advanced git commands. Focus on git stash, git log, git rebase, and git revert. So I'll quickly open my virtual machine and I will explain you there only. So guys, let's discuss about git stash first. So to save changes made when they are not in a state to commit them to a repository, you use git stash. This will store the work and give a clean working directory. If I have to give you an example, imagine when you're working on a new feature that's not complete, but an urgent bug needs attention. So that's when you can use git stash. Let me just quickly show you how you can use it. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a new file. So let the name of my file be stash.py, and I'm going to make some changes to the stash.py. I'll just type in here print stash is cool, save it, close it, and yeah. Now what I need to do is add this to the staging area. So I'll just type in here git add, and now let's see the git status. So my git status says that we have new file which are there in the staging area, that is stash.py, right? Changes to be committed. So these are the changes that I need to commit. So currently it is pretty dirty. So what I can do is I can put all the uncommitted changes to a stash. Let me show you how I can do that. Git stash -u, and here we go. Now go ahead and type git status. Nothing to do, working directory clean. So it has converted my dirty directory to a pretty clean one, right? So with the help of git stash, right? Now the modification stashed away by this command can be listed with git stash list. So I'll just type in here git stash list. Here we go. And if you want to inspect it, so you can just go ahead and type git stash and show. So you can inspect it here, right? Let me clear my terminal now. So now I'm done. I've fixed my bug, and now I'm ready to, work on what exactly I was doing before fixing that bug, right? So what I can do is I just want to type in here git stash apply, and here we go. And now if I type git status, you can see that I again got the dirty directory back. So guys, we have seen how git stash works. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how a git log and git revert works, right? So for that, I'll quickly create a new repository. So let me do that. I'll just type in here mkdir git-log. So let that be the name of my directory. And I'll go into that directory. Yeah. So now I'm going to initialize it. So I'm just going to type in here git init. It has been done. Now I will create few files here. Let that be edureka1.py. And I'll just type in here print master new technologies at Edureka. All right, save it and close it. Now I'm going to add it here, git add, and then finally commit it. -m, just give a message, and it is done now. So what I did, I created a directory, initialized it. Then what I did, I made a file inside that. In that file, I added that to my staging area. That file has been added to my staging area. And then finally, I made a commit, right? So till now, there is no problem. Now, if I type here git log, let me show you what comes. So you can see that when I type git log, there is a commit hash, right? There is a commit that has been made by author Shubham on this particular date and time, right? So this is what basically git log is. It shows the chronological commit history for a repository. This helps you give context and history for a repository, and it is available immediately on a recently cloned repository to see the history as well. Now I can provide parameters here as well. For example, I can type in here git log hyphen before and give a date here, right? Similarly, I can tell the git log to show me the commits based on the author, right? So if I type in here git log hyphen hyphen author and the name of the author, then it will show the logs based on the commit made by the author, right? Similarly, if I type in here hyphen hyphen before, right, and give a date, so it will give me according to the date as well. So this is how git log works, guys. So now what I'm going to show you is how to revert to the previous commit, right? So for that, let me just make some changes to my file again. So the name of my file is edureka1.py. So I'll just type in here gedit edureka1.py, and I'll type in here one more print statement that says don't just simply learn it, master it. Save it, close it. Now I'm going to add it to my staging area, and finally I'm going to commit it. -m last commit. All right. So this is done now. Now what I have to do is, suppose I have made how you can do that. So in order to go back to the previous commit, what I have to do is just type in here git log hyphen one line. This will give me one line. So this was my last commit. So I want to go back, right? So for that, I'm just going to type in here git revert and the hash commit hash, and here we go. So it says that revert last commit. So it has already done that. Now, if I go ahead and check my edureka1.py file, so it only says master new technologies at Edureka. So this is how you can even perform the revert operation just by using in the commit hash. So with that, you can go ahead and revert back to the previous commit. So I hope this is clear now. Let me clear my terminal. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and revert to the last commit as well. Instead of just typing the commit hash, if I just type in here git revert head, and if I quit, so it says that I've rolled back to the previous version of my file. So if I go ahead and click on ls command, and if I type in here cat edureka1.py, so I've gone back to don't just simply learn it, master it. So my last commit was basically revert operation, right? So whatever file changes that have been done after git revert will be reflected as a commit itself, right? So I hope you're getting my point. So what I did first, I created an empty repository. Then in that, I created a file edureka1.py, made a couple of changes, made 2 commits. Then I used git revert with the hash commit to go back to the previous commit, right? So with that, I got only master new technologies at Edureka. This one I didn't get at that time. Then what I did, I showed you git revert head, which will basically take the last commit, right? It will revert the last commit. And the last commit was nothing but the revert operation that happened that actually made my file edureka1.py to go back to the previous version. So that was my last commit, right? So because of that, it has reverted back to the last commit. This is why you can see that edureka1.py file has both master new technologies at Edureka and don't just simply learn it, master it. Right, so I hope I'm clear with git log and git revert. It's very easy, guys. There's not a lot of things to understand here. It's very basic. So let's talk about rebase now. So basically rebase is again one more way of combining the work between different branches. So what rebasing does, it will take a set of commits, copy them and store them outside your repository. The advantage of rebasing is that it can be used to make linear sequence of commits. All right, so the commit log or history of the repository stays clean if rebasing is done. Right, so let me just show you how it is done. If I just type in here git rebase master, let me just go ahead and do that. Git rebase master. So the current master is up to date. That's what the message pops up. So basically this command will move all our work from current branch to the master branch. They look like as if they are developed sequentially, but they are developed parallelly. All right, so let me just give you a better example of this. So I'll just create a branch here, git branch, say Edureka010 is the name of my branch. And yeah, so if I want to go to this branch, check out Edureka010. Yeah, I'm into that branch. And if I make changes to edureka1.py. I'm going to remove this print statement, save it, close it, clean my terminal, and I'm going to add it, git add period, and git commit -m rebase. All right, so this is done now. And now what I can do is I can go ahead and type in here git rebase master. So it says that current branch Edureka 010 is up to date. So this is how you can perform rebasing. So let me quickly go back to my slides. So we have talked about git stash, we talked about git log, git rebase, and git revert.
The need for GitHub. It is extremely important for software developers to work on a web-based platform to share their projects and collaborate with other developers. This platform must be a version control system, that is, it must enable multiple people to simultaneously work on a single project. Each person edits his or her own copy of the files and chooses when to share those changes with the rest of the team. This application must also be capable of hosting millions of programmers and hobbyists that download and evaluate each other's work. GitHub is one such platform of choice for developers that can host multiple programmers and review their code. GitHub has several competitors. For instance, GitLab. GitLab is an open source web interface and source control platform based on Git, whereas Microsoft Team Foundation Server is an enterprise-grade server for teams to share code, track work, and ship software for any language, all in a single package. Bitbucket, on the other hand, stores all of your Git and Mercurial source code in one place, with unlimited private repositories. So what really makes GitHub so powerful and popular among developers? GitHub is an open source platform, and the community is really what fuels it. Moreover, GitHub is the platform of choice for developers from various large corporations too. Microsoft is the #1 contributor to the system, but there are also Google, SAP, Airbnb, IBM, PayPal, and many others. Exposure and insight that you can get on GitHub are simply unmatched by any other platform. Here you can discover code written by others, learn from it, and even use it for your own projects. Versions control on GitHub works very much like Microsoft Office or Google Drive. It simply tracks all the changes made to your code and who makes them. You can always review the detailed change log that neatly hosts all of the relevant information. Using GitHub eliminates the need for complex corporate security solution because everything is on cloud. The platform protects code branches, verifies commit signing, and controls access. Now that we know why we need GitHub, let us understand what is GitHub. GitHub is a Git repository hosting service that provides a web-based graphical interface with many features. A repository is usually used to organize a single project. Repositories can contain folders, files, images, videos, spreadsheets, anything your project needs. Let's say, for example, a team wants to work on a particular project. Here they can simultaneously write and update their code to a central repository which is present on GitHub. So GitHub is a highly used software that is typically used for version control. It is helpful when more than just say one person is working on a project. For example, a software development team wants to build a website and everyone has to update their codes simultaneously while working on this project. In this case, GitHub helps them to build a centralized repository where everyone can upload, edit, and manage the code files. Most software projects have a bug tracker of some kind. GitHub's tracker is called Issues and has its very own section in every repository. Issues basically are a great way to keep track of tasks, enhancements, and bugs for your project. Moving on, people often get confused between the terms Git and GitHub. Now let me clearly explain the difference between them. Git is simply a version control system that lets you manage and track changes within your project, whereas GitHub is a cloud-based service that lets you manage Git repositories. So basically, Git is the tool and GitHub is the service. Now that we know the difference between Git and GitHub, Let us move on and understand how these two work hand in hand. We already know that Git is a version control tool that will allow you to perform all kinds of operations to fetch data from the central server or push data to it. Whereas GitHub is a code hosting platform for version control collaboration. GitHub is basically a company that allows you to host a central repository in a remote server. Now, without any further ado, let's get started with the demonstration on how to use GitHub. So for this demonstration, we're working on the website version of GitHub. There's another version of GitHub that is the desktop version, which you can download it to your personal computer. So we're simply going to search for GitHub in our search engine. The first link will lead you to the official website of GitHub. So I'm going to click on that. So this will redirect me to the main homepage of GitHub. As you can see, there is a search GitHub option. There are also two buttons that says sign in and sign up. If you're new to GitHub, you can simply enter in your credentials, that is a username, email, password, and sign up for GitHub. But if you already have an account like I do, I'm simply going to click on the sign in button and it'll redirect me to a page where I have to enter the credentials, that is my email address and password. I'm going to do that now and I'm going to click on the sign in button. Now, this is the main page of my account. As you can see, I have no repositories. It's all new. It's all fresh. But if you're not new to GitHub, you can view all of your repositories on the left-hand corner. Now, before we move on, I'm going to explain you all the features that are present within GitHub. So you can see a search bar here. So the search bar will allow you to look for profiles, certain keywords, look for different kinds of projects that are available on GitHub. All of those can be done using this bar here. And you can see 4 options next to the bar that says pull requests, issues, marketplace, explore. Pull requests we'll learn later on in this session, but the issues and marketplace we won't be discussing in this video for now. The explore button, on the other hand, is an extremely important and interesting button. So once I click on that, it'll redirect me to a page with some activities that are going on around in GitHub. You can see here they're trending repositories, they're trending developers. Basically, this is a feed that will allow you to interact with developers and other people, collaborators from all around the world, basically. In Instagram too, you have an explore button, which will allow you to interact with different people from all around the world. So the same concept is implied in the GitHub explore button too. So you can explore topics, you can explore trending repositories, developers. Basically, it's an interaction with other people from different parts of the world. So I hope that's clear. Now, the most important part of the session are the 3 buttons that are available in the right-hand corner of the navigation bar. So you can see there's a bell icon, there's a plus icon, there's a pixelated icon on the right-hand corner. So the bell icon allows you to read notifications of your activities that occur in GitHub. So that's what it really is. You can see the inbox will allow you to view all of the notifications. You can also view the unread notifications by clicking on this unread button. As of now, I don't have any notifications, so there's nothing available. You can also group these notifications by the date or repository by clicking on this group by button here. You can also view your saved notifications by clicking on here. And the done button, on the other hand, will let you mark all of your notifications that you're done with, your previous notifications. So these are the 3 important buttons you'll have to know in this bell icon. And the filters are not necessary as of now, so I'm not going to discuss that. This button, on the other hand, will allow you to manage your notification settings and your subscriptions too. So that's all for this bell icon. The next important button is this plus icon. As you can see, there are 5 drop-down options that appear here. The first one being new repository, followed by import repository, new gist, new organization, new project. So new repository we've already discussed previously in this session. A repository is a place where you create your files for your project. It's basically a storage space, right? So your repository can directly interact with your Git, right? So the new repository option will allow you to make files, a repository to your GitHub account, right? The Git, on the other hand, the tool that which we use to make local repositories in our personal computer, can be directly pushed on. The local repositories can directly be pushed onto your GitHub account. So that's what the new repository button allows you to do so. But the new project, on the other hand, is a place to track issues, features, and other tasks that are related to the code within the repository. You can also connect with the DevOps build and deploy process, assign people to tasks, and so on by using this button. That is the new project button. So the difference between the new repository button and the new project button is that projects in GitHub are only a part of GitHub, but not Git. But the new repository option is a part of GitHub and Git. So that's the main difference between new repository and new project. I hope that's clear. So the next button will drop me down some interactions that I can make with my profile. So if I click on this Your Profile option, it will redirect me to a page where I can edit my profile. I can really create my identity using this page. So here, if I click the Edit Profile, I can add a bio about myself. I can add the company in which I'm working in, the location at where I am, the website, Twitter username, etc. All of that I can add here, all of the information about myself. I can also view the repositories I'm working on currently, or the repositories I've worked in the past, projects that I'm working on, the packages, and the entire contributions I've been making on GitHub from the last year. So basically, it allows me to build an identity, or it'll help me build my profile on GitHub. So I hope that's clear. Now, if I click on this button and if I want to sign out from a profile, I can simply scroll down and click on the sign out button here, and this will sign me out of my account. So that's all for getting started with GitHub. These are the basics on what GitHub is and what each of the button and options really do. Now, if I want to move back to the main page of my GitHub profile, I can simply click on this 𝐶𝐞, that's GitHub's logo. So I'm just going to click on this 𝐶𝐞 logo, and here I'm back to my main page. Now, before we move on and work on the different operations and options within GitHub and learn different things about GitHub, I'm going to give you a brief overview on how to download the desktop version of GitHub. So I'm simply going to search for GitHub Desktop on my search engine, and I'm going to click on the first link that's available on this page. Now I can simply click on this button that says download for Windows 64-bit. That's compatible to my current version of my personal computer. If you have a Mac, you can simply click on the Mac version and download it to your desktop. But as I've already mentioned previously that we're going to work on the website version, so I'm going to simply switch back to this. Now let's quickly move on to the next part of the session. Create a repository. So firstly, let us understand what a repository is. It is simply a storage space for the correct project that you're working on. GitHub is a very popular central repository that allows you to share your files, whereas Git allows you to create local repositories that are present on the system you are working on. So you can basically push your local repository into GitHub and share it with other collaborators via the central one. Now that we know what a repository is and how it works, let's go on to the demonstration part and create our first repository. So you can do this in two ways. Either you can click on your Create Repository button that is present on the left side, or you can, as I've already mentioned in the previous part of the session, you can click on to this plus icon and you can click on the New Repository option. So this will redirect you to a page that says Create a New Repository. You can add your repository name. I'm going to name my repository as Edureka, and it's available. All of your repository names must be unique from one another to identify them easily. You can also add a description, which is optional. I'm just going to add the description. This is my first repository. And a description allows people or other collaborators to understand what your repository is all about. But as a good developer or a good programmer, you would definitely want to add a description and give an overview of what your repository is all about. There are two options now available that says private or public. Now you can choose your repository to either be public or private. So the private one lets you decide who can access your profile, whereas the public one lets anyone view and access your repository, but you can choose who can commit to it. That's the difference between public and private repository. I'm going to let my repository be public as of now. Now, if you scroll down, you can see that you can initialize your repository with three options. The first one being add a README file. The second one being add a Git ignore file. You can always choose add a README text file to your project, which often contains information about the project and other necessary details the user must be aware of when he or she is accessing that particular project. Now, I want a README file for my repository, so I'm going to click on this button here. That's going to check it. The next option is add a .gitignore file. So this file will let you ignore a list of files when the user is pushing files to GitHub. That's what this option really does, but I'm going to let this be unchecked for now. For your repository to truly be open source, you will need to license it, so others are free to use, change, and distribute the software. You can simply click on choose a license option and pick the required license for your project. There are several licenses like MIT, GPL, Apache License 2.0, BSD, etc. But for this repository, we don't really need a license, so I'm going to untick this too. And now you can see there's a piece of information that says this will set master as the default branch, but I'm going to ignore this for now. I'm going to explain about branches later on in this session. So this is all you have to do to create your first new repository. You add a name, you choose a description, you add an optional description, you let your repository be either public or private, and you initialize your repository with either of these three options. And I'm simply going to click on my create repository option. Now this will redirect me to a page with all the information and the files that are currently present in my repository. You can see here my repository name is present here with the optional description that I gave, and the number of files. Currently we have only just one file, that's the readme text file, and that's present here. So this is all we have. Congratulations, you just created your first repository. Now you can see there are some options that says issues, pull requests, actions, projects, wiki, security, etc. We don't have to really talk about all of these right now. We will just learn about one option that says code here. So this is really important. If you click on this button, you can see that there's a link that is available here, an HTTPS link. So if you copy this link and paste it on your Git terminal that's present on your computer, you can download this entire project directly to your local system. So that's what the link is for. I hope that's clear. And the next option that says open with GitHub Desktop will allow you to open this entire repository in your GitHub Desktop version. And you can also, the last option that says download zip will allow you to download this entire repository in the form of zip files. So all of your project files will be within that zip file. So that's all you have to really know about your repository. And I'm going to click on the README text file that's available. It will take me to another page with some extra information about that file. You can see currently we have 2 lines and the memory space that is allocated to this file. So we currently have 2 lines, that is Edureka, and this is my first repository. And you can also see the number of contributors to this project. That is just one, that's just me for now. And you can view the history of the commits or the changes that have been performed in your file. So we'll come back to that part later on this session, but you can move back to your main page of this repository by clicking on the name button here. So Edureka is the name of my repository, so I'm going to click on that. So now I'm back to the main page of my repository. Before we learn how to create our first branch, let us understand what branches are. Branches allow you to work on other features that can be included and merged with the master branch if required. So what is the master branch? The master branch is the main branch where your project resides on. So all of the changes, all of the activities that you do with your main project lies or is on your default branch that is named as the master branch. So what really GitHub allows you to do is it allows you to create additional branches. So on these additional branches, you can work on the other features or you can experiment with your project. And if you're happy with this, you can simply merge these features to your main branch, that is your master branch. This is what branches are really for. So they simply allow you to work on other features. That's what branches are. So let's move on to the demonstration part and look at how we can create our own branches. So now if you look on the left corner, you can see a button that says master. So currently we're on the master branch and there's only one branch, and the master branch, as I've already mentioned, is the default branch. So when you create a repository, you're automatically creating a master branch. So this is where your project will be residing on. And now if you want to create another branch, say let's name this branch 1 branch. So this is what I want to name my additional branch. I'm simply going to name it and I'm going to click on the enter button. So it will redirect me to a page. So this is the exact replica of your master branch, and you can work on this branch. You can work on any other feature, or you can add something, you can remove something, you can really experiment on this branch. And if you're happy with this, you can merge back this feature or the experimentation that you've been working on to your master branch, right? So you can see there's a README text file. It's exactly the same. There's the name, of your repository, the description of the repository. You can click on the README text file and everything's the absolute same. You can quickly switch back to the main page. But the only difference is that you're currently on a branch named branch1 branch. You're not on your master branch. Now, if you want to switch back to your master branch and work on it, you can click on this button and you'll find the master here. You can click on that and it will take you back to your master branch. Here you can work on your project. So there are currently 2 branches. You can see that, and everything's normal. Everything looks simple. That's all for branches. It's really easy. I hope it's clear. So you can look for branches here on this bar here that's present here. You can also create new ones in the same option. So that's all for branches. Let's move on to the next part of the session. Make a commit. Now, what are commits? Commits simply record changes to one or more files in your branches. So basically, they save the changes that you're making in your project. Git always assigns each commit a unique identification, which is called SHA or hash, that identifies the specific changes. So for any changes are made to your project files, you can simply go back and look at the version history or the history of each commit you've performed on your project files. So that's what really commits are all about. It's extremely easy. Let's go ahead and make our first commit. Now I'm going to switch to my branch1 branch and I'm going to make my first commit. I'm going to click on my README text file. That's the only file currently in our repository. So we'll make the change in the README text file. There are 3 really important icons that are present in the right corner, as you can see. The first one is a PC icon that says open this file in GitHub desktop. So if you click on this file, this entire file will open in your GitHub desktop version. The next one, that is the pencil icon, will allow me to edit this particular file. That is my README text file. And the third icon is a bin icon, which will allow me to delete this file. Now, what we'll be working on is the pencil icon. That's the edit this file option. I'm going to click on this and I can simply view a space or a file that will allow me to make changes to my README text file. I'm going to add another line here that says this is my first commit. This is what I want to add to my README text file. And if I want to preview the changes, I'm going to click on this preview changes button. You can see that this is my first repository. This is my first commit. This is my first commit is the additional piece of information that we'll be adding to my README text file. And it's highlighted in blue, so we know that that's the additional information. I'm happy with this change. I'm going to switch back to my edit file. I'm going to scroll down. And if I want to add a description about the change that I'm performing to my file, I can do that. A good programmer would always add a description to the change that he's making to the project file. So other collaborators, when they view the commit or they view the change, they can read the extended description and understand what the change is about. So that's a good habit that you must follow. But as of now, we're not going to do that. So I'm going to leave this blank. As you can see, there are 2 radio buttons that are currently available. The first one says commit directly to the branch1 branch. This will allow me to make the change or save or make the commit directly to my branch1 branch only. So the change that I'm making currently is only implemented to my branch1 branch. The second option allows me to create a new branch for this particular commit and start a pull request. We're not going to talk much about this option right now, but the first option is extremely important. So we'll let this be stuck on to the option that says commit directly to the branch1 branch. And I'm going to click on the commit changes options. And this will simply implement the entire change to the file. You can see that the change is implemented. The additional piece of line that says this is my first commit is added to my README text file. Now, the interesting part is if I switch to my master branch, the change is not implemented in my master branch. So the change is only currently present in my branch1 branch. And now if I want to view the history of the changes that I've made, I've already mentioned in the previous part of the session that the history button will allow me to do so. So I'm going to click on this history button and you can see that I made my first commit 23 minutes ago and I made my new commit 41 seconds ago. And there is also a hash number, unique hash identification number that allows me to distinguish between both of these changes. So all of my commits that I'll be making on this branch will be available here. So that's the main point of a version control system, isn't it? understanding and keeping a record of all the changes that we're performing in our files and our projects. So this gives full justice to the word version control. So that is what GitHub is all about. Now that we learned how to make our first commit, let's move on to the next part of the session. Open and merge pull requests. So what are pull requests? Pull requests let you tell other developers about changes you've pushed to branch in a repository on GitHub. So once a pull request is open, you can acknowledge and review the changes with collaborators and add follow-up commits, after which your changes are merged into the base branch. So there are two ways to create a pull request. The first one being pull request from a forked repository, and the second one being pull request from a branch within a repository. Currently in this demo, we will work on the second one, that is pull request from a branch within a repository. Now I'm simply going to switch to my demo part. Okay, now currently I'm on my master branch. I'm going to click on this pull request option that's here. Now it says branch 1 has had recent pushes 3 minutes ago, compare and pull request. I'm not going to click on that. I'm going to simply click on the new pull request option here. So this will allow me to compare the changes. There's a base branch and a compare branch. The base branch is the master branch, and the compare branch, I will compare my master branch to my branch 1 branch. So this notification says that the merge between the branch 1 branch and master branch is definitely possible. So it's a green signal. So if I scroll down, I can view the difference between both the branches. So the left hand side indicates the information that is present on the master branch, and the right hand indicates the information that is present in my branch 1 branch. Plus sign indicates the additional information that is present in my branch 1 branch. I'm happy with this. So I'm simply going to scroll up and create the pull request. I'm going to click on that. I can also leave a comment and I can preview the change. That's not necessary for now. So I'm going to go ahead and create the pull request. Now this will redirect me to a page. So this page says that the pull request has been opened. And now I can choose to merge this pull request. That is, I can merge the branch 1 branch to my master branch. So it says this branch has no conflicts with the base branch. Merging can be performed automatically. And that's good news, right? So I'm going to click on merge pull request, and I'm going to confirm my merge, update my readme text file. I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to confirm it. Now it says pull request successfully merged and closed. You're all set. The branch 1 branch can be safely deleted. I'm not going to delete the branch. I'm going to compare both of the branches and see if my master branch is exactly the same as my branch 1 branch. So I'm going to click on this Edureka. I'm going to go to my main page of my repository. So my master branch has the additional piece of information that says this is my first commit. Now if I switch to my branch 1 branch, it has the exact piece of information. So the information that was present in my branch 1 branch has been successfully implemented to my master branch. So that's all for the pull request part 2. We've reached the end of the demonstration part. Now let's quickly look at the case study of how Microsoft implemented GitHub. I'm pretty sure most of you have heard of Microsoft. Microsoft Corporation is an American multinational technology company. It develops, manufactures, licenses, supports, and sells different computer software, consumer electronics, personal computers, and other related services. So initially, Microsoft was against the use of the open source because they held very tightly to the Internet Protocol. They were completely hesitant to adapt to this new concept of sharing code to the entire world. But in 2010, they rethought this entire scenario, and now Microsoft is one of the biggest contributors to open source. Today, about 2,000 to 25,000 Microsoft engineers maintain TypeScript, .NET, Windows Terminal, DARP, Helm, and more than 1,000 other open source projects. So first what they did was they released new processes in measured containment. But later on, they released only licensed software. So here, developers can learn from the company's source code, but they couldn't really build on it. Eventually, the stigma died, and now even closed code like .NET is open source under an MIT license. Teams realize that they need to accept contributions to get feedback and learn from other developers. To organize and understand this approach, Microsoft created their Open Source Programs Office, which enables distribution and centralization of knowledge. So the OSPO provides the resources and maintainers to manage thousands of repositories and contributors effectively on GitHub. Even though Microsoft invests in its tools, they expect other individuals and organizations to lead the way. Microsoft believes that GitHub's value isn't in any one feature, but its entire community. GitHub is the place to collaborate, it's where everyone is, and where most of the entire world's open source is already happening. It's not just a feature, but the whole thing. What is a workflow? Workflow is about controlling the sequence of events that transform a piece of work to ensure every person on the team can use the best tool at the right time. To put it simply, a workflow is how you get work done. It is a series of tasks you need to complete in order to reach some repeatable business goals. At its core, the workflow is change management. As I have already mentioned before, workflow comes in all shapes and sizes. There is no universal solution for every team's needs. An optimal workflow enables the systematic organization of resources into processes that transform materials, provide services, or processes information. The principal ways to manage software in Git are the Git Flow and the GitHub Flow. These two methods can really help you to manage your project and optimize your entire workflow in the team. Now that we know what is a workflow, let us discuss about Git Flow versus GitHub Flow. So first we'll discuss about Git Flow. Git Flow works with different branches to manage each phase of the software development. It is suggested to be used when your software has the concept of release, because it is not the best decision when you work in a continuous delivery or continuous deployment environment where this particular concept is missing. Another good point of this flow is that it fits perfectly when you work in a team and one or more developers have to collaborate on the same feature. So the main branches in Git Flow are master, develop, features, hotfix, and the last one is release. Now let's discuss about GitHub Flow. GitHub Flow is a lightweight, branching workflow that supports teams and projects where deployments are made regularly. It is centered around a particular feature and small confined changes. So now I'll discuss some of the key features of GitHub. Here the master branch is always production ready. Master is also deployed to production. Development often only happens on the feature branches. The deployment speed is extremely fast here. And the last important feature is that it requires a verification for each release. Now let's move on and discuss some of the major issues of Git Flow. So here many of the developers do not like that new feature branches are started off the develop branch rather than the master branch, or the way it handles hot fixes. But these are fairly minor issues. But before we move on with the major ones, let me explain you what are hot fixes. Hotfix branches are a lot like release branches and feature branches, except they are solely based on master instead of the develop. This is the only branch that should fork directly off of the master. Now moving on to the major issues with Git Flow, it is much more complicated than most developers and development teams actually require it to be. It's complicated enough that a big helper script was developed to help enforce the flow. Though this is okay, the issue is that it cannot be enforced in a Git graphical user interface, but only on the command line. So the only people who have to learn the complex workflow really well, because they have to do all the steps manually, are the same people who aren't comfortable with the system enough to use it from the command line. This can eventually be a huge problem. These issues can be obviously solved easily just by having a much more simplified process. So here at GitHub, they do not use Git Flow. They use a much simpler Git workflow. Its simplicity gives it a number of advantages. One is that it is easy for people to understand, which means they can pick it up extremely quickly. And if they ever mess up, they can always undo. Another is that we do not need a wrapper script to help enforce it or follow it. So using graphical user interfaces and such are not a problem. So the next question that arises is, why don't they use Git Flow at GitHub? Well, the main issue is deployment. The Git Flow process is designed largely around the release branch. GitHub does not really have the releases because your deployment to production occurs every day, that is often several times a day. The process of testing and shipping is as simple as possible so that every employee feels comfortable doing it. Now let's move on and understand the main topic of today's session, GitHub Flow. The first step in GitHub Flow is to create a branch. So when you're working on a project, you're going to have a bunch of different features or ideas in progress at any given time, some of which are ready to go and others which are not. Branching exists to help you manage this particular workflow. So now when you create a branch in your project, you're creating an environment where you can try out new ideas. Changes you make on a branch do not affect the master branch, so you're free to experiment and commit changes, safe in the knowledge that your branch won't be merged until it is ready to be reviewed by someone you're already collaborating with. You can always switch branches using the git checkout command. Now, branching is a core concept in Git, and the entire GitHub flow is solely based upon it. There is only one rule: anything in the master branch is always deployable. You should remember this. So because of this, it is extremely important that your new branch is created off the master when working on a particular feature or a particular bug fix. Your branch name should always be descriptive, so others that are working with you can see what you're working on. Now let's move on to the second step in GitHub Flow. Add commits. So once your branch has been created, it is time to start making changes. Whenever you add, edit, or delete a file, you're making a commit and adding them to your branch. This process of adding commits keeps track of your progress as you work on a particular feature branch. Make sure you are on the correct branch by listing it, and if necessary, switching to it by using the command git branch and then using the next command git checkout your feature branch name. Make sure you are on the current branch by listing it using the git branch command, and if necessary, switching to it by using the checkout command. Commits also create a transparent history of your work that others can follow to understand what you've done and why. Each commit has an associate commit message, which is a description explaining why a particular change was made. Furthermore, each commit is considered a separate unit of change. This lets you roll back changes if a bug is found or if you decide to head in a different direction. You can do this by adding, committing, and then finally pushing it. Commit messages are extremely important, especially since Git tracks your changes and then displays them as commits once they finally push to the server. By writing clear commit messages, you can make it easier for other people to follow along and provide feedback. The next step is open a pull request. Pull requests initiate discussion about your commits. Because they are tightly integrated with the underlying Git repository, anyone can see exactly what changes would be merged if they accept your request. You can open a pull request at any point during the development process. When you have little or no code but want to share some screenshots or general ideas, or when you're stuck and need some help or advice, or even when you're ready for someone to review your work. By using GitHub's @mention system in your pull request message, you can simply ask for feedback from specific people or teams. So in pull request, you can also describe how to test your changes. Pull requests frame a problem by describing it. Maybe you're trying to fix a bug, add a feature, or trying out a new code pattern. Having a proper problem description ensures that your reviewer knows exactly what you're getting into. To let your reviewer know how to run your code, describe how to test it properly. Lay out a scenario that gives a basic run-through from setup to the expected outcome. Are there any multiple angles you can test your feature with? Awesome. Specify a test case for each scenario. Not only does this help your reviewer navigate through your code, it also helps you. By describing the feature step by step for someone else, it ensures you have not missed anything critical. Now let's move on to the next step, that is, discuss and review your code. Once a pull request has been finally opened, the person or team reviewing your changes may have questions or comments. You can obviously read these. You can also continue to push to your branch in the light of discussion and feedback about your commits. If someone commits that you forgot to do something, or if there is a bug in the code, you can immediately fix it in your branch and push up the change. GitHub will show your new commits and any additional feedback you may receive in the unified pull request view. Pull request comments are written in Markdown, so you can embed images and emoji, use pre-formatted text blocks, and other lightweight formatting. You can even suggest committable changes right in the comment. A review basically focuses on the code health and on production readiness. So let me explain you what code health is. Perhaps the coding style does not match project guidelines. The change is missing unit tests, or maybe everything looks great and props are in order. Pull requests are designed to encourage and capture this type of conversation. You can suggest changes directly in a comment by hitting the Suggest Changes option. Now let me explain you what production readiness is. The pull request template lays out one or more scenarios on how to test your code. The reviewer will go through a scenario and document the results and whether or not the test is passing. The reviewer should be generous with comments, descriptions, and screenshots. Also ask for any sort of explanation or improvements as the test is progressing. The reviewer will also describe if the test scenario passes. With this, we'll move on to the next step, that is test your changes. So before any code is finally deployed into production, it needs to be tested in a production-like environment. That is, you could say the staging area. To make your life easier, read upon how to make an update script to update your tool for each environment right here. With this, we come to the last step of GitHub Flow, that is merge your feature. Now that your changes have been verified in a production-like environment, it is time to merge your code. Make sure the code has been signed off before proceeding. Squashing commits of a pull request improves the readability of the commit history. So during development, commit early and often. Once your work is ready, merge with the focus commit message. By default, the merge button for repositories will be set to squash and merge. Once merged, pull requests preserve a record of the historical changes that is made to your code. Because they're searchable, they let anyone go back in time to understand why and how a decision was made.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!